basically we're doing the 1v1s right now, PSG Talon versus Elevate. It's happening live. You're down 2-1. What's going through your head right now?
I mean, we played very bad on the map, so we can take it back here. Right now, Ryder lost like one duel where he had no information. The other two, like he had information, lost one gunfight. I think it's looking okay-ish. He can make it, but I mean, it's only one bullet now up on the board for us.
Yeah, as you said, it's already 2-1, so only with the one bullet. Did you guys practice any 1v1s before today?
Yeah, we did yesterday, and we did like a few weeks ago when it got announced. We did a little tournament to like see who wants to play and who will play. And yeah, Ryder was the best, usually winning everything, so we're confident.
It's happening live right now. It's 2-1. If you can somehow pull it out, win the next 2 rounds, you only have the one bullet tomorrow. Have you thought that far ahead?
Not really. I mean, realistically, you should be out. Like, how can you get back? We lost our extended mech card, so we can only bet 1 bullet for 2 more games. So like a maximum of what, 4 bullets it could be. I mean, we're still in, so we can still play and get the practice, but realistically, we can't make it to the playoffs anymore.
At the end of the day, it's a long year ahead. You've taken a lot from this tournament to then go into stage 1?
Yeah, I mean, especially the bootcamp before, like just playing in Brazil, playing against all the international teams, is just practice we need, and yeah, I hope that helps us in stage 1 and stage 2.
Thank you very much, Joe. I'll let you watch the rest of the 1v1.
Good morning and welcome everybody to Rio de Janeiro. We're live in Brazil one more time, and it is day number 4 out of 5. Hope you're all doing well. We've had a lot of fun over the past 3 days, and today we turn up the heat. Well, to 10. Tomorrow it's up to 11. Hello, I'm Milos, your host. With me are Alfama and Fresh. First of all, gents, we saw that interview that happened with PSG Talon.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Joker and the squad are out.
They're gone. They didn't win the 1v1.
But you know who's here? YouTube. Yesterday we had Fox and Laxing, and of course everybody's always around to kind of catch the matches live in person in the studio. What have you done on your day off? What have you been feeling about for today?
What did we do on our day off? Well, we was
worked.
just backstage in the green room, just watching the games, living the games, loving the games, by the way, during the 1v1s.
Oh yeah.
And Leo did a load of content as well.
Yeah, we're maybe going to see more of the
He's a machine.
that we did yesterday, today, but overall, like the 1v1 stuff, I've got to say, I think it's one of the most refreshing mechanics that we've seen in Esports Siege, in Modern Siege so far.
I couldn't actually sit down during the 1v1 yesterday. It was like,
crazy.
Both games were going close. You know, when it was the 2 games that were guaranteed a 1v1, I was like, I can't sit down and watch this. I was stood up. I was nervous. I was so invested.
PSG action like this, like one-taps?
That IQ play was so smart.
The IQ play, but there's also the trade on bar. I got to cast one of those 1v1s, which is a lot of fun because I'm rusty as hell.
Throwback.
I have not casted since like, actually maybe casting with Des or Emmy for a bit. That was like 3 years ago. It's a lot of fun, and that's all what we are about here at Reload. Now, in fun, there's also a bit of misery. So let's take a look at our leaderboard and what things have looked like so far. There's been a lot of shakeups, Jack.
Yeah, of course, we've got the best 2 teams in the competition. Currently, Cloud9 and Elevate up there at the top, just in front of world champions Furia. Obviously, teams have started playing their cards yesterday. We saw the extended mag cards come out. Particularly, that's how Cloud9 and Elevate got themselves up there. But these have generally been the teams at the top of the standings that have been winning their games.
Yesterday was the round of all risk and all rewards. If you look at it, Cloud9 Elevate, they risked the extended mag. They went with the most amount of bullets and a gain from it. But then if you look at the lesser 10 teams, you will see the shorthand of that.
Yeah, the bottom end of this graphic also kind of shows instability, right? The highlight of the tournament so far, and I can say this myself, and I think all 3 of us are qualified to say this here, EU sucks. We're going to have to really work it.
Even Falcons, even our saving grace.
They're all the way down there. And you might see PSG Talon, they're grayed out because, like I said, they are eliminated, which means we're down to 19 out of 20 teams. That is an odd number. This has never happened in the history of Siege, of course, because this format allows for this sort of thing to happen. Usually it is always not an odd number. It just makes things nice and clean. However, what happens in this case? W7M last night in the draft they were the only team that was not picked by anyone, and it meant that today they had a bye, which means they do not play today. Now, they still get bullets, and the way that works is that it is the average of all of the positives, so all of the 1 bullets today, not counting elimination cards and not counting extended mags. We'll make it simple once
It's just the bullets reloaded.
Basically, all the bullets reloaded that have been 1 at the end of the day, the average of them. Now, 1 card has entered play for the first time, and Falcons are the ones to play it.
Yeah, it was very, I would say, tactical by Falcons with how many bullets they reloaded yesterday, so that should the worst have occurred, which it did, they lost, they would end up on 1 bullet. So if you start a round and you are on 1 bullet left, currently that has only been Falcons inside of this entire tournament, should you win, you will receive an additional bullet. It is an automatic trigger, it is a passive card that comes into play, and there's only Falcons inside of the draft so far that can even be eligible to play it.
Yeah, and it's just automatic. It's one of those passive cards that gets put into play, but an active one is extended mag. You've heard us talk about it 1,000,001 times. Leo, can you refresh it one more time?
This one is the game changer in this first phase. The idea is that whatever the amount of bullets you will reload in your matchup, you add 6 more bullets. So if you win, you're going to win loads of bullets, but if you lose, you're also losing all of that. And that means that lots of teams have taken a risk, Jack.
Yeah, and we saw 4 extended mags used yesterday. Cloud9 and Elevate both used theirs. They got themselves up to the top of the table. It was G2 and SSG that lost when they played theirs. That's why they had to play for elimination, because they lost so many bullets inside of that game.
And extended mags work both ways, right? They can be a huge positive for you with +6, but if you lose the game, that puts you into the negative. And we saw the dual cards, they just do not exist today anymore. It was a one-time only. It was a lot of fun, but it's no longer something that can save you.
Yeah, you look at Space Station, they reload 14 bullets in total. They lose 14, so they go minus, they go to 0. They save themselves with a dual card. That cannot happen today. So people are taking huge risk, and they know they're on the verge of elimination.
And we can eliminate so many teams.
We can eliminate 3 to 7 teams today, but if you missed the action from yesterday, here's a quick recap.
Welcome to the B stream here for day 4 of Reload. As we had a look at yesterday's action, it was full of 1v1s, and we had 1 elimination, of course, PSG Talon. So my little video at the start of the stream today. What do you think?
I mean, I don't really do many interviews, so I don't really know how to rate it, but I thought it was pretty good.
Thank you.
Nice to get some insight behind the scenes. Of course, the teams yesterday during the duels actually literally side by side as they watched them unfold, and we actually saw multiple teams survive elimination yesterday, making things quite intriguing for the final 2 days.
I think when we had a look at yesterday's action in that recap video, I mean, it was just absolutely full of fun. That's my biggest takeaway that we've had so far through the 3 days of action that has been played. A lot of that fun might dissipate a little bit today, because you're going to have more teams on the line, more teams going home. That's just the reality of the tournament. We end up in a situation where we even have a team with a bye, which doesn't happen all that often. Schedule ahead, of course, the A stream simultaneous with ours. We've got Elevate Scars coming first up, and then honestly, I mean, that itself is obviously going to be a big game, but FearX, the Titans, they were labeled last night by Norris against Falcons, who are, of course, fighting for their tournament life. Then BDS versus Loud, excited for that one. And then to close, it's an NA Rumble, Space Station, and Wildcard. So, I mean, the nature of a tournament such as this, when you've got so many top teams from around the world, you can't really get a bad game.
Yeah, certainly tough towards the tail end of this group stage, but that match of the day, Fearax, Team Falcons, absolute banger. Fearax on a really strong run at this event with the additions into this roster. There was, actually some expectation on them to do well. They've risen to that at least thus far, but arguably their toughest challenge in Falcons on the other side in that second match. Falcons finding themselves in a do or die situation.
There's a few teams like that today, isn't there?
Absolutely is the case. Yeah.
Well, in terms of the match coming as well, Elevate versus Scars will be our first matchup for the B stream today. And a sense of do or die there as well when it comes to Scars, which they actually almost died yesterday because they had to invoke their 1 versus 1. Rec did end up actually closing that out 3-0 versus Kobilax. So we'll go to Elevate first up, who have been really, really dominant throughout this tournament so far. 7-5 versus PSG Talon. Of course, they sent them home in that 1 versus 1 too, so they get an extra bullet for eliminating a team. The first team at the tournament to be able to gain that extra bullet from doing so. I think when it comes to Elevate coming into this tournament, there's obviously been a lot of downtrodden cast on this roster. A Brazilian team going into the APAC region, not many happy with that. But in terms of actually looking at the roster, holistically, they've been great. Romeo, who's also become a top 10 player at the tournament, currently sitting 9th when it comes to the EPS rating, has been leading the way. But you've got a couple of other players too that have been performing incredibly well. Naka's one that also has caught my eye. Ion as well, been performing. So, I mean, like across the board, the one good news for Elevate is that you've got 5 players that are pretty much all playing at a pretty high level. Have they beaten some quote-unquote easier teams? Maybe. And are they still looked at potentially as a team that others will look at and say, we want to challenge you? So for Elevate, it's like if they can qualify top 4 today, they avoid any of that mess and shenanigans on day 5.
Elevate are dominant in bullet count, but in terms of match results, it's really not been the case, right?
Yeah.
7-3 lost Furia, 7-4 lost Cyclops. Then they maximize the format in terms of being able to take down PSG. So I think for many Elevator...
That's why they need to qualify off this match.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. I think that's very much the case. I don't really see Elevate making it much further if they aren't to do so today, so it's a really important match for them.
And for those unfamiliar, of course, we've had 1 team eliminated. By the end of today, we will have 3 more at minimum because it is then based off of the bullet ranking as to how many they have. And same then for top 4. So if you finish in the top 4 at the end of the day, going into that wonderful draft, which has become, honestly, so much fun. It's like enthralling television. If you're in the top 4, you're done. You're through. You go into the main stage, and then, all the teams pick from the remaining. So for Elevate, that's really best hope today. Can they finish inside of the top 4? Whereas Scars, on the flip side, are pretty much fighting for their tournament life.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the flip side, Scars have really struggled at this event, getting off to quite a poor start. And the bad times, unfortunately, for them kept rolling, right? At the conclusion of the second round, after taking on both Wildcard and Fnatic, they had only won a singular round. They were by far and away the worst team at the event, just putting it in blunt terms. Yesterday, though, was a bit of a different story. They came out of the gates really strong. Good lead against C9. Unfortunately, couldn't quite hold on, though, and in doing so, lost in OT over on Cafe 8-7. But they got another lifeline, right? Activated the dual card. Rec was able to dominate. They get 3 bullets heading into the day. And, in some respect, gives them a bit of a platform now. I think Elevate are a team that they could very much take down if they bring a similar brand to what they did yesterday. And in doing so, can then continue to try and roll that momentum into the final day and potentially make a miracle run in towards that final.
It was a funny situation for Scars yesterday. They had 2 bullets going into day 3, yet they lost and came out with 3 bullets. Some of the quirks of the format system. So obviously for Scars, they've got to win this game. It's do or die. You lose this, you are out. There's no more 1v1s available, as the extended magazine, of course, something that they had in the back pocket. And then if you win, you're not going to make top 4, but you're going to play again tomorrow. So the hope for Scars is they can gain enough bullets that they're looking a bit healthy going into day 5, but low enough that they can still pick who they want to play tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly a strategic element. I think the reality is Scars will absolutely want to try and take on one of those lower seeded teams for the final day. I think for me, day 4 here, this match against Elevate gives us a really good barometer as to how they're expected to perform if they are to make it into that 5th day. The Cloud9 matchup, they showed good signs, but a failure to close, right? If they come out of the gates really strong here against Elevate, establish that lead and dominate and close out the match, then maybe there are some signs that in day 5 they could pull something special.
Ranked 67th for EPS at the tournament so far. Rec is their statistically best player, but even only at a 21-25 -4. ratio, which, yeah, they've got to find improvement. We'll go to the map for this, though. It's going to be Border. I've spoiled it ever so slightly. I'm excited for this because we ourselves haven't had a Border so far, so we've continued our nice variety after day one Chalet shenanigans. We've actually got to see the vast majority. We almost got it. Thank you, Scars. And, Border, one of those maps where I guess attacking teams can sometimes thrive a little bit more in the chaos, and so Elevate will be attacking in the first half. I think they'll be pretty confident in their ability, and it sets the tone as well for, again, like another APL matchup in future going into stage 1. Elevate, even though they're full Brazilians, are an APL team, and so they've already taken down PSG Talon. That was 7-5. That was kind of close. As you said, kind of taking advantage of the format. That's the one win that they've had. Now they go up against another APAC team, which I know that I can already kind of see a lot of people kind of talking. If Elevate finish top 4 today and go over to main stage, and you kind of look at the teams they've played, beating 2 APAC teams to make main stage, they've been quite fortunate.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm hoping Scars can maybe flip the script a little bit and cause some chaos at the conclusion of this match. The beauty of the format, though, yes, there's some funny stuff, but there's also this. Scars must win or they will be eliminated.
Yeah, let's jump in. Only the second Border played at Reload Rio 2025. The one and only being Loud v Fnatic back yesterday. So excited to jump in. One of the remastered maps as well, so got a big visual overhaul. Looks really nice.
Yeah, the lighting so far I've actually really enjoyed so far on the maps with the visual overhaul. We head into the first ban phase, and you can see top of your screen, of course, the bullets that have been reloaded. Look at Scar's guts. Look at that. So you are playing a match where you must win. Simple as that. No other alternative. Otherwise, you're literally finishing this, going back to the hotel and getting ready to pack your bags. But if they do win it, your prize will be 17 bullets. It's a huge jump up.
I'd be so
forget
intrigued.
what I said about before in terms of being able to pick a team. If Scars do win this match, they will become target number 1 for day 5.
Yeah, where do they finish? Like, where do they finish in terms of standings, right? Because if they are one of the highest seeded teams, I don't quite know if they would be, but theoretically,
if they get to 17.
Bro, imagine being one of the lower seeded teams heading into tomorrow. You just pick Scars, and
what if 17's enough to get top 4 today? Imagine playing a best of 1, and if you lose, you're out, and if you win, you're in top 4, and you go through the main stage. That's just
surely not, right?
I mean, obviously, there's so many matches still to be played today, and with all of the bullets being reloaded from all the other matches, it's hard to actually get a grasp and have a proper prediction as to like what's that threshold for top 4.
I know, you're kind of scaring me with that statement.
But I put it in your mind, haven't I?
Someone needs to run some simulations to work out what the top 4 count is.
So, by the way, whoever wins this game will be on 17 bullets. Because Elevate will get the knockout extra bullet if they get rid of Scars. They will go to 17. So whoever wins this is going to be on 17 bullets.
So Azami Castle, Deimos, and bullets taken out. All very standard here for the most part for Border. Castle and Operator, that does typically facilitate more horizontal extensions on a couple of these particular objectives, and so that's a little bit of util reduced in terms of the clearance for Elevate to worry about. I quite like this actually, the setup from Scars. We saw the deployable shield facing in towards Office. We've got the security pillar being held, the long angle from Fish-like. So a couple of different elements here to sort of play around. How will Elevate look to deal with it? They themselves bring double shield for this opening round, Blackbeard and Monty. And in combination with some of that crowd control tooling like the Cap and Lion, their teamwork will be rewarded here if it's clean. Such as Border, sometimes though, the initial map entry can be tough, but right on that cue, Ion able to find first, and that will weaken this security hold significantly and put pressure on the likes of those over towards Mez. Elsewhere, Semper as well has walked straight into sight.
It takes a bit of damage, early contact, now pulls out the gun. Obviously just kind of has to hold position and is able to relay the position of Choppy over. So it's a 4 versus 2, and Elevate can get the plant down, and this is a rather quick round. Don't think Scars were ready for it. Good kill from Ayagata, but he gets traded immediately. And it leaves Wishoy in a 1v3 post-plant against 2 shields. Virtually impossible. And that is a rapid start for Elevate. The way that you want to begin here, attacking on Border. Test Scars early, see if they're ready. They were not. And Elevate will take the opening round.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued to know what that top 4 threshold for bullets is going to be. So I've chucked a message in the Talon group chat to see if someone smarter than us can work it out. Hopefully Fresh or Alfama have run the numbers. So we can kind of gauge what the outcome of this match will mean in terms of a tournament-wide impact. But in terms of that round in isolation, good start from Elevate. Able to wrangle map control pretty easily. And so Scars on the perimeter need to do a better job in withstanding that pressure. As we go over to Tellers then for the second round. Psycho with the 2K there in the opening round, a player with a pretty esteemed history in Siege, and I'm sure he'll be very eager to, well, is it fair to say play in front of his home crowd? I guess in some respects it is, right?
It is, yeah, no, absolutely.
Very much so. And no doubt, despite being an APL team, the Brazilians will get around them if they make the main stage. For sure.
5 Brazilians playing in front of Brazilians. Oh. You never know, could Elevate have the dream start to their new lineup for the organization. But the opening round, I mean, it's a really good one from Elevate because I think you don't really want to allow Scars to kind of get into the server, feel a little bit calm, get steady, get into good positions. You want to hit them nice and hard and fast, and they did that. Abused the shield straight into sight. And what typically is, at least in the APAC region, one of the more difficult, if not the most difficult site on border to actively take. And that's where probably like the Azami ban helps facilitate that a little bit. You don't have to deal with the shields as Romeo doing some work on the shock drone. As I said, 9th so far at the tournament. Now, you played 3 games. Yes, admittedly, one of those was against PSG Talon, but the other 2 were of high-quality opponents. So for Romeo to actually be inside that top 10 for EPS is still a significant feat. And there were a couple of other members as well for Elevate that had some positive EPS. I think it's about 3 out of the 5 players, 100+. 0 for Scars. And that's probably the concern. Rek was sensational yesterday, though. Absolutely pumped his numbers up. And then the 3-0 against Kobilax, against him for Cloud9. Slower approach, though, this round for Elevate, so a complete change-up. I'll systematically look to clear, deal with a lot of the utility from those shock drones of Romeo. Drones go through. They've still got plenty remaining.
So I've got intel from Fresh. And he's guessing about 15 bullets.
Wow.
Could be enough.
Well, you reckon, so you win this game. Whoever wins it, you can't say will, but certainly more likely, as Fishlike can't win that battle against Ion. He's low. Rek, though, does get the opening kill onto the top-rated player for Elevate in Romeo. Trades available, and swiftly taken. 3 versus 3. And Fishlike will fall. Ion will finish off the job that he started. And down to the 2 top-rated players for Scars, but Psycho swiftly dealing with Gator. Rek will also not be capable of fighting back and Elevate with a 2-0 start.
I'd love to be able to provide some analytical insight into that round, Jake, but I was running the numbers in the background, looking at the spreadsheets and the rule books and trying to get a read as to, again, the impact of this match tournament-wide. But from the glimpses that I saw, again, Elevate able to just get that map control. Not seamlessly, but much easier than you should be allowed.
I think a lot of it comes down to the aggressive nature of Scars there, or the lack thereof, right? Like, you're playing border, so naturally you're not going to be able to play bunker positions or sit on site. You've got to make sure you actually utilize that map as much as possible, and we did see somewhat of an extension up towards Office, and they wanted to have some top floor presence, but ultimately Elevate just kind of walk in, kill a couple of people, and win the round. I mean, it's as simplistic as that, but Scars have got to fight back a little bit more, or at least try and delay them a little bit more. It's a very disappointing start for Scars when you take into consideration what is actually on the line here. Not only if you lose this, you're eliminated. You are just straight up eliminated. But if you win this, you actually have a chance at top 4. So in terms of incentives for this match for both teams, it is as equal as it possibly can be. The only caveat being, of course, if Elevate did end up losing to Scars, for instance, they wouldn't be eliminated. They'd have 10 bullets going into to tomorrow.
Yeah, strangely enough, yesterday in that Cafe match, attack was actually their strength in regulation, the 4 rounds compared to just the 2 on defense. I mean, oddly enough, the dynamic from a Cafe to a border is quite different.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's as different as it probably can get in Siege.
But, I mean, I'm getting the sense already that maybe Scars defensively are going to have struggles here.
Well, they're not a great attacking team either, though.
Well, they were yesterday. That's my point.
Yeah.
But they weren't before that. So I think it probably plays into just the inconsistency that Scars are experiencing at the moment.
And I think that's also for Elevate too. They've probably had a bit of that consistency. Even in their losses, they've still had good moments. They've still been competitive. So you kind of take that, then you go and beat Talon. that game was actually, in the end, probably a little closer than I thought it would maybe be. I just need to see Scars be somewhat a bit more aggressive. Like, I'm not necessarily saying you got to go for runouts or even spawn peaks, but just holding some of these entry positions a little bit tighter, making sure it's a little bit more difficult for Elevate to just kind of waltz in, take positions like security. Can you not contest things like break a little bit more? It's a huge extension if you did, but the Scars need to be more active on the defense.
Zoto canister over towards that armory wall to just stall out a little bit of time.
This is better though. I mean, I like this from Choppy. A huge extension over towards armory. Delay. Play the Zoto canister. You got the deployable shield as well.
Well, there is that security hold. Rex swings in late. Tries to find a second through the wall. And eventually will land the shot. And almost every fight around the map bar one goes the way of Scars. And with that, the third round will ultimately be theirs.
I mean, but it's literally what I said though, right? That's much better from Scars. That's what they didn't do in the first 2 rounds, where they were looking to make more of a contest, looking to take fights, and looking to utilize the map. That was a huge roam extension from them, and they were able to also deny a lot of those entry positions. What did you notice? A little bit more difficult for Elevate to actually just kind of waltz in, take map control.
So as we prepare for round 4, an additional ban for each roster. Haven't really thought too deeply as to what our expectations are for these additional bans. So we'll wait and see. Fenrir Grim, understandably so. Grim has been pretty prominent from Elevate thus far, and I've certainly noticed that I think it's been Semper has been able to get into pretty advanced positions, rather uncontested, quite a few times, and if being put in playmaking positions and being able to deploy those Bs, it can be then very difficult on a map such as Border, which is naturally a bit more claustrophobic, to find position defensively. And so Scars taking that off the board, no longer needing to deal with it for the remaining 3 rounds. Back over to Armory then for the reattempt. Arguably the most one-sided round that we have seen so far was that opening round. Round 2 not too far behind, but let's see how they play it this time around. In terms of the structure and the overall setup, rather similar with the shield facing in towards office, lines of sight into security as sort of anticipated, armory wall as well, exposed. So the setup is there for for Scars to aggress, to contest on the peripheral, which means they critically cannot allow Elevate into the building. Like, that is the goal. At least on the second floor, do not let them step inside.
Yeah, and I imagine Scars aren't just going to sit back as much as last time on Armory and Archives, where they really fell back, allowed that entry, very easy entry. That third round was a bit more of the blueprint. And be a bit more active. Take these window fights. That's what you want to do here on Border. You kind of want to keep them as long as possible on those exterior balcony positions, keep them outside the map, keep them poking and prodding, and then suddenly they look up and they look at the time, there's not much left, and they have to just kind of send it in. Obviously, the montagne can facilitate the attacking push for Elevate very nicely. Shoy wanting to take the contact and doing it nicely, but he did walk into a trap that was set. He overextended that. The initial part's not that bad, but you don't walk out.
You get away with that against a bad Japanese team locally, but you're not going to get away with that at an international
It's an
event.
overextension.
There's 2 people that are going to be watching that.
It's taking the mindset way too far, where you want to be aggressive, yes, but don't overdo it.
You just shoulder peek for a bit of info and pressure. You're not. Your goal is not even to get a kill. It's just to prevent the map entry. Because now you've created a big pocket in defense and put a lot of pressure on Fishlike.
Yeah, Fishlike has to be very good here with the aim, but Ion is so much better. That's just a wonderful peek from Ion. Fishlike had the right idea, and so far the only damage done to Elevate, it's from the hands of Ion until he ends up finishing Naka off. Romeo will get rid of Gator. But to be fair, they're all falling for Scars, and Elevator firmly in control. Rek, as good as he's been over the last few days, I don't know if he's going to be capable here in a 1 versus 3. It's so much time for Elevate to just really think their way through this, provided they don't give him a bunch of 1v1s. He's anticipating a bit of a pinch through Fountain.
Well, they can't cross back with the line of sight, so they know exactly where he is, and he hasn't moved.
He's completely stuck, dead stuck. This is where the patience comes from as well. If you're Psycho, don't just rush in. There's a chance, and he does take it. That's one for Rek now. Down to a 1v2, but he was on the right side. Psycho, well positioned. And a 3-1 lead for Elevate. Attacking well here on Border, but it goes back to the beginning of that round. I mean, the peak out of break there is not necessarily what you want to be doing. It's like you said, you want to show presence, the odd shoulder peek, the odd shot, but there's no need to run out to that balcony exterior.
Whoa, we just walked into the club. Holy moly.
Elevate starting the party early here, 3-1 up, and a tactical timeout called by Scars. I don't think they're partying at all. 6-4, by the way, for Rec. The next best is Ayugate at 3-3. And why do I bring that up? Statistically, in terms of the EPS ranking, those are the two best players for Scars. The other three are not even remotely near it. Where Choppy, and Fishlike have had an awful tournament so far, and that continues here into day 4. So that goes from a trend to almost now a standard. That's what we've come to expect from this Scars lineup at Reload Rio. On the flip side, though, if you're Elevate and you're getting Psycho now going 7-1, Romeo's only got the 1 kill. That's actually an inverse from what we have been seeing at Reload so far, which has been Romeo the one that's fragging. Romeo's the one with the high EPS numbers, and now Psycho, no surprise, is starting to get going. And yeah, I think Elevate are feeling just super comfortable here on Border. I mean, there's not much pressure on them.
No, not particularly. Certainly not in comparison. Scars just finding it difficult to balance aggression in this match so far. They began playing too passive. In the prior round, we saw things unravel off the back of over-aggression. And look, we're sitting in a position where it's very easy to be critical, but it's an international Siege event, and on a map like Border, you need to get those basics down pat to find success defensively. So we'll see if Scars can tidy up now off the back of the attack. Still very much an opportunity to at least get 2 rounds. And I mean, depending on the dynamic of the matchup of the bans, especially with this new system, that could actually suffice.
Yeah, I mean, it's Border, right? So you can kind of give a little bit more leeway for the defense. And as you said, with the ban impacts as well, like you're missing some really strong operators here. No Fenrir, no Azami, no Castle, which can be very prevalent on Border. It really does limit what you can kind of bring to the table. Which, by the way, I think one of the good things with the ban system as well, or at least I hope will be the case, is maybe a bit more prevalence from operators that we don't typically see as much. Maybe more in that niche category might actually become, you know, more commonly seen. Depends on the maps, depends on the bans, of course.
Oh, it's super trap heavy for this round with the yellow Legion combination.
Vulcan canisters as well.
Yeah, I mean, they do have the Flores to deal with those, though.
Psycho's been playing very well so far this match. A lot of patience with him. Romeo, maybe not as much. Just a walk through the front door of Archives. Does spot Ayugata, or at least a very small portion of him, as Hyon just going to try and go in on the repel. It is the Blackbeard, but Ayugata's still better. One close left, he has no idea. And in the end, Romeo will punish him with that swift entry from earlier, but a little bit more aggressiveness inside of the map from Scars, and it's certainly more warranted, and it will benefit them as well. I mean, Elevate went for a bit more of that fast pace, 3-2-1, push in, try and overload certain positions. It does not work. Scars were more ready. And look at the difference. Like, this is far more similar to that third round when Scars were aggressive inside the building, and all the other rounds lost were either they were too passive or they were over-peaking outside the building. So this has got to be their bread and butter going into round 6. The aggression's fine, keep it inside the map. And that's a nice little pop-up from Washoy, anticipating that diffuser looking to be recovered, and a second round found for Scars keeps them in good stead.
Yeah, the set play there from Elevate, trying to take advantage of the lurk through Archives. I think the sandwich hit from the Blackbeard was to facilitate that or to create a distraction, to facilitate the lurk. And the timing was a bit awkward. Some of the utility plays by defense also made it tough. And positionally, Scars were, in the perfect places to punish that and landed their shots, which, I mean, typically isn't the biggest issue for Scars in terms of mechanics. It's never really the issue. It's more so just mindset, positioning, fundamentals. So doing a better job in that round and positioning themselves now with the potential for a 3-3 half, which I think is more than good enough. And whilst there might not be a ton of pressure for Elevate in terms of elimination for today, depending on what that threshold ends up being for the top 4 or top 5, depending on eliminations, there's maybe a world in which they can qualify.
It's kind of what we were talking a little bit before we got into this match in our pre-show, which was, you know, if Elevate do not, say, qualify top 4, they're a target then tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
They are absolutely a target.
Because
tomorrow.
again, you look back at the matches that they've actually played, for those who maybe missed the pre-show. Elevate's bullet count looks amazing, but they've only won one game, and it was against PSG.
Yeah,
like, it doesn't bode particularly well.
And they don't have an extended mag as well.
Yeah.
So if if you're sitting on 10 bullets tomorrow, and I mean, again, I don't know what the bullet count's going to look like, but I'm sure there'll be like one or two top teams from NA, EU, or Brazil that will look at Elevate and think, right, gotcha. So you can go from sitting very pretty coming into day 4 to then basically done by day 5. And on the flip side for Scars, you win this and you could be finishing top 8 overall and making main stage by amassing enough bullets by the end of today to auto-quali from top 4. Final round of this opening half. Things just starting to heat up. A tense match here. Certainly brewing. I think a third round here for Scars would be absolutely amazing for them. On defense border where their defense struggled yesterday. A little bit of an inverse from usually the way it goes for them.
Oh, really good value from the Twitch in this round. Elevate able to open Armory Wall, followed up with the mirror taken down. Recollecting not to peek too aggressively from half wall in clearing that drone util. Somewhat understandably so, given Scar's tendency in the match so far to give away freebies. Security control then for Elevate. Looking to try and isolate these two over towards Armory, cut off the cross, force them out. Scars, fortunately for them, do have the pulse down below, and so will be feeding this information across eventually if they are to get close. It's not going to head the line, get info off the Monty, and in doing so has kind of forced Scars down somewhat. It is actually still the 4 players above, however, as I mentioned that.
Oh, Choppy, by the way, is on a bit of a flank here over towards top waiting. He may actually get involved. It's Rek, though, that finds the double kill. Here does come Choppy, and Ion had absolutely no idea. Wonderful movement on the defense for Scars. Utilizing the map. This has been their bread and butter in the rounds that they've won. This is where they are beating Elevate absolutely confidently.
And what's the difference? They didn't give away their life in a silly, uncalculated fight early in the round.
Yep.
They sat back, they drained utility, they kept playing crossfires, they rotated if they absolutely had to, and then re-established position later. And in the meantime, Elevate weren't able to get a ton of ground off the Monty, despite the groundwork security. So, again, some flashes of brilliance again from Scars in doing so, even out the scoreline 3-3. Attack has been a massive concern for them, but there were positive signs yesterday on Cafe against Cloud9. And we'll see if that translates into this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, that's much better from Scars, right? So if you kind of look at the tail of the tape, it was a 3-1 lead for Elevate, and in those rounds, it was, in terms of round 1, absolute, that fast hit by Elevate, overwhelmed Scars. Okay, you put that one, bank it. The second round was the more disappointing one if you're Scars, because it was a bit of a slow burn attack by Elevate. They didn't do a whole lot. They just got to walk in. There wasn't a lot of contests, so Scars eventually then lose that. Much better defense than third round. They don't do anything wrong. They don't peak. They're a bit more active. But then round 4 was that overpeak round. I mean, you go out on that balcony and try and make contact. You lose that in a pinch, and then that kind of costs you the round 3-1. Much better. Round 5 and round 6, essentially the way that Scars wanted to finish things off, they got to do that. They got to dictate the contest. They got to be more aggressive inside the building, make more calculated plays on the defense. So really, really fascinating half here. Elevate got a bit of their stuff to go and work for them, and Scars got a bit to work for them as well. 3-3, all tied up. Again, the ramifications of this match. If Scars lose, they are eliminated. Whoever wins, they're on 17 bullets.
Deploying welcome mat.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds to insertion.
Which again, I think for Elevate, it may not seem, because Elevate's not in that realm of being eliminated, there's less pressure on them. There's a whole heap of pressure on them. You lose this, you're not auto-calling top 4 by tonight. Absolutely not. And then you're a target tomorrow with no extended mag. And needing to run the numbers as to what's going to get us in the remaining 4 slots, because that's going to be like the teams tomorrow that are going to be playing have to somehow run the numbers and figure out what do we actually need to finish top 4. You're going to have a team tomorrow, guarantee it, that's going to win their match but not have enough bullets and will not go through. At least one.
Frag grenade out.
So the sense in play for this round, I'm just having a look back at some of the stats this week, a 40% win rate. So So very much mixed in terms of end result. And we'll see what kind of impact it may have here as the first is being prepped. Death mark down below, B's to come through. So a set play here from Scars to clear security, and Chopper gets the first.
Yeah, good entry. So far, well played. Scars have got a game plan here with the lineup they're bringing.
Yeah, I mean, I really like that, right? Sense to cover the armory line of sight, half wall, put a bit of pressure box, that's clean. I mean, Psycho's now the second line of defense.
Yeah, and he's trying to just provide a little bit of that pressure over towards Break, make sure they don't get the full map control, get into the building, and so far it's working for Elevate. Really, really solid response from Elevate, because Scars kind of got what they wanted to do to begin with, but they just couldn't follow through because Elevate was steadfast on the defense. You know, really solid. 90 seconds left, 2v4, and just like that, the start to the round that Scars obviously wanted to have with the lineup that they brought to this round, yeah, clearly has been dealt with by Elevate. Don't imagine there's going to be too much of a world back into this for Fishlike and Choppy.
A nest of beauties in position.
Yeah, so a minute on the clock then remains, and Scars fortunately now looking to scrap away at something. The attack itself a little bit half-cooked in the end. And I mean, again, we saw really good map control off the back of the Sense, but then following up, the backline was able to withstand the pressure from Elevate. So this one at this point in time really should just peter out. Maybe the Deimos can find a pick or two. Choppy trying to find the crunch, and does.
Not a lot of time left. You've got to get this next kill straight away. Still one gas pay for Romeo, and they've lost Choppy. So Elevate will look to retake the lead here to begin the second half. Yeah, they started that really strong, Scars, and then Elevate responded with a lovely counterpunch. And the defensive side of that security fight, you know, it felt like Scars were very much aiming to take that position on the map, and Elevate said, no, absolutely, under no circumstances are we giving this up and allowing you to get good control close to sight. It was a really, really solid round, actually, to watch, and so far it's been a really fun game to watch as well. 4-3, close game, back and forth. Both sides have shown really good elements in terms of what they want to do and then executing it. Sure, both have made the odd mistake here or there.
It's definitely been a lot. I mean, not every round, but I would say that probably close to the majority of rounds have been rather high quality in terms of approach and execution. And even the last round, a good example where Scars had a decently well thought out attack and composition, and the timing and the execute wasn't all that bad. An instance though where Elevate were able to quickly adapt and withstand that pressure, position the backline, land a couple of good shots, and prevent that map control from falling into the hands of their opposition all too easily. So pretty high quality across the board for a matchup that I'm sure many are maybe looking at as being one of the lower quality games at this event.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I mean, it's hard to disagree, but I think in terms of what's on the line.
Well, yeah, I mean, the stakes are great.
Yeah, the stakes
are. And I thought the quality wasn't going to match it, but I think so far it's actually doing a pretty decent job. Both teams are playing well.
Yeah, been very, very impressed. And I think for Elevate, they've still got a little bit up the sleeve because Romeo's not fully firing the way he has been this tournament, as you said. Very nice. Rek able to find the opening pick. He's been sensational once again when it comes to Scars. He's been easily their best player at the tournament. He saved them quite literally yesterday in that 1v1 against Kobilax 3-0, which gave them the 3 bullets, which, again, imagine that's the difference, guys. Imagine, you know, the threshold, someone's in 5th on like 16 or 15 points or something like that, and you think because he won 3-0, they walked in with the 3 bullets today. 4v4, though, with that trade, Rek does go down. He is traded, but he's also 4-0 on entry. I mean, that is a big, big stat. He's the one leading the way, helping that team. They've got to follow. Fishlike 1-5 on the Dockerby, losing that life. Again, you've got to follow the lead set by Rek. He cannot, and with that, Elevate have the lead. Big swing from Washoy. There was one in Fountain, and honestly, that was a lazy check. It wasn't a swing with confidence. And Naka will punish him. And Elevate are sitting pretty here in the 8th round.
Oh, had to win that fight, but Ion too sharp. A second there on the Scopos. A-Gator now in the 1 versus 3. A well-established player, a lot of experience, but unfortunately for him in this round, does not have that diffuser on an island out towards the Armory Breach. Not entirely sure if Elevate actually have a read onto that, as their position suggests that's maybe not the case. That being said, still holding control above. A-Gator to here footsteps to the right, and here's Romeo run off through break. One through the wall. So a 1 versus 2 and an opportunity here for Scars to clutch around.
I've already written it down as a 5 to 3. I don't know if Aegate is going to be able to do this. He does have 50 seconds. Oh!
Don't count him out.
Lovely cast the curse there, and it's a blessing though for Aegate. Swift headshot onto Romeo, and now against the Scopos in a 1v1, 40 seconds. He's done a tremendous amount of work, and he clutched it. No, Ion headshot. He heard the drop, he had the info. The same couldn't be said for Aegate. He wasn't fully sure where Ion was, but Elevate do indeed get to that 5-3, and I don't have to scribble it out and fix it. It's all good. It's already locked in. 5-3, Elevate 2 rounds away from what could be putting them in a position to make that top 4. And again, I mean, I think we said it, or at least I said it to kind of begin the day. I think this Elevate roster may be a little bit underrated in the ability for multiple players to stand up throughout given matches. It's not just going to be like, if Rec doesn't show up, I don't know if Scars have got the firepower. If Rec's not performing well, I don't know if Scars can get the win. Romeo, 9th best player at the tournament so far, he's 3-7, but guess what? You've got a player like Psycho. Naka's showed really good quality. He's got 100 plus EPS. Ion's performing incredibly well. Semper played well yesterday. So you've got players that are all in a pretty equal standing.
Entry's been critical in this match. In the first half, only 1 opening kill was not converted. Funnily enough, that was Rec.
But look who's dominating the entries though, Guz.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just about to mention, right? 7-8, both going the way of Scars, yet they lose the round. So
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse
they need to be converting those opportunities. They're finding them.
There's
but
only
they're just not
2
converting.
opening kills this entire match, right? We've played 8 rounds. Only 2 of those rounds, Elevate have found the opening kill. Yes, they converted in both. But, I mean, that's an intriguing stat when you're leading 5-3. You know, the opening kill, you know, statistic is one of my favorites because it in Siege, it's just so important. Mainly because of the way the maps actually work.
And keeping in mind that those opening kills only on 1 occasion have been quickly traded.
Yeah,
So
yeah, the conversions and trades and...
sometimes you will sacrifice to get a favorable trade at the beginning, not being the case here.
I mean, right now, the stats are saying Scars shouldn't be 5-3 down, but Elevate, to their credit, are bucking the trend. Scars, can they find another opening pick? No, this time it goes the way of Semper, and it's on to Rec as well. No surprise, of course, he wants to be the one to make the entry. Coming through the blitz, it's Fishlike through Fountain, pistol out, expecting one maybe towards top metal. 3v3 now, and Scars have picked up the pace. We haven't seen this from them so far in the second half. Only a couple of rounds played, though.
2-1 split from Elevate to above, 1 below, and the Valkyrie targeted by Deimos. Aegator looking sharp thus far, and so Semper needs to be careful, but unfortunately cannot escape that.
I'll tell him you went out swinging.
Scars now with the advantage.
Yeah, and this is where you can slow it down. You've got 90 seconds. You've got Fishlike on the shield. Try and utilize that if you possibly can. A couple of death marks becoming available for Aegator as well. Washoy low. So it's actually probably even, let's be honest, because Psycho and Naka are full health.
Well, they should just be able to put the sentry of Psycho on an island, kill him 1v3. Like, that is the win con.
There is a Nitro Cell available for Naka, though, over towards Armory, and he may be electing to use it, but he hasn't got an opportunity. Well played from Fishlike. Good use of that shield. Never even gave Naka a chance to try and shoot out the feet, and coming to help out. Wonderful teamwork from Scars. It's 5-4, and this one continues to heat up.
And in a sick twist of fate, the entry stat again, unusual.
They haven't had many of them either, Elevate, and then they get one, and then they can't convert.
Yeah. Testament there to Scars and being able to respond by flushing out Office. They got really exceptional value from the Deimos to dislodge those above. And then, as mentioned, in the 2 versus 3, either target the sentry, go for that kill, or because they had the information off the back of the blitz onto the second player, they were able to isolate that pick, and then the retake's essentially impossible with the mark on the second player. So
I've really enjoyed the Siege, though. I mean, I think there's probably an element that for these two teams, getting to play some of the other top teams at the tournament, being able to play scrims, being able to essentially have a boot camp. If this was like Day 2 of APL, would the quality be this high? Probably not. But when you're in this environment, you're playing against other top teams, you know, you're kind of scrimming and prepping very much well for these top teams. You then bring it into these kind of matches as well. Because I think in that particular round, Scars wanted to pick up the pace. They wanted to play fast. They've got the blitz, but then they lose the opening pick. And so sometimes in APAC, they might pull back a little bit and go, oh, well, they got a pick. You know, let's kind of orientate ourselves a little bit and see if we want to change things up. But they just kind of they just stuck to their game plan and said, no, we're going to go in, we're going to overwhelm them, we're going to get a couple of kills back ourselves. Then it becomes a 3v3, and from there, anything can happen. So I really enjoyed what I saw from Scars in that round. And a lot of the things Elevate's been doing as well has really impressed me. I didn't have high expectations for this Elevate roster, but so far at this event, they've done some good things. And there's an opportunity here over towards these stairs. That is a lovely entry from Rek. Romeo caught completely. Lovely little entry in towards Passport, and that is Rek finding a lovely opening kill for Scars.
And Elevate put in a pretty difficult position for that additional ban. Do you take the Blitz off the board, or do you take off the Deimos? Because they've both been rather impactful. Ultimately, the Blitz and probably the safer option. With some of the counterplay on offer from the Deimos, like the Mute, for instance, or just positionally. Mute not in play, though, for this occasion, so Rek will have a bit more free reign with those death marks. Scars now with the man advantage.
I like the Blitz ban. Just get rid of the shield. Scars very much.
Oh, triple shield. So again, one of those instances, and we've seen it be quite the meta here at this event so far, is you really double, triple down on a singular type of operator.
Rek has crossed the threshold. 11 kills. Yes, he is dying. He is playing an aggressive role, though. I mean, that's really what you want from your entry fragger. He's found 3. No longer the entry, but more so following a continuous nature of bullets flying towards Elevate. Shut down finally by Semper, but his position known towards 90.
Oh, don't throw it.
And in towards security. Aegator dead. Is that a frost mat?
Yep.
And just like that, a 5v2 becomes a 3v2. With plenty of time remaining, Scars have got to think their way through this.
If I'm Scars here, I'm just consolidating an archive.
One drone left,
instead of fluffing around. They're just fluffing around top east, and they don't have information here.
They do have Roteros. 3 Roteros in pocket for Fishlike. 1 drone available.
Well, 2 Salmos as well, so they can work this position as well. In through fountain.
Choppy wanting to make the move up. Semper eventually losing his life, and that's a much better collapse from Washoy and Scars, and now Ion in a 1v3. Otherwise, this game's going to be all tied up. Washoy, good swing. Got a little bit hot and bothered in that round. Did it for Scars after an amazing start from Rek, who finds the opening 3 kills by himself. But it was that initial opening kill, swift entry to Passport. You know there's one towards these stairs. You just wait. Good patience, and the patience is paid off. He gets the kill. He's 12-9. More importantly, he's 5-1 on entry battles so far on Border. 5-5. We are tied, and we are in a timeout. Or a rave club. It's one or the other. Maybe both. It's the timeout rave club.
Yeah. Very much wonder what are Elevate discussing at the moment. A challenging event for them so far, despite that healthy bullet count. Now playing what I think many would argue to be the weakest, or maybe second weakest, in front of PSG Talon team at this event.
I mean, Rek is just
issues.
literally putting his team on his shoulders and carrying them through this tournament. When you take in that he got the 3-0 against Kobilax yesterday in the 1v1, just winning that alone. Otherwise, if Rek loses that 1v1 yesterday, they'd
be on the plane right now.
They wouldn't be here. And now he's carrying them in this match as well. He is the entry. He's the one that's got the balls to go in first, to find the kills, and not be worried about losing his life. He may have 9 deaths, but who cares? Because he's got 12 kills.
Intriguing lineup initially here from Scars at least, with, I was going to say, the Ram and the Fuse combo for Vert, and then maybe leaning away from the likes of the Deimos. So we'll see what they ultimately settle for. A couple of changes. Rayora potentially in play as well. And I think Rayora, especially if you want to go for... I mean, my mind instantly goes to an aggressive front door hit where you can cut off a couple of lines of sight and focus your efforts on vents. Maybe have a little bit of pressure above to play against the Vert. The horizontal would be a lot easier to deal with. We'll see how that works out. Psycho's already used both impact grenades as well. I'll quickly note that. And so that's going to actually limit some of the counterplay potential here to quickly counter those gates. I wonder what the play will be here from Scars. Very much with the impression that it's a set play through front door, but we haven't seen enough Rayora certainly to make that assumption with certainty.
And we haven't seen enough Friora to really see it be successful. That's my concern. Or have enough of an impact to say, yeah, that was worth bringing. So as you said, if it's a set play, okay, can they execute
it?
It
Might be through customs for a bit more horizontal play as opposed to being more direct. Sort of cordon off that portion of the map. And that will cut off the likes of Psycho, etc. that are lurking in through Workshop. Keep in mind as well, it's a 4-1 split. 4 players above here from Elevate. And so on paper, a horizontal hit here from Scars could theoretically be the best play here, the most optimal play.
They are aware of the Vigil's presence, though. In terms of his exact location, maybe not as much, but they certainly do know the Vigil's roaming on first floor. In bathroom at the moment, they are hunting. They're trying to shut him down. As Psycho knows, he's very much trapped inside a bathroom. Will he be able to get at least one? No, it's Wreck. Entry kill number 6 has been acquired. And in the end, though, a 3 versus 3. Semper very much low. Aegated to fall as well. And Elevate bringing it back with a bit of presence of their own. Looking to help out Psycho. They converged on the location. They brought the fight back to Scars. And the Semper's very low. And the 2 versus 2 with lots of time. And surely Wisho and Choppy can get the job done here for Scars.
You know he's there!
Oh no, that's an overstep from Choppy and leaves Washoy in a 1v2. Nicely done here from Ion. He goes to double digits and he closes the round out for Elevate as they go to 6. They go to match point and are 1 round away from eliminating Scars from Reload.
Elevate did the best they absolutely could in that position, installing out a little bit of time in the retake there despite things getting messy, but that was a massive bottle job from Scars. Once they cleared bathroom, they had a clear path to be able to facilitate a plant, or at the very least, cut off those players looking to try and deny plant, and they just absolutely bottled it. So that's a frustrating result there for Scars, with a setup that looked really clean on paper, and for the most part was executed well up until that very final point with that diffuser going down. So Scars now in a difficult position.
Hey, facing elimination, there's no dual card, there's nothing here that can help them.
Yep.
You've got to win this round, otherwise Elevate will go to 17 bullets, 3 plus 13, 16, yes, but plus 1 is gained when you eliminate a team from the tournament. And a huge round from Ion. Absolutely massive round.
Yeah, I've been impressed from Elevate, especially in that kind of round where it's backs against the wall, you're not in a great position with the 1-4 split, and you still make it work.
So what does Scars do? And by the way, another round where the Rayor just didn't really have the impact.
Did you see a gate? I didn't. I mean, there was a lot going on, so they may well.
There was a lot going on, but again, it's about when you're bringing an operator like that, it's niche, but it has to have a set use. And if we're not seeing that set use have impact, then why are you bringing it? You know, it's like playing a Ying, but we don't see the Candelas have effect. Huge round. And the pressure here, I think, is really on Rek, because he knows if he's not getting that opening kill, they're probably not going to win the round.
Yeah, speaking of Ying, the first appearance of her in this half. Aegator with a role to play, who has looked sharp on numerous occasions.
No shields to abuse either. Again, all banned out. Except for the fuse. I don't know if it's...
Yeah, fuse shield.
Yeah, so you've got the fuse shield.
Fuse going for horizontal play as opposed to vert, though, is a little bit interesting.
I think it's just
unless they're just prioring.
I think it's just to be safer on the roam clear. Play behind it. Choppy over towards Passport on the glass, throws out an early smoke, and he has actually got information onto the Azami of Romeo.
Can't get the kill, though.
Can't get the kill, but he is trapped. Does he get some help? No, not now. May allow Romeo actually out of there. Romeo can hold really his position, play the Azami. He can keep the keeper barriers going. Archasal was exploded by Semper, but doesn't find anything, and drops though, and loses his life 1-for-1. It was Fishlike who ended up getting the opening kill. The fuse having an impact. Not
where
sure
are you going?
Where Romeo is going though. He's thrown his life away inside a Passport. Choppy will take the free kill, and just like that, Scars now get the advantage.
That was incredibly aggressive and well punished ultimately there in the end from Scars.
3 smokes remaining, by the way. They've brought so many in this round that they've just been throwing them out like candy.
Pretty insane.
So more smokes for Choppy to be able to play off once they try and fully clear top floor. Oh, that's a peek that you don't need to make, Ion. 2 players from Elevate getting overly aggressive in this round.
Yeah, got to be a shoulder peek for info there. Wide swing, not the play.
Down to Psycho and Naka. Both have been playing well. Still a Nitrocell available for Psycho. The fuse shield spotted by Naka inside a bathroom. He's just going to be having to hope that someone would overpeak. Indeed, there it is from Rek down the hallway. Candela, effective, does get the full white onto Naka, who's playing this quite well. He's rotating through Talers, but he kept his back turned to Ayagata, who rotated behind him. 6-6, we go to overtime. Oh, this one's turning into a absolute amazing game with so much on the line for both of these two teams. For this to go to overtime, he's so deserving for us. I love it. I wanted this to play out exactly like this, and I'm so happy.
Yeah, I'm really glad this didn't peter out in a one-sided fashion in either direction. And for those who, again, may just be joining towards the tail end of this matchup, with the bullets that are on the line, we can't say with certainty, but there's probably a possibility, certainly for Scars and maybe even for Elevate, trailing just behind in terms of what they'll land on eventually, that they could maybe qual by the end of the day, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, regardless if it
but
does
it puts
or
them in a
doesn't
fantastic
happen,
position.
they're in that conversation, right? So they're in that kind of framework where it just comes down to where does 17 get you?
I mean, it's a bit of a weird discussion though, right? You either qual or you're going to be picked first tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because you'll be right on the cutoff, most likely, right? And both of these teams are going to have a target on their back. So, fun times. Either way with the reload
I mean,
format.
I think either way, Scars, for them, it's a little different, right? They've got to win. They don't care if where they're at going into, you know, tomorrow. If they have to play tomorrow, they'll be more than happy to play.
Yeah, here we go then. Scars defense, a 3-3 split both halves, so even between the two. Bands restored, and so they flip over to what they were in that first half. Bit more emphasis on info denials from Scars.
It's also, I think, you know, you kind of look at Elevate and you think, well, they could only reload the 3 bullets, right? So, like, this was kind of the issue with a team like Scars picking you. That ended up, you know, being one of the bad nature of the way that the format works when you're a team with a lot of bullets, is you can obviously only put what your opponent has. For those a little bit unfamiliar, you might be thinking, why did Elevate not reload more? Well, they couldn't. They already used their extended mag yesterday against PSG Talon, and their opponent only has 3, so they can only reload 3. So at least the good news is for Elevate, they will be playing tomorrow if they do lose this. But it's going to be a long way back to then make the finals. Scars on defense to begin overtime. Of course, we had the bans that we originally had in the first half now come through for Scars on defense. Ion has had contact onto him, so has Rek, and this is the swing from Washoy, which honestly back in the first half wasn't always all that successful from the Scars players when they got aggressive towards the windows, but he does get the opening kill onto Naka.
And then he falls asleep.
And then he falls asleep at the wheel, and Semper will happily put him in out of his misery.
I was going to mention that line of sight as being so risky to cross that to get the first pick, and then he falls straight back into it on the second when he needs to be playing passive behind the pillar. So, look, at the end of the day, at least it's one.
What?
Rek is also asleep.
Rek has just left himself fully exposed to a walkthrough in towards the hallway.
And that's off the back of a teammate dying in security, so big disconnect.
Well, Fishlike does find his 3rd kill of the game at a very paramount time. Speaking of 3s, 3v3 with 60 seconds left in a huge round. You get this, you get 2 opportunities to close this match out, this best of 1. Still 1 Nitrocell available for Choppy. Semper, top metal, he knows there's one down below. As the yellow ping information, top floor control for Elevate has been gained, but they do have to make their way over to vent.
Choppy's in a bad position. He's on cam inside of server.
Oh no, Choppy.
There you go. Yellow ping.
That's 3 players for Scars in this round
and
that died standing still. Literally died standing still. Fishlike's going for a re-clear up above with 20 seconds left, hoping to catch someone.
He's on cam.
He has a little bit of information, but as you said, he is on the cameras, and he will be dead instantly. Ayagator. The best way he wins this round is stopping that diffuser being put onto the floor as we head into red time in a 1v3. Psycho in towards Workshop. It doesn't matter. Ion was immediately ready for Ayagator. Elevate with another match point. And for Scars, they must now win the next 2 rounds or their time at reload is over.
Yeah, the first 2 picks there against Scars freebies and players that are seemingly unaware of the map control.
That was really bad.
Elevate have to be fair, the final 3 were all credit to Elevate.
But
they were all based off info.
Still, go back to the first half. What worked for Scars? Mobility on defense, taking map control, being active. And we saw a little bit of it at the start with Washoy when he found the opening kill, but then he ends up just sitting still. Why are they not moving around, being active, trying to be aggressive into Elevate? Which is what worked for them in the first half. Instead, this round, they just sit still. They're on cams. Well done from Elevate. Elevate just punished them perfectly. An incredible round from Elevate. But question marks there for Scars, and if this is the way that they're going to be eliminated from the tournament, it's so disappointing after what's been a really good match.
Question mark on objective choice. It's OT and you're going
absolutely.
Like,
why are you not going to Armory Archives?
I don't know. And it's frustrating moments like that as an APAC fan that
whole
just make you
round
scratch your head.
They're just thrown. Yeah. Absolutely bottle it. And
Elevate, again, circling back, really good information. And I mean, especially like for the retake, the one in server to clear vent, like that was on point.
5 seconds left
But
before insertion.
cracks in the armor before that for Scars, which are pretty inexcusable.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Regardless though, now need to reset. Attacking has been okay for them today. Large portion off that off Rec though, so they need to facilitate him, and equally Elevate need to counter that Deimos to the best of their ability. They don't bring any hard counters, but in terms of positioning, calling out where he's playing, do they want to try and hunt him down? Do they want to try and ignore him, prevent contact? 4 marks available for Rec, so we'll see what kind of value he is able to gain.
successfully won this side on the attack. Did Scars back in the 10th round. Rec, of course, did get that opening kill. So kind of backing up the point, you're just making so much pressure on the Deimos. Opening kills for this entire game, guys. Only 3 for Elevate. We played 13 rounds.
Wow.
13 rounds, they've only had 3 opening kills. Scars have had 10. And they've had 6 of those not be converted. So it's the early portion of the rounds that Scars have found success, but it's the mid-round and the late round Elevate. That's where they have been better. Rec on the move.
Well, he's going to post up top east. We've seen this a couple of times, so Elevate should be clued in.
I mean, I do back in this confidence from Rec. He's been so good in this match and just not seeming to wilt under the pressure. He feels like he thrives in the pressure. The way he's peeking these angles, looking at 90.
Ooh, he pushes.
And he's just so aggressive. He knows that there's going to be someone that wants to peek down that corridor.
Well, they've heard that AK now, so Elevate, with certainty, know that Rec is there again.
Yeah, that's the red ping information. By the way, only 4 drones, 4 active drones remaining for Scars. Make that 3. 60 seconds left. Gas Babe out again from Romeo, and he has 1 left.
It's a big stack from Scars. This is getting a bit sketchy.
It's just too one-dimensional. They've got a 5 stack here on the east side of the map. They've got nothing towards security. They've got nothing outside Armory Archives. I mean, this is just pretty much send it in, hope for the best, and the best has been found. Rec got 1, almost a second. That is an absolute angel. Naka absolutely holding out and holding for Psycho, who would have been dead. He does eventually now die. His position was known, courtesy of that swing from Rec, and it is going to be a 3 versus 3 with 35 seconds remaining. Scars must win this round, or they are eliminated from reload.
Well, they still have full Capital U2, so let's get that on the board. Let's go for the archives here, and Scars can pull this off.
Yellow pig information. Washoy knows there's one close to the right-hand side, and he overlooks it. He even pinged it. Why did he not check that angle? Now down to Choppy and Aegator. 2v3, loses the battle, and Naka from the same spot gets the same result, and Aegator's not going to be capable. Elevate have elevated into the top 4 with those 17 bullets, and they've sent Scars home from Rio. They are done. Activate that eliminator card.
Clean work there from Elevate, who had to grind away in this game. Tested big time. Scars on the flip side, unable to rise to the occasion. Too reliant on Rec, too many mistakes, and ultimately probably the result that they deserved after clutching up yesterday.
Yeah, Rec dies there, they die there. That's the reality. Rec doesn't get the opening kill, they don't get the opening kill. I mean, tremendous job to the man with the orange hair. He was sensational, not just yesterday, but even again today. But not enough to help his team, not enough to help Scars, as they will fall to their APAC brethren, who are making a little early statement here. I know APL doesn't start for a little bit of time for stage 1, guys, but Elevate have knocked off Talon, they've knocked off Scars, they've sent them both home, and they're up to 17 bullets, and very well may be making their way to the arena in front of their Brazilian home fans.
Well, yeah, Elevate have very much been able to min-max this format. You know, carrying on from that with the Eliminator, they do get the extra bullet added as well off the back of sending Scars home. Puts them in a good position. A lot of Siege still to play out this afternoon, so we don't know exactly where that is going to position them. There's a potential for them to qualify. We're not entirely sure what that threshold will be. They're in the conversation, but they'll be very, very close.
That's the main thing. They're in that conversation. They're in a position where they can actually qualify off of the 17 bullets that they're now going to have, and so that's really all you can ask for if you Elevate. They'd be quite disappointed though if they finish, say, like 5th or 6th by the end of today, because then they're a prime target for teams tomorrow. But that's a conversation that obviously we and then the rest of the crew can kind of have towards the end of the day. At the moment, it's job done from Elevate. They'll sit happy with their 17 bullets, and for Scars, they will be going home. They tried their best. It's not good enough. Elevate, 17 bullets in the win. We go to a break.
Eye out for contact.
Available now.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
My name is Seth. I'm 25 years old. I'm a coach for Space Station Gaming. Kind of going back to, while I was playing American football, obviously, to play the position I played, the coaches took it very serious. So they're like, got to get you to this weight. By the time I was like 17 years old, senior, so I got up to around 270 or so. That ended, and with that, obviously no more 2-a-day workouts, so there was no morning lifts and then nighttime practices, and kind of just stopped working out in a way, kept eating the same. So I blew up to like pretty big, about 330 or so. And I eventually, I was playing, didn't really think much about it, just consumed the game, 12 hours a day, just grinding it. And then eventually I got the position to coach. Charles came to me and they're like, hey, I want you to come out here and coach our team. And looked at those players, they were really young guys. And I was like, if I want to be an example for these guys, I've got to get myself in good physical, mental shape. And that's what kind of sparked the whole idea of like, I got to do this now. Starting out doing something like that, right? First of all, having a reason, like a why, is the most important thing. And then after that, setting a specific measurable goal that's realistic. Write down and talk about, here's the plan, how we're going to do this. And then just stick to that plan every day. You get small wins as you go, and then keep the goals progressing after that. I think as a coach, a lot of people in esports and think that I'm the best. I don't think that, I'm better than anybody, but I do think I have a decent understanding of what good leadership looks like, and I think the number one component to that is being an example. So being the best example you can be, and then modeling what you want your players to be like, is the most important thing. And I think that you have to maintain that mindset of, I want to be elite in everything that I'm doing, so that way they strive to be elite in everything they're doing. And then as you achieve each thing, you make sure you're looking at like, okay, I achieved this, here's the next step. Having that discipline is probably the hardest thing to do. Knowing that I'm in control enough of myself that if I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it, is very liberating. I think that brings a lot of joy, and it honestly decreases a lot of anxiety too. Because if I tell you or I tell somebody else like, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do everything I can to do it, and I know that, and I can trust myself enough to do it.
With SiegeX, it's time to push Rainbow Six Esports to new strategic levels. Thanks to the new pick and ban system introduced with SiegeX, players have more control to respond to their opponent's tactics. R6 Esports follows the same track, but has its own twist on it. Each competitive match starts with both teams banning 2 operators from the opposing side simultaneously, with a reveal phase between each ban. The attacking team can only ban defenders, and the defending team can only ban attackers. At the end of the 3rd round, both teams will receive an additional ban, which means that a total of 6 operators will now be banned. Teams will now have an additional tool to counter opponents and shift the course of the match. Once the 6th round ends, all bans are reset. Teams switch sides, and the whole banning process starts over to get up to 6 operators banned in the second half as well. And if ever the match goes to overtime, both teams will carry over all of their previous bans, and they will be updated dynamically based on which side they are playing. This means that previously banned operators will stay banned from their opponent without being banned for themselves. With this new ban system, teams will have quicker reactions against opponents' strategies in every Rainbow Six Esports match. Get ready for a new level of strategy with SiegeX.
Hi, I'm Baby Shark, French young player for Wildcard. When I was young, I was like passionate by sharks. I was like, playing Black Ops 3 at the beginning when I was 10. When I started playing Rainbow Six with like some famous people like streamers, etc. Like they called me like the young player from the community. I was thinking about like Baby Shark, and like the music is funny, so then I changed to Baby Shark. My mother is like teacher, so it was hard to mix the school and the game. So the first goal was to get my graduates in France, and then after that I will be able to like do whatever I can. They were supporting me, like pushing me to get my dream, and then my dad was supporting me since the beginning. Ça va et toi?
Salut la famille! Bonjour! Allez, on défonce tout, let's go!
At the beginning of the year, like Wildcard came to me, and then they gave me a trial, and it went well. So now I'm there and happy to be at Rio. I moved to from France, like Avignon, the southeast of France, to Houston, Texas. I knew I had to move if I was like getting picked by Wildcard. It was hard for my parents at the beginning, but they're really happy for me. Like all my friends, etc., are happy for me, so I'm happy to be there too. I'm trying to represent them as much as possible. The most important is the team. Since we are a young team, I think we're there to like take experience, mainly for me and like for 2 other players who are like, it's their first offline tournament, and me, that's not my first offline tournament, but like that's usually my first major tournaments. I went from T2 to like without playing like in a professional league to like literally play an offline event, and that's like unbelievable for me. It's maybe one of the first time on stage it's happening. I'm just so proud of the work I've put in, and just have to focus on it, just take pleasure when we are playing, and that's it.
So, what do we think is the best and worst maps?
The best map is Border.
Yeah, no, he says that because he's in East Airs one trick. he must have like 10 KD on East Airs and officials.
Just with smoke.
Yes, smoke it around.
And I think the worst map I would say is Labs. I don't like Labs, bro. It's just a clubhouse, a smaller clubhouse.
I literally think it's the same thing. I think it's like played like Clubhouse.
It's a smaller clubhouse.
Yep.
And Clubhouse is already small, so.
Can you go more about Border? For example, like we like Border as well, but I would say as a map, I don't think it's that good because you're playing the exact same round every single round. It's East or CC every round, you know.
To be honest, I'm kind of biased. Like tactically wise, it's not a really good map. I can agree with that. But I like to play the map. Like I think it's really a gun skill map. It's a really you have to be skilled to play the map.
My worst map is Border.
I could have guessed that.
Just before you said it's your best map, your favorite map. And my favorite map is Bank.
Ah, of course, BDS.
So Border, I think,
Yeah,
like you
Bank is
said,
good.
it's boring. And it's a lot of gunfights, and I like gunfights. But for me, is nothing about like strategically most of the time.
Yeah,
and
that's
that's
true.
why for me it's not the Rainbow Six I like, you know. So that's why that's not a map I like. And Bank, it's for me the one of the most strategic map. Sometimes can be boring, I think. I mean, every map we kinda do all the same thing, but I feel like on Bank you have a lot of like individual reaction on what the enemy team does and a lot of strategy. So that's why for me.
With West, I'll go with you as well, Bank. It's just not even anything about strategy-wise. I just feel like I've had my best games on Bank, so I just like it. And then West map, I don't even know, you know. I'll probably put Sky up there, just really hard to attack, but it's still playable, I still like it. But I don't even have I like all the maps, to be honest. Cafe as well, but just because like we can't play Cafe. But I still don't think it's a bad map, but we just can't play Cafe.
I think best map is Cons. I just like the different way you like play it, and it's just kind of like you can attack it in so many different ways, like, and the pacing can always be changed, and like it has a lot of windows. Don't get me wrong, but that kind of helps the map because there's different ways to like entry into the building, and you can always rotate to a window late and cause like a whole new attack. And then the worst map, I hate Clubhouse because it just kind of got stale like over the years.
What about Labs, bro?
I mean, it's just kind of newer, but I do also hate Labs because I think it's just like like you said, a smaller Clubhouse that's played out the same. But it's just because it's newer. It's kind of like I'm not like sick of it yet. But Clubhouse has been the same maps, played the same way. You can predict every attack based off like what walls they open in the first 20 seconds. Like, it's just the most boring map by far.
Your point about club, obviously, mine's always been club favourite because I'm a firm believer the better team wins on club. Maybe not now with the bans because it's like you can make it like it just really easy. But I just feel like club-wise, strategically, it's just like
strategically it's the same map.
Well,
it's
yeah,
never changed.
but it's like who's better at the basics. In my opinion,
Yeah, this is the basics.
Yeah, that's the club. It's like who's better at the basics. Well, and it's like you're gonna punish teams that try to skip steps and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
That's why.
What's your worst map?
Chalet.
Chalet.
Only because it just feels like sometimes defending on that map feels like
you're ISO'd.
You're in a cell.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Have you seen WWE when they're all in the cage? That's what it feels, that's what it feels like on Chalet sometimes.
That's true.
Hi, I'm here with Joshua Mill, the game director for Rainbow Six Siege or Siege X, right? You are a true legend. I'm completely crazy that I get the chance to interview you. Do you see yourself as a legend? Because I see you.
No, I don't see myself as a legend. I'm just a guy. I mean, honestly, I'm a nerd like any other developer who just loves what they do and has an incredible team behind the game. And that's it. Yeah, I'm no legend. I'm just a guy.
Well, we are here for Reload in Rio de Janeiro. So, do you like the trip to Rio? Do you love the vibe?
So that's how I was going to describe it. No, honestly, like I love Brazil. I was here with Sao Paulo, and that was incredible. I don't love the flight out though, because we're up in Montreal, so it took a while, and it was a long one. But no, the city, the food, like it's been awesome here. I managed to catch a bunch of stuff last time when I was here in Sao Paulo, but just arrived last night here in Rio, and already it's awesome.
It's also lovely to hear that you love our food. There's any food in specific that you like in Brazil?
It's going to be a really generic way of saying it, but the meat here is incredible. Yeah, okay.
I know that.
Okay, good answer. Because, I mean, that wins me over. Like, I'm a country boy from back in Canada, so meat and barbecue and stuff like that is our thing, but whew, it's good here.
Yeah, I love also barbecue and, But right now, you have the experience to see competitive players playing Siege X for everybody to see. How do you feel about that?
honestly, it's incredible to see it live, like going out there with the Reload event going on right now. Luckily for us, like they've had access to this build for a little bit, so I've seen some of the feedback coming in behind the scenes. But now seeing it live and seeing like the community start to see this stuff and find the different things that are going on, it's really awesome. Like it's again, it's a lot of hard work coming together, and just seeing the action play out and like how damn good it looks on stream has been fantastic. So.
And everyone around here is really having such a great moment. You just saw them just, laughing and shouting. So, yeah, it's really good. And also, do you have anything to say for the audience? That's your time to shine. Some words.
I wouldn't say it's my time to shine. I think it's Siege's time to shine. SiegeX is just around the corner. This is an incredible opportunity to see what we've been cooking. And, yeah, tune in to Reload. It's going to be sick.
Agreed.
Hi, I'm Roya, and I play for G2. Yeah, in this tournament in Rio, I really expect us to get in the finals, to show the world who we are again. We were not so good in the last tournaments, and I think we are missing this. We need to give everybody the joy of cheering for G2 again. When the fans ask me for more, in my head is because I need to give them more. I like this feeling, to be honest. I like to be asked a lot and give everything they want. I like to think the pressure is a gift, and it used to help me when I'm playing, when I'm on the tournaments.
Looking to crash the party. I think G2 wins. G2 for sure.
I decided to move to Serbia because when I joined G2, I obviously needed to move to Europe, and the other Brazilian in my team, Alemão, he was already living there. I was living in his apartment, not anymore, thank God. But I'm still in Serbia, and I think the biggest difference is the culture, the way people are here in Brazil. We usually talk a lot, we're so happy with each other, we talk to everybody, always a nice mood. In Serbia, people are more closed, don't show much their feelings. Yeah, is it hard, but maybe more because of the job. Like when I live there and I have this job, usually I'm just on my apartment. I don't go out, I don't go to much parties. It's also good because I can focus on my job, and when I miss my parents, when I miss my friends, and I come to tournaments like this, like we are now in Rio, and I see everybody again, it's just special moments. We were in my city for the past 10 days in São Paulo, and it was so good to see my friends, to go to the places I used to go when I used to live here. My family, right now they live in USA, but my dad's coming to the tournament. I really hope we are there so he can see me in the finals on the stage, and that's why I'm playing for it. That's why I'm here working every day to have these moments, because it's a perfect job.
Welcome to Reload, a bold new R6 esports format where every match is a mind game and every decision is a measure of confidence. 20 teams, one mission. Reload, survive, and conquer the finals. Teams choose who to challenge. Teams choose how many bullets to play for. And every choice has consequences. Phase 1 is called Reload to Survive. Across 5 rounds, teams do 2 things to set up their match. 1, pick their opponent. 2, decide how many bullets to reload. Bullets are points. Each team decides how many they're willing to win or lose in each match. Simple as that. Every team starts on equal footing, with 6 bullets. For rounds 1 and 2, a maximum of 2 bullets can be reloaded. From rounds 3 to 5, teams can reload as many bullets as their opponent currently holds, up to 8. So how does that work in action? Here's how a match plays out. G2 challenges Fnatic. G2 chooses to play for 4 bullets. Fnatic plays for 3. This is the reloading mechanic. G2 wins? Then 4 bullets go into their chamber. Lose? Then they lose those 4. Same goes for Fnatic. Win or lose, it's their 3 on the line. Every round is a chance to grow your bullet count, or watch it disappear. After round 4, the top 4 teams in the bullet leaderboard qualify for Phase 2. After round 5, 4 more join them. 8 move forward. The rest, eliminated. Each team holds 3 one-time use cards. Use them wisely. Chicken card. Not feeling up for the challenge? Play this card to back out of the match like a true chicken. Extended Meg. Add 6 extra bullets to your reload. A bold boost if you're certain you'll dunk on your opponent. Dual card. Available only in round 3. Lost the match and you're out of bullets? This card gives you the chance to 1v1 to stay alive for the next round. Big moments at reload will earn bonus bullets. Win in a flawless 7-0 landslide, plus 2 bullets. Win with just 1 bullet in the chamber, plus 1. You're a survivor. Eliminate a team completely from the competition, plus 1 for being such a baddie. Then it's on to Phase 2, the Reload Finals. The classic single elimination format returns. No more bullets. Quarterfinals and semifinals are best of 3. The grand final? A best of 5 for all the glory, trophy, and a prize pool of $520,000. Every choice matters. Every bullet counts. Will your team reload with confidence or fall with nothing left in the chamber? This is Reload. Let the games begin.
All right. What do you guys think of the new ban system?
I definitely think it's good. Refreshing.
I really like it, bro. I think every map was like being played the same, and with the new bans, every game is like different. So
yeah,
I like it.
Attacking can definitely be a lot harder now, like especially if you're not prepared for.
Really? I actually would have said the other way around.
Really?
Yeah. I actually think because like on attack you have like so many like oppressing ops, like the shields, Ying, Grim, Glaz, all that kind of stuff. On defense, you have like, it's not like crazy defense. Like there's just like classic operators. Like smoke on bank is like a classic.
I was just thinking. I was thinking more about around the art bridges. You know, like a lot of maps are about opening the walls and you being able to.
Yeah. I get that's definitely like club and stuff like that.
Yeah, if you're not like having the counter bans on the attack to ban the defenders, like imagine like just giving a scenario. You get Maverick banned and you have Bandit and Kate open. You're like on a clubhouse or on a night
Labs, Labs was bad back in the
day. I agree with you.
Yeah, they can be cooked.
I think it also like makes it so you have to have like a bigger bag. Like you have to understand how to play like with certain bans, and like you can't just crutch like certain operators compared to like how people used to. Like for instance, like your teammate Zach, Spirits, he mained.
I know.
He mained Blitz and BB every time, so like he was able to just kind of no bag those. But like now because of that, you have to develop like a better understanding, like more operators.
Is he on Throw Watch for these events?
Spirits,
that's
I've scrimmed him, and I would say he learned something. He learned to crutch a new op.
That's fine, exactly. Pick your poison. You ban 2 shields.
That's all I'm saying. I just learned to crutch a new op. That's all I did.
That's nice info here.
Yeah, but now you got guests with jockeys.
I would add one thing you guys didn't talk about. I think Seth, you did a bit. It will be also a lot of mind game
I think yes.
Like you said, if you just ban Budget K, then you just don't ban anything to annoy the opening bridge for the attacker, for example. The game can be really bad for you on one side, or like if you ban Warden, for example, and any team is just playing Glass Ying for 3 rounds. That can be really annoying.
Especially on the long run. Imagine like you're running like the same operator bans for quite a few matches, and then just on the grand final you swap it up, and the team is like not expecting it or didn't read into it at all. Like that could end the entire map, you know.
That's also why I kind of do and don't like it, because like Club, for example, it used to take like actual like brain power to go and get breaches off. Like on Labs 2, it would take like skill, and there's teams here, in my opinion, which can now just ban 2 Warden Arlops, takes 0 IQ, wall open. Surely back in the day, they'd be on the wall for like a minute. Like just scratching their head. Like,
but then if the
then you
team
punish them.
bans like Kaiden bandits, like the default ban, and you ban Termite and Ace, like the ban they did,
100%.
It's go to the trash, you know.
Yep. And you ban Felma Ace, baby blitz up.
It is about that. It's like
that's what it is.
You ban a few like a Warden, so to force them onto banning a Ingar Glass, and then you go and you just play the shields or
that's
vice versa.
That's what I think this event's going to be. I think the team that's going to go far are the teams that just abuse the bans the most.
And they are able to adapt on the spot.
I also think a big thing with like banning like Warden specifically, like on Opster you have to play like the site, like the floor above. You can't play the win con of like killing like planners or anything from the top. So you have to like learn like you have to have a new strat basically to like stop it.
Overall, I think it's really refreshing.
Yeah, for sure. Refreshing is like the best word to describe it. Especially because like maps like Clubhouse that were being played the exact same for years. It's like a whole new map almost.
But that was the favorite map of the Nave. That's why
You can't go wrong with Clubhouse. It's just classic. Just classic.
Yeah.
Ué, tá perdido? Tô mesmo. Então vem com a gente.
Yes, we will! W7! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time!
Hello, I'm Han Cold, and I'm the IGL for M80. I thought about retiring before Manchester, honestly. I remember telling the old analysts from SSG, Luke, and then Forrest from old SSG, because they both live in Vegas. I told them, I was like, I don't know, like, I think this is gonna be my last season. And then we started winning everything from there. I wasn't too surprised of the result in Manchester, but I was just more so a little bit surprised that that would be the first team that I'd win something with. I mean, just because, I've been on a lot of good teams, a lot of quote-unquote super teams, and that team was just made up of a bunch of drop players, and, we just came together and made something special. Going from just a player on a team to IGLing a team, I feel like really sparked the fun and the energy back for me. The transition to IGL mainly happened just because, on Beast Coast, it was, 5 players that got dropped basically, or 4 players and then a rookie. And I was the oldest, so I felt like I kind of needed to take responsibility for, for more of the team, and I kind of just transitioned into that. I would say it was more fun just because I was learning something new. I've been playing this game for almost 10 years now. I feel like I know everything about it, but IGLing kind of adds a third aspect to the game where I have to learn not just how to play it myself, but how to control a whole team. It's the most fun and the most stressful, yeah. But I'd say it's the most fulfilling when it works. I'd say the biggest difference is just mentally. Before, I felt like I would have maybe some issues with nerves or just overthinking, putting too much pressure on myself. But nowadays, I feel like it's kind of my job to stay level-headed and keep everyone on the team in the right end goal. Give 80% to yourself while you're playing, and then, the 20% you're trying to see what everyone else is doing, get them to do the right thing. I thought I'd be more emotional lifting the trophy, to be honest. I kind of felt like I needed more. I needed to lift the hammer. I felt like that major win, I don't know, it didn't satisfy me.
Welcome to the B stream, ladies and gentlemen. Here for Reload Day 4. Apex on top. That's right, and I'm not referencing Elevate. In fact, it's CAG that has knocked out Team Liquid over on the A stream, quite literally, as we've kind of just gone back on. They were a little bit delayed due to some earlier issues in that match. But, of course, Elevate win. They're on 17 bullets. They're in a pretty good position. And then for CAG, they go right up the standings now. I think 18 for them. And coming up now for our next match, it's more APAC. It's Fear X, the labeled Titans from Norris, the head coach of W7M, going up against Falcons, well, the former Titans, because they're certainly down on their glory at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's been, very intriguing thus far, and we're only a couple of games in, one respective on each stream. APAC doing well so far. This match a little bit more intriguing in the sense that because of Fear X's position and their opponent, they could win today and still not qualify themselves.
We'll get into all of that later. Let's get into all that later. You mentioned games. Do you like games?
I love games.
I love games as well. Why don't we have a pass that lets you, play
That'd
some games?
be really good.
You can even get Rainbow Six Siege as well now with Game Pass. So, of course, got to give them a big shout out. It's been tremendous having them involved for Reload. So, if you want some games, you want to get a pass, get Game Pass. That's how it works.
Wow.
Of course, we'll move forward. Next matchup coming through. Fear X versus Falcons. Falcons, it's been absolutely a poor... Well, that's Team BDS. Guys, come on, they're on Falcons now. They're on Falcons now. And we'll go to Fear X, because honestly, they've been on such a tremendous run, guys. It's been a tremendous privilege to watch these guys play with so much ferocity, but also so much calculation. It's a team core 5 that has been performing incredibly well. In fact, I got a wonderful stat for you. Xenox fun fact of the day. They've got all 5 of their players inside the top 25 when it comes to EPS after their first 3 matches played. They're second as well for attacking win rate, second for defensive win rate. They're doing everything perfectly. They 7-4'd CAG back on day 1, then they took down G2 7-1, and then 7-3 versus Space Station Gaming. So they have been basically playing as good as you can play. The new roster additions have been utterly perfect as well, with Coded and Wookieeman coming in. Coded actually very much tied now with Mephi in terms of EPS, so they're 17th and 18th respectively.
Yeah, look, I can't help but still have trepidation with this team. And looking at those opponents, right? Cyclops, G2, and even SSG have probably... I mean, actually, CAG, I was about to say, haven't underperformed because they just knocked out Liquid. The other two, though, a little bit more questionable, right? G2 have not shown up at this event. SSG has also had their issues. So I don't think they've truly been tested, and they're very much going to get it in this matchup. So I'm intrigued to see how they actually go. Also important to keep in mind that the stakes for them are certainly nowhere near as high for Falcons. In a way, that might actually free them of a bit of pressure, and we'll actually see them continue that trajectory. So, very excited.
The irony in all of this as well is if you think back to the first draft night, it was Falcons and Fear X played the chicken card. They opted out of the matchup. Well, their matchup has come to them. Falcons, of course, well, it's been rough going. They got 4-7'd by Loud. They did end up beating Wildcard 7-3 back on day 2. And yesterday, though, ultimately losing to M80 5-7. So at least a little bit more of a contest. But for me, when it comes to this roster, right, nothing's working for them. They're 13th for attacker win rate out of 20, and they're 7th for defense, which is okay. It's kind of like middling of the pack, slightly high. Another fun fact, I'll give you 2, because it's a fun day today with APAC doing well. They've only had 1 plant all tournament.
1 plant?
1 plant.
How many
Dead last.
How many rounds have they played?
It doesn't matter, it's 1 plant.
11, 21, plus 13, 30...
30-something rounds, yeah. One plant.
Give or take.
Obviously, you're counting defensive rounds as well, but you know what I mean. We've got the map. It is going to be Bank. And it's Fear X defending first up, which again, they've got a 77% defensive win rate at the tournament so far. That's been their strong suit, along with attack apparently too. So I think this is pretty decent when it comes to Fear X. I like their odds in this match. I'm very much on the hype train, but this is the problem. APAC kind of suffers it in a similar nature to North America, where you can see these teams start well, and then it all just kind of falls away, fizzles out. So I'm hoping for Fear X they can keep the good times going. And if they can, if Fear X knock out Falcons, it'll be 4 wins from 4 matches. And unfortunately, because of the way the boards are kind of working out with all the other results today, guys, it might not even be enough to get them top 4 by the end of today. And then they have to play again tomorrow. You lose that one tomorrow and you're out. You could have a 4 wins, 1 loss record and get knocked out.
Yeah, I mean, that's the crazy thing about this event, right? And why I mentioned before when we were looking at FearX that the stake and the pressure very much on Falcons in this game, a team and an organization who have entered the scene with the expectation to come out of the gate strong. They are contending for the hammer at the end of the season, and they now find themselves in the early portion of the very first event playing for their lives.
And again, for those maybe a little bit unfamiliar, questioning, why have FearX only got one bullet? Why have they only reloaded one bullet? Well, because their opponent, Falcons, only has one bullet. That's all they've got in the chamber. And so therefore, for FearX, and this is where, again, things get strange. If they win, they go to 14.
Because they get the additional.
They get the eliminator. But if Falcons win, they'll go to 50. So Falcons can actually get a higher bullet count if they win this than if FearX win this. Even though right now, FearX have got 12 and Falcons have got 1. Why is that? Of course, Falcons have played their extended mag card.
Yeah, and 15 maybe could be enough to get them through. Unlikely, but it could. So, I mean, there's a lot of crazy math that will continue to play out for the day. But for both teams, importance on this matchup, again, a little bit more so though on Falcons in terms of that survival factor first and foremost.
I mean, Falcons lose this, they are out. They'll be heading off to the airport. Fortunately for Team Liquid, they can just drive home from here. They don't have to go for
Too soon.
Alrighty, let's get underway. FearX taking on Falcons. FearX undefeated so far at Reload. It's been a very impressive performance from all 5 of their players. And for Falcons, it's been rather dismal. Not a lot has gone their way. They've only got 2 players, by the way, inside the top 50 for EPS. That's Shaiko and Solotov. And that's out of 100 players. So, I mean, top 50 doesn't... Top 50 usually sounds nice when you're looking at these metrics, but it's not great here. Contact, Woogie Man over towards top main. He's able to keep his life intact. Again, FearX on the defense to begin. They are the second best team of the tournament so far. 77% defensive win rate, so it's not going to be easy for Falcons.
Monty, Ace, Valk, and Kaid banned out for this matchup. Typically with the Kaid banned out, you will see defensive teams on basement extend a little bit more above, maybe play the open hatch for the drop. On this occasion though, FearX playing far more passive on the site itself, outside of Mephi on blue stairs, up close on the Warden so he can look to withstand U-tilt. Does mean that elsewhere, Falcons are able to get to work in the likes of these open area positions, open up the hatches with either the thermite or the secondary hard breaches. Combination of the two will allow all of these hatches to be opened up. And so with that, different opportunities present themselves. Falcons could go for a re-hit gold. They could also posture for a default. Keep in mind though, the Goyo in play will stall out that utility. Solotov though, does have a shock drone inside of server, and so will likely be looking to clear some of that utility. Mephi with his hands full, juggling that alongside top blue. And it does allow that drone to sneak through. So the groundwork from Falcons pretty good so far. Don't let the time concern you too much.
Yeah, it's one of those sites you can hit with relatively low time remaining. What does concern me, Gulls, is there's still 3 gas bays for Good Boy. Rint does go down to Liquifac.
Yeah, I'm going to say that was a bit of a strange double stack and it's punished.
Yeah, Mephi also falling on the Warden, which is not ideal. And suddenly Falcons have found a way to kind of open up this site and have got really good position. 45 seconds. Again, not too fast about the time. A lot of emphasis here on Good Boy with the gas canisters, though. They must displace any plant attempt, maybe even force them deep in towards the bomb chassis. And coded in an aggressive position, playing, of course, the Echo. So those drones, the Yokais, if they're still available, could be a deterrent.
It can't be a default plant. 2 smokes, Yokai potentially up. This actually could get a little bit risky for Falcons.
Again, 3v5 though, so Falcons can rush site. They can send bodies forward, they can play the hatch, they can play main stairs, they've got a lot of angles. Woogie then falls as well. Unfortunately for FearX, they've not played this awfully in terms of site control, but they're just losing members far too easily. Nicely done from Falcons in their ability to just be able to clean out a lot of the players. The plant is successful. Good Boy needed to deny that if he had any kind of chance, but now in a 1v2, and he's got little to no health remaining. He needs to go for broke, and he almost got the kill onto Brede with Solotov towards square. It would have been a straight 1v1. Brede swings, gets the kill. Falcons will take the opening round.
Yeah, good siege there from Falcons. As we identified, keep part of that hold for FearX towards the tail end was reliant on the plant denial utility. Ultimately, they withstood that by cordoning off the rotation with the flames, having a lurk in through gold. It made it very challenging for the defenders to play through that red position, potentially go for a swing, deny the plan, etc. So, yeah, ultimately good work from Falcons, a sign of a team that, of course, is very experienced. Some troubles for FearX in that round, notably over towards blue stairs. Mephi, I don't know if he made the call, but wanted assistance, and we saw Rin rotate server. He was punished. Mephi did nothing, so a 3 versus 5 put FearX in a very difficult position for that execute.
Neither of these two teams have played Bank so far at the tournament, guys. So again, it's a small sample size, being only 3 days played, 3 matches, those being best of ones. And you kind of look at the maps that FearX have played, right? So I'll mention these and you'll kind of gain an idea. Clubhouse, Skyscraper, and Chalet. I mean, the Chalet is certainly one of... I mean, Chalet's kind of 50-50. Bank basically is going to be one of the more open maps that we've seen here for FearX at the tournament in comparison to your Clubhouses, your Skyscrapers. So the dynamic that's been working for them on those respective maps may not translate necessarily to a Bank, and I think this has so far turned into a pretty good map selection when it comes to Falcons. And so far, a lot of that comes down to that opening round, to be able to just go and find 3 kills. How often do you really see that on basement? Very little do you see that. Usually it's all about the util battle. For Falcons to be able to make it a 5v2, that shouldn't really happen. So that's on FearX to clean that up.
Number of repicks here into the second round for Falcons. Notably, they jump off the Twitch. Rin did hide the mirror in that front desk position towards the preparation phase. And so that's, in some respects, likely a win in the column for FearX pre-round. They don't need to deal with denying shock drones for this position, and it allows that Jan hold to be fortified. That being said, Falcons, given the composition they've played into, may well go for a lobby hit. Open up the likes of Kanto, play long LOS with the Kaid, so... We'll see how they actually posture. And of course, what the response will shape up to be.
Well, if you ban out the Hibana, right? I mean, if you ban out the Hibana and the Ace, you basically can't really open up Kanto.
Well, Hibana's available for the first hit.
Yeah, that's the thing. So after round 3, that can then change. Something to consider when we do get there. It is opened up now. And Falcons so far, one thing that, I mean, it's very early days, round 1, round 2, but they're looking quite conservative in their approach. They're not overstepping the mark, not trying to just rush things. They're just kind of going through their systematic checklist.
Well, they've dealt with that mirror easily. No catch in the board from FearX.
Dealing with the util. So this is where FearX cannot rely on the utility to win them these rounds. They're going to have to frag out.
I wonder if that was identified by FearX. They saw no catch. Maybe they did spot the mirror, or thought that it could still be available on the board, and in doing so, smart decision. Puts pressure now on Mephi once again to hold a key portion of the map. He failed in the last round.
Yeah, Rin needs to go over towards square and see if he can stop anything over towards this mezzanine position. Woogie gets lit up, and here comes the push through. Plant, by the way, as well, inside of CEO. Shaiko may fall, but that plant is going to be successful, and that's a big win for Falcons. Suddenly now for FearX, it's going to be very difficult to win this round, even though they've got a 4v3 man count. Yeah, you got to play this post plane. This is one of the more difficult ones in Siege. Someone has to jump at some point, and Breeder is ready for it.
Well, they need to send out multiple bodies, and they need to do it quick to have time to get back on that diffuser.
All 3 on the exterior for Falcons. Someone has to try and sit that diffuser. Others have to jump out. This needs to be coordinated from FearX. They cannot dilly-dally. There's the jump. It is successful. Oh, and a double from Rin changes the complexion of this round, and Wookie will get that counter defuse as FearX steal it up to death against Falcons. Rin!
They have absolutely jibbed that.
Oh my goodness!
They get away with sending one body out.
One player jumps out, gets a double kill on the repellers. This is the one thing that they need to be watching.
That's disgusting. I'd feel so hard done by if I'm Falcons in that round.
That is an incredible play from Rin. And again, I said before it even happened, it's the coordination and the orchestration of that round that needs to be perfect for FearX. Woogie gets on for the counter defuse. Rin goes for the jump out. They keep one as a body on the counter diffuser. So they've played that really perfectly. You kind of mentioned, do you go for the double?
They did not play that perfectly.
Well, no.
You have to send,
you go for the two bodies. If you go for the 2 bodies and they don't win it, the guy who's counter diffusing is not going to be able to win that round. So
it's a calculated play you have to make.
For me, I look at it as what they did, super high risk, but super high reward if it works, because it did, and you could see how easy it was to then get that counter defuse. But as you said,
do that play 100 times and you win it 3 times.
Well, they won it once out of 1. And to be honest, at the end of the day, it's 50-50. Either you win it or you don't. Either way, FearX on the board. Falcons will look to try and rebound, if you will. And I will say, it's early days, second round played, but I mean, Falcons did a lot right in that round to get the plant the way that they did at the time that they did.
Yeah, I mean, they dealt with the mirror.
You should be winning that round, though, 90% of the time.
97%.
Yep.
I don't know what the actual number would be, but I'm just throwing the number in my
You're just
head.
insinuating. It's very difficult to get that retake.
Yeah, for sure.
The blitz employed here, Brede. Look to maybe overwhelm stock, which is not really being held. They've just spotted that with the drone anyway, and it is users once again on the Hibana,
Well,
which...
the thing about that round, it's a good mental tester for Falcons. They have garnered the reputation now for quite some time that mentally they may not be that strong. In a match where their backs are against the wall, it's must win, pressure's on, it's a BO1, you don't have an opportunity to reset if you lose this map. They need to ensure that after every single round, win or loss, they are doing their very best to completely put it aside for the upcoming round, because that is a hard loss, that round. Like, you should be winning it. We'll see if they can shake it off.
And this is where if FearX can find, you know, a second one immediately, then it's that mental game for Falcons that they have to deal with. And are they mentally in the right headspace at this tournament? I'm not really sure.
See you on the other side.
Good start so far from users, who unfortunately is actually the lowest rated play for Falcons of the tournament so far. Minus 13 round KD. 14 kills, 27 deaths for a 73 EPS. Is the 8th worst player at the tournament so far, but 4-0-1 to start here. A slow approach again, this time by Falcons. Even though they got the blitz, they can hit site quickly. Brede posturing back over towards Banana, and he eventually could do a couple of different things here. You can go for a stock drop, you could go over towards beepers.
Been very passive from FearX, almost a complete turtle on site, outside of Rin lurking main stairs. That's really the only off-site threat.
Yeah, Rin, certainly one to watch later in the round, bot main stairs. You've still got 2 Nitro cells. At some point, you've got to get those, and honestly, within the next 15 to 20 seconds would be the best time to do it. Catch Falcons off guard as they're making their way towards the site. Brede towards main. May looked to eventually come through beepers. Indeed he will. It's Good Boy, the opening death, courtesy of Shaiko. Slow push now from Brede. Does have the kit. Maybe just wanting to try and find a safe plant towards the hatch. They've got the control above, but they're losing players. Swing from users is good. He finds his 5th kill, but a trade from Wookie does eventuate into a FearX round win. In the end, that was just nothing from Falcons. Nothing. They got stock control. They sat on their thumbs. 40 seconds left. They slow push into a site that was still heavily defended by FearX, and if they lose the Hibana now, you're not going to be able to open up Kanto.
No site displacement, that was the biggest issue, right? Quad wall was electrified, so that was a challenge. We saw the blitz posture a little bit over towards Teller's Archives earlier on in the piece, and they didn't really get much there. So, yeah, range hard breach on the board, you can talk about that in a moment's time. Really, again, only offsite threat was Rin. Did a really good job in just wasting enough time to unsettle them when they eventually postured for the open hit. And those on site turtled, and they didn't throw away their lives. They didn't do the classic APAC of those on site feeling unnervy, going for poor picks, making miscalculated plays. They continued to hold those crossfires, hold their positions, lean into the utility, conscious that they had nitros if they needed them, and ultimately it did work out. So, I mean, I don't want to speak too soon, but it very much does feel like FearX had the number of Falcons in this early portion, off the back of a round that they shouldn't have won, doubling down with a round where they did play better. 2 things now. So the bans come through. I'll speak about the mirror first because it actually has an impact in this round. You can't play it now on the inverse mirror window that you typically will see CC in towards server, so that's not going to be available for FearX. It's a really good way of applying pressure. Those coming down blue stairs and even just trying to open up the wall becomes very, very difficult without the ace and the Hibana. The Hibana itself not being available along with the ace means opening up Kanto for the more top floor sites is going to be pretty much impossible, and so therefore strengthens that position over towards Elevator in what will be probably rounds 5 and 6. Yeah, anticipate top floor to play out entirely different last time. We saw the mirror hold Jan. We saw a lot of action over towards Kanto last time around, flushing out that and creating footholds. So, I mean, next time we go up, I'll probably expect something like an Elevator extension. Jan will be locked down in a slightly
front
different
desk
fashion.
hold, etc.
Probably stock hall, but we'll worry about that in a moment's time. Basement for round 4.
This is actually a really, really strange play right now from
This
FearX,
is.
right? This is a basement
This is
site,
not top
but
4.
they're playing stock with Good Boy, and he hits the headshot onto Brede. Now, he does get traded, but that's the blitz off the board. There's no more Brede, there's no more blitz.
And he dropped. So
he is into open, and Mephi gets rid of Liquifact. There goes your Grim. There goes some of your displacement utility for Falcons. 2 players down, and FearX are on the verge of a 3-round win streak.
They're playing without fear. Like, I can't believe I'm actually watching this from a Korean team right now.
Without fear on CJX. For FearX. Shaiko does get one back onto Mephi, deals with the Fenrir. And
Good Boy got picked up in the meantime. as well, which is
he
insane.
is back up. He is low, but those Kiba barriers will keep generating throughout the round, so value will continue to come through from him.
Oh, they don't know Rin's here. They don't know Rin is in elevator either. I don't think. No, he's going to run straight past him.
Is
He's dead.
Solotov dead? Dead. Bye.
Oh, no.
Well done, observing team. Rin is dead. Sorry, Rin is dead. Solotov is dead, courtesy of Rin. This round's done. That's a freebie again. Shaiko has no answer for Rin. And it's a 3-1 lead for Firax here on Bank. I'm putting it in my note, so it's permanent now.
These guys just played in the last grand final at SI.
Firax?
Falcons.
I'm joking.
For clarification.
Wow.
Doesn't look like it right now.
Yeah, wow.
Early days, but it does not look like that right now. Two halves. Two halves, first and foremost. Secondly, we've seen APAC teams do well to begin matches, and then they kind of capitulate. Teams like Falcons have got so much experience that they surely can get themselves back into it. But, I mean, look at Shaiko in the middle there. He just... Firstly, he's looking a bit like a plum, a bit red in the face. Oh, it is very warm in the player rooms.
It is very, very warm in there. And for Falcons, it's just a matter of... They look confused and lost and disorientated. It's not anger. It's not crashing out.
Well, let's be real. How often are you attacking into basement and you run into a Goyo/Azami hold in stock with a second player, even a third above?
I've never seen that before.
I've never seen it before. And, like, they weren't fearful. They tried to attack and approach and try and break it down. Ultimately, they're unsuccessful. The aggression here from Firax and their execution has been really clean.
Well, I think right now for Falcons, it's just a matter of you've got to play to your strengths at this point and just back yourselves in to just honestly frack out. You've got the firepower, that's for sure. Firax, though, I mean, they've got the smarts apparently in that previous round with the setup that they employed. It really worked perfectly. Tech pause here at an impromptu time, unfortunately.
Yeah, coach headset.
Oh, it's the coach headset. Oh, we don't need... Dark doesn't need a headset.
Well, during attack timeout, he does.
Come on.
I do wonder how clued in he is to the team comms mid-round, keeping in mind that the team would be communicating in Korean during the round. I'm sure he's obviously over time picked up stuff. He's been with the team for a little while now. I saw some... I think it was like a meme on Reddit or something yesterday about Fabian like bitched out and left APAC and went over to NA with M80, and oddly enough, his counterpart in Dark, who's been with the team for a little while now and gone through quite a treacherous period, is maybe now going to see the benefits of that long path forward still, but interesting nonetheless.
I think Dark is almost back in on the comms from what I can see. There's a thumbs up, there's a peace sign, there's a 1, there's a thumbs up again. Not the great. So Falcons had their tactical timeout. They obviously got to speak. Now Dark is getting to, of course, communicate to his team what he wants to see after this tactical timeout. 3-1 lead for Firax. 2 rounds to go in the half. Again, statistically, this shouldn't really come that much of a surprise if you look at what we've seen at the tournament holistically, because they're the second best defensive team at the tournament so far. I mean, it really speaks volumes. And if anything, you kind of go back to that first round. The strength for Falcons, what was it? They just sheer gunfights. Like, they just actually gunned them down, got the 3 kills, and then from there, the util game just didn't really matter. You know, we're talking about time left in the round, gas babes, etc., to deny the plant. It didn't matter because it's a 5-on-2. They just walked in, got kills. And I think that's maybe something Falcons need to try and back themselves in a little, because what they're doing so far in a lot of these rounds is they're playing good siege and trying to clear util, make sure they're not rushing in, not trying to get caught off guard. But it's also slowing things down enough that Firax can feel comfortable. If I'm Falcons, I'm trying to make Firax uncomfortable inside of the server.
First 2 rounds were great from Falcons, and arguably the score on the line should be 2-2, but 3 and 4 have been concerning. 3 in the sense that there was the bunker down strat from Firax, and it didn't offer those opportunities like the opening round to isolate a pick or 2. They just didn't get that chance, and even the one with the Rin over towards main that they did have was a difficult one to claim. Round 4, we then see Firax completely disperse across the map. Super aggressive, super unusual hold, and Falcons on that occasion unable to isolate those fights and actually get themselves in favourable positions. So we'll see how that dynamic continues for the final 2 of the half. As we mentioned, basement now to play, top floor to play out very differently to last time. Ranged hard breach means that Kanto wall is going to stay up, and without the mirror, Firax are going to completely change their hold. They bring the castle this time around, so it offers a bit more protection from repel.
And it's a good point, because, you know, going in, and this is why you said before, it's a game of 2 halves, right? Like, with the way the new ban system works, and it's going to affect certain maps. You know, a map like Bank historically hasn't been too bad for the attacking teams. But now with these kind of bans, it can change things up dramatically. Suddenly there's a large portion of the map that's just almost inaccessible. And the same, depending on if Falcons want to go for the Ace Apana ban themselves, obviously in the second half, will then be for FearX. And FearX will then have to deal with that in their second half on the attack. And we won't know until that second half as to how they will go.
I think it's going to be pretty direct here from Falcons. Look to lean into the sense and the cap execute
No
utility.
catch here either for the Capitao bolts.
Yeah, they didn't bring catch last time either, which is intriguing they don't bring it this time.
And no mirror window to deal with. That banned out halfway through this half.
Well, it's emphasis on Mephi again. He needs to step up in this position over towards Jan. He has the best tools in his arsenal to counteract this.
Brede on the Sens has the RAUs, so at some point you throw those in, try and swing in, get the plant down behind the screens, displays with the Grim and the Capitao. Solitov with the opening kill on Decoded. Well, you take that one, and as I said, this has been certainly still a strength for Falcons, being able to just find these frags. Good pressure on the repels. Time's not too much of a factor when it comes to this site, and we'll get caught.
Yeah.
And again, this is a little bit more like the Falcons we probably expected and certainly got in that opening round. The ability to find that pocket of space and find a headshot and weaken the defense by just simply killing them.
Better punishment this time around than from Falcons. Still posturing for this CEO hit. Provided Mephi can stay alive and get the support with a bit of help over towards top main and top square, there's still a world in which FearX can deny that and win this round.
Drones.
Mephi needs to step up here.
It's all about denying this plant.
Oh, we got impact EMP, so his goggles won't work.
Goggles not working at the moment. Over towards Janitor. Shield screens have gone out, but the plant still not able to go down because Brede has only just started.
And now he's got his glasses
in.
again.
Will he make it in successfully? Indeed he will, and with that he can plant behind the desk successfully and safely. I don't see this being denied surely, as long as he doesn't randomly get off it. It will go down, and this time around I don't think Falcons are going to lose this post-plant. 2v3.
That Nitro is about 3 decades too late. That had to come in earlier. You knew where the plant was.
FearX do not have the numbers this time to deal with it. 2 on the exterior. Shaiko in towards Janitor has seriously been spotted and now becomes a 2v2. There should be no world in which you lose this round. Not for the second time. Solitov spots one going towards that kit. Users on the exterior. Oh, he gets one surely from the outside, and Users is the only one left. But he does get the down onto Goodboy, and with that there's no time, and Falcons will get their second round. But they made a meal of it. It's not clinical, it's not clean, but it's a round win. And honestly, at this point, all that matters for Falcons.
Still can't help but feel that FearX could have denied that plant. There was the small window there with the goggles deactivated off the back of the impact EMP. Falcons did not immediately seize that, perhaps for other reasons, to go for the plant. It was then left exposed, and those on rappel had to cover, and Mephi just couldn't quite find that window of opportunity to deny it. Very much easier said than done. When you have to try to, shoulder peek and hit the quick shot, but unable to do so. And then the Nitro, way too late from down below. Netted a pick, sure, but in the 2v2 again was reliant on FearX hitting another double kill jump out. And as said before, 97 times out of 100 you lose that, and there's a good example.
So 3-2, 1 round to go in the half. A 3-3 here for Falcons would be a really good fight back from that 3-1 position. Again, it's been said before, but APAC does have this history of starting well and then kind of fizzling out. The Blackbeard going to be employed this time by Users. Of course, no Monty banned out. Saw a little bit of the blitz before from Brede, but that wasn't quite working for Falcons. Now entrusting Users with the PB. And this is where I'd like to see FearX get a little bit more active on the defense. And, well, lo and behold, that's exactly what Goodboy's gone and done. Gets rid of Leaky Fack.
Okay.
That's a really good angle that he has been able to find, pushing out a front desk. And with that, no Docker beat, no logic bombs to deal with later in the round. Where's the response from Falcons? And to be fair, it's Not one that you really can find a very swift response. Stuck over towards Stock. Boogeyman tucked in left side on the Azami. And head spotted by Bride as he was throwing the drone out. Really quick reaction to then pull the gun out and hit the headshot. That's a clean shot from Bride. And ties things back up 4 versus 4.
So much more active on defense this time around for FearX in the early portion. Mixed success, a 4 versus 4, and still one above in Mephi that needs to be dealt with. I mean, another 2 alongside, but a little bit more distant.
Oh, Mephi, this is aggressive.
Yeah, dude, that's really pushing the limit.
Shaiko was there. And now Shaiko makes his entry through top square. Pushing in towards the hallway. Rin very low towards open now. Takes a beating. Good boy gets rid of the Blackbeard. That's a huge piece off the table now for Falcons. They no longer have that shield play in the back pocket for the remainder of this round.
Shaiko really needed to get that kill. Rin allowed to drop. Good boy doing more damage, but eventually taken to the grave. 3 versus 3.
Rin low though. And time here for Falcons to kind of assess the situation. You got the death marks available through Shaiko.
Well, Rin's out of play now, so Falcons need to capitalize here. They go for the chase.
Almost finding one there through the wall. Shaiko aggressive on the Deimos, still playing off those pings and will get rid of Rin, who was low on health. Now finished off by Shaiko, activating here in this 6th round. And with that, Falcons take the man advantage heading into the final seconds of this half.
Double Candela, one more death mark. Falcons with all the tools to be able to draw out this half.
Final 2 drones for Falcons set up towards the hatch to get some information. Mephi towards Star, same with Coded. 2 gas canisters remaining. Blue stairs position for Shaiko, and that is a potential to take down Coded. Or Mephi. Mephi it is, and Mephi may not be aware of this blue stairs flank. Bride coming towards square as well. Falcons starting to group up. Solotov over towards Talus, so they'll play together as a team. Falcons to push in towards site. No gas canisters left. Mephi wins the entry battle towards the site. Traded though by Bride. Leaves Coded in a 1v2. Plank going down. Solotov has to provide the cover to make sure that this does not get stopped. Time now done. Left side towards triple. Nicely done though. Solotov cleans up and it's a 3-3 half. Falcons are able to bring this one back from a 3-1 deficit. They clean things up a little bit. And arguably, you go back to that 2nd round and you think, well, they should have really won that one. And over the course of that 1st half, Falcons take into consideration the bans that they had to deal with as well. 3-3 is not that bad for them. They get to go defense now.
Good resilience then ultimately shown from Falcons. Decent final round as well with the execute on full display. Deimos got really good value in isolating a couple of those defenders, made it incredibly uncomfortable for FearX, who couldn't quite hold the line in the end. Coded potentially in position to find 2 for the clutch, but unable to do so. Even Mephi struggling up close there to find the double, which could have turned the tide. So fine margins there to conclude the half as the bans come through. Kaid Mirror in combination with the Blitz Monty. So Falcons focusing their efforts on shields. As anticipated, FearX take the Kaid off the board, critical on this map, especially for the basement kit. And then Mira not too unexpected. We saw that as the 3rd ban back in the 1st half.
And typically, APAC teams not always the greatest when it comes to attacking, but at this tournament so far, 63% attacker win rate for FearX. 60% defensive win rate for Falcons, which is good for 7th. It's 2nd, though, for FearX in terms of attacking win rate. This is going to be a fascinating half. Again, a reminder, if Falcons lose this match, they are out of reload. For FearX, it's kind of a, you don't gain much, you don't lose much, though. Which in some ways means a little bit less pressure on the side of FearX. They can only go to a maximum of 14 bullets. 1 for the reload and 1 for the eliminator. And only a minimum of 11. Which still puts them in a good position tomorrow where obviously they would be playing. They would not finish top 4 today, win or lose. In fact, I'm not even sure if Falcons with 15 would qualify for top 4 today. I very much doubt it.
Probably not.
So the bans, double shield bans from Falcons, Montang, Blitz has been taken off the board, and the Kaid and Mirror by FearX.
Liquefact then inside of Jam, but will drop. In the meantime, finds Good Boy on the fall off. So a good start here for Falcons. The roam clear posing problems for Fear X. Eventually we'll take that ground. They have the Deimos to facilitate that and punish any defenders that wish to still roam around aggressively. That being said, it is still a 3-2 split. Solotov and Elevators. The other two, well, now one. Open area. As Lickfack finds a second on another drop-off.
Yeah, but you lose Rin, so you're losing your ROUs. Rin does get the kill onto Shaiko, but ultimately for Falcons, when you're playing basement here, the attacking team has lost two pretty big pieces in the Grim and the Sens. You're bringing those for reasons, and now you don't have them. Yes, you got rid of Shaiko, but I think Falcons very much can just go back, play site now, which is why all 4 players over towards basement. You've got the 3 gas canisters available. Vulcan canisters still to be worked with, but obviously there's no Twitch, so you're going to have to deal with this in other avenues. And only 55 seconds remaining. And all 3 players for Fear X over towards Square still. So they're going to get a wriggle on here. Got to pick up the pace. I mean, there's still Vulcan canisters that need to be popped, and pretty much as soon as possible. I fear that for Fear X, they're going to just run out of time in this round. There's still one up there, by the way.
Yeah, still one default. It's going to be really tough.
There's still 2 gas babes in pocket for Brede. I mean, Falcons very well should win this round, unless Fear X can just drop all 3, get a kill each. And
I think the win con just has to be hatch drop, and
yeah,
we see that rotation now.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to plant default. They have clued onto that. 20 seconds left. Woogie Man on the Blackbeard will have to be the first one to drop. Play that shield front up. They're ready for that drop now are Falcons. They are fully clued in onto the fact that Fear X can certainly not go for this plant in towards CC. Woogie has dropped successfully, getting the plant down. Mephi cannot provide the cover, and it's a clean sweep for Falcons. Really well defended, a very solid round from them. Took a lot of pieces off the board from Fear X early. And so far, good signs. They are going to be active on the defense. They take the lead here, 4-3, and Fear X are going to have to think through some things as to how they're going to attack in this half against Falcons.
Yeah, really clean roam there from Liquorfact. We saw the double, well, 2 separate kills, but double overall on the drop-off. Successfully second floor to first from Jan, and then first down to the side itself from open. Got a kill on both occasions. Was doing a good job in relaying a bit of info in terms of drone play there on the Grim. Pardon me, on the Solace. So yeah, super clean work there from him and the rest of the team to then consolidate late round, not give away anything for free, force Fear X into the hatch drop, and it's pretty easy from there. Top 4 then now in play. And I do wonder what kind of approach Fear X will go for. We saw on both occasions Falcons going direct CEO, facilitated with different forms of utility. Perhaps indicative that they were ready and prepared for the Kanto meta that's eventually going to evolve here with the ranged hard breach limitations. This time around though, it's a little bit different. That's not going to be the case. Falcons focusing in on banning shields instead. So there should be a little bit more freedom actually here for Fear X on the attack, which probably favors them a little bit more than what we saw previously.
And after round 9, that Blackbeard's getting banned out.
You would imagine so.
You would imagine. It's being actively used by Fear X, and with 2 shield bans by Falcons already, that's usually the next one in line.
It's either that or the Deimos.
So a 3-1 lead for Fear X, now offset by 3 rounds won consecutively by Falcons. Feels like they're just starting to find a bit of that groove. I'm sure there's many teams at this tournament that would be hoping Falcons get knocked out today, because if they can, well, as I said, find that groove, they will become very formidable very quickly. Blackbeard at the window, that's fine. And Leaky Fact just showing presence. That's 5 drones already eliminated for Fear X though, and they're going to need this information later in the round, so not ideal, and really good drone work here by Falcons. And there's another one, 4 left with 2 minutes to go. And a good reposition as well by Leaky Fact. So far, Falcons looking good on defense.
Yeah, Nomura forcing a bit more aggression from defense around the castle barricades. We see the Zephyr in response to maybe deal with that, and I think Coded cleared 1. Deathmark in play elsewhere, but able to counter that with the mute. Upside down repel from Mephi on the Glaz.
Well, this is your win con. If you bring in that Glaz and using those smokes, of which you don't really have many, 2 left in the pocket. Awkward. This is a little awkward. Flames aplenty as well towards front desk. Oh, really? Well, he jiggled the timing to see if he could pull that gun out and find the opening kill, but Leaky Fact's just better with the timing and shuts down the Blackbeard. And so far, Falcons have really gained a significant amount of control in this match. The BPC will be dealt with. And Mephi going for a little lurk towards Banana. But look at this hold over towards Kanto.
Oh, the
Users
catch.
is just sat here, very pretty. Catch as well from the ADSs, placed by Leaky Fack, and they've dealt with the Deimos, and Falcons are starting to sing a very wonderful tune. If you're a fan of Falcons right now, this is what you're used to seeing. This is the Falcons that just dominates you, strangles you, and says you're not getting in. And even with the Blackbeard, there's just no entry found for FearX. And it's going to be 4 rounds straight for Falcons, as Coda really should just take an impromptu timeout. 30 seconds, 1v3. Really just sit on the roof, talk things over with your team, buy some time.
Yeah, may as well at this point. Falcons doing a really good job in that prior round. Played around the castles perfectly. Catch from Liquefact just seemed to be perfectly positioned, and we saw multiple projectiles get caught over the course of the round, making the util clearance more challenging. Rin really had to be the one to open up that round, but...
And they're going to have to work out as well. I mean, without these shields, FearX are really struggling to kind of just enter the building. So the band's really helping out Falcons here. And if they very well ban out that Blackbeard, it's going to be even more difficult for FearX as well later in the second portion of this half. And smiles as well on the faces of Leaky Fack and co. This is much better for them. Because after the 3-1 lead, they looked a little bit lost, a little bit disorientated going into that tactical timeout. And speaking of tactical timeout, Stark will call his for FearX, now down 3-5. 4 rounds, 1 in a row here by Falcons.
So, in all the matches that FearX have played thus far, the worst they've had to endure in terms of shield bans was in that G2 game, where Ying and Monty were taken off the board, followed by the Blackbeard on Skyscraper. It was very different. Clubhouse, they faced the triple hard breach ban, which is a little bit more map specific, and then back on Chalet with Cyclops, they faced the Maverick, Grim, and no, sorry, on attack. The Mav, Grim, and it's listed as top, so someone's made a mistake, I think, on Wikipedia. But they haven't had to deal with the triple shield ban, so we won't quite see that in effect just yet. We have to wait one more round for the additional ban, but it's certainly, I think, posing problems at the moment a little bit for some of the space clearance for Falcons, and I am concerned with the Blackbeard off the board as well, but it's only going to be exacerbated, so we'll wait and see if they can refocus off the back of that tactical and an opportunity to rethink their game plan.
So they don't bring the Blackbeard this round, maybe in anticipation that it's going to be banned out after it, and maybe start to get used to not having it. As I said, Deimos certainly could be an option as well. What do you ban, though, if you are FearX? What do you take away here from Falcons after this round? Is there anything that really kind of sticks out? Maybe the Valkyrie, Shiko is bringing it in this round. It's one of the bans that you can kind of, if you don't have anything that's really sticking out, you could just get rid of the Val, denies information.
10 seconds left.
Could go catch, could even go castle. I know we don't see the catch on this occasion, but if you want to open up the top floor for next time, maybe that could be the play.
And I guess it depends if you want to be site specific. Do you look to try and make lockers and CCTV a little bit easier? Do you ban something that helps strengthen that?
I'd probably lean more towards the castle in terms of overall impact, and we've seen it now in 2 setups for Falcons.
So 3-5, FearX certainly being tested here, and the most tested that they have been at the event so far. Woogie, early entry, Brede swung, but swung back with his life intact, only took half damage. And entry sends, almost finding the opening kill.
He was a bit lucky not to get traded by Solotov in Archives then. He checked that angle quite late, and fortunately caught a decent timing to get back out. An early poke and prod from FearX doesn't net much outside of a bit of damage, of course.
The RAU out from Woogie Man. Brede already with a Nitrocell in hand, but a little shock drone, a little Clutch drone comes on through.
And it did hack the one on quad, I think, so successful. Second one deep.
And shot
taken
out.
Oh, it was the first drone still, actually,
Yeah.
but taken out.
I was going to say, because Brede had the Nitrocell in hand, couldn't deal with the Clutch drone immediately. So far, the setup is the focus for FearX. Not looking to hunt roamers, not looking to take map control, very much focused towards the site, and they do lose their Brava. Shiko finds the opening kill. Falcons just keep finding a way to begin these rounds perfectly. So far in this match, only 3 opening kills for FearX. And it's going to be 6 now for Falcons. So they're dominating the early portion of this game. And And I just don't know if FearX have the quality to win too many rounds down a player or even two. And Rin now starting to go hunting.
Timing. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh, no.
There's a play to his left as well.
Oh, it's a wide swing from users. Wasn't anticipating that timing of Good Boy.
That was awkward.
They did lose, though. Unfortunately, elsewhere, Woogie Man will go down, so the advantage does remain with Falcons.
Yeah. Who have triple Nitro available as well, mind you. So if they pluck one more on Vert, it's very much GR for FearX.
Falcons looking to fight their way back into this reload tournament. If you win this, you go from 1 bullet up to 15. And we'll sit very nicely going into day 5, and that is a good kill from Solitov. Good Boy walks right into his crosshair. And with very little time remaining in this 9th round, Falcons primed to get themselves 3 match point opportunities. Rin has to hit the headshot, cannot on the first swing, and they now know he's the last one alive inside a printer. And Falcons, just quietly on a 5-round win streak, are looking to finally stop this FearX juggernaut. Because got to remember, for FearX, 7-4 over CAG, 7-1 over G2, 7-3 over SSG. They have not been stopped like this at this tournament until this very moment from a Falcons roster that's been a little bit hit and a little bit missed so far at Reload, but right now it's all hit. And this is the Falcons that we expected coming into this tournament. You win this, you're on 15 bullets, you're back into the limelight going into tomorrow, and that's not what teams want. No one's going to want to pick Falcons tomorrow. Warden and Sens will be the ones taken off the board.
Yeah, they don't triple down with the shield ban.
I don't think they needed to be honest. They were dealing with the Blackbeard when it was being used, and then it wasn't even used in the previous round.
I mean, it's a pretty good read from Falcons. FearX ban out the Warden, likely to try and triple down on the Sens themselves, but the Sens is off the board, so... Bit debated there, and a bit of a nullified ban, to an extent. Ying's still in play, though. But I think this result, and the way it's shaped up so far, is why I probably had some trepidation heading into the day, as labeling this as the greatest game on the B stream. I think it's still been good, but to an extent, I think a bit of a reality check for a FearX who, again, have played well this event, but you are taking on the 2nd best team in the world, at least based off Boston, so it was never going to be easy. And arguably the match should already be over by now if you exclude the second floor fluke.
Yeah. You got to remember, of course, the Warden can't see through the ROU shield screen anyway.
Ah, yes, my apologies. I forgot where. Now with the toggle.
That was the slight little changes that Sens, of course, got back a little while ago. Yeah, Falcons just...
That's what happens when you don't cast for 6 months.
I'll forgive you. Falcons have just absolutely started to just dominate this game. And you go back to that second round, they really should have won that. Back to the drawing board, I think, a little bit for FearX. Now, don't get me wrong, they can certainly bring this back, but Falcons just look like the Falcons that we typically see. Dominant, in control, not making mistakes, not really making too many errors. And that's therefore not providing opportunities for FearX. FearX are not in a position to capitalize in a lot of these rounds because Falcons are just not doing a lot wrong.
As my friend would say, time to make a new door.
Falcons then rotating down below. Not too much of a contest for FearX to deal with.
This is very slow pace.
They should be able to open up stuff relatively quickly.
A match point round, it's basement defense. Falcons have got denial, time denial, position denial. You've got to be picking your pace up unless they go for a vault drop and do something a little bit different here.
Zodo's for Red Hatch as well. So. Or may have been Sight Hatch. Either way, it's going to stall out time. It was Sight Hatch.
Now, you've got to almost think about just straight up go main and vault and do something a little different. Couch Falcons slightly off guard, but the focus there from the shock drone of Good Boy still says that they want to maybe think about a default hit, but the posturing over towards the elevator side of the map says otherwise. I'm still not seeing enough presence, though, towards that vault. Main stairs, yeah, Mephi is here and really needs to find a kill from this position. 45 seconds. And Falcons will start to clue on that this is going to be Vault. Look at the positioning of users. This is really good game sense from Falcons. They know full well that default is just not going to be viable. Pre-placed Nitro, it does get shot out, the drop does come, but it's all far too calculated. Far too easy to read. Even if Fear X get a kill or two, there's 25 seconds left. You've got to still get that kit onto the floor. It's a rotate, a late one at that by Good Boy towards the admin hatch, but he dives to Leaky Fact, who stays clued on. And that round very well may be the best round that we saw from Falcons in a match where they've started to refine their mojo. Fear X, absolutely. The door has been shut on them on bank. 7-3. After a 3-1 lead for Fear X, it's 6 rounds straight from Falcons. And guess what? They're back, baby. Back big time. 15 bullets from 1. Just like that.
Will it be enough to qualify them at the end of today's play? Not quite sure. Not particularly confident.
No one wants to play them tomorrow. Not if they're playing like that again.
Absolutely not. Played pretty well today. Showed a bit of resilience. So Fear X, who came out of the gates fighting, throw a couple of punches here or there, but just lacking that polish that Falcons have.
The first couple of rounds from Fear X were not that bad. I mean, the Rin 2K jump out, individual brilliance. They had good control. The onsite hold in round 3 got them a 2-1 lead. They had that weird stock hold on basement to get them a 3-1 lead. Things were looking great for a team that's been looking great this tournament. Unfortunately, though, Falcons woke up. They woke up with vengeance. As soon as that tactical timeout was called, from then onwards, Falcons were just in control, quite literally, winning 6 rounds straight.
Where to here for Fear X? What do you think?
Well, I mean, not much changes, right? So if you kind of think about the fact that if Fear X had won this game, they wouldn't have really had enough bullets to get top 4 anyway. So I don't think that much changes outside of inside of the server now. They may look a little bit more susceptible for teams that might go, okay, maybe the Fear X hype train has just tempered a little bit, might be right for the picking tomorrow. On the inverse, for Falcons, well, they're now up and alive. They've got 15 bullets. They won't have to worry about getting a super amount of bullets tomorrow, because obviously they're not going to have enough to auto-qualify top 4 today. But if they're playing like that, they're going to be very difficult to beat. And so for the teams that will be on the lower end, the teams picking first in terms of seeding for the draft tonight, I'm not picking Falcons. I'm absolutely not picking Falcons. Big game. Congratulations. Falcons are back. Unfortunately for Fear X, they do stumble a little bit. Their first loss at the tournament. Short break. Got more games on the other side.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
My name is Seth. I'm 25 years old. I'm a coach for Space Station Gaming. Kind of going back to, while I was playing American football, obviously to play the position I played, the coaches took it very serious. So they're like, got to get you to this weight. By the time I was like 17 years old, senior, so I got to around 270 or so. That ended, and with that, obviously no more 2-a-day workouts, so there was no morning lifts and then nighttime practices, and kind of just stopped working out in a way, kept eating the same. So I blew up to like pretty big, about 330 or so. And I eventually, I was playing, didn't really think much about it, just consumed the game, 12 hours a day, just grinding it. And then eventually I got the position to coach. Charlotte came to me and they're like, hey, want you to come out here and coach our team. And looked at those players, they were really young guys, and I was like, if I want to be an example for these guys, I've got to get myself in good physical, mental shape. And that's what kind of sparked the whole idea of like, I got to do this now. Starting out doing something like that, right? First of all, having a reason, like a why, is the most important thing. And then after that, setting a specific, measurable goal that's realistic. Write down, talk about, here's the plan, how we're going to do this. And then just stick to that plan every day. You get small wins as you go, and then keep the goals progressing after that. I think as a coach, a lot of people in esports and think that I'm the best. I don't think that, I'm better than anybody, but I do think I have a decent understanding of what good leadership looks like. And I think the number one component to that is being an example. So being the best example you can be, and then modeling what you want your players to be like, is the most important thing. And I think that you have to maintain that mindset of, I want to be elite in everything that I'm doing, so that way they strive to be elite in everything they're doing. And then as you achieve each thing, you make sure you're looking at like, okay, I achieved this, here's the next step. Having that discipline is probably the hardest thing to do. Knowing that I'm in control enough of myself that if I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it, is very liberating. I think that brings a lot of joy. And it honestly decreases a lot of anxiety too. Because if I tell you, or I tell somebody else, like, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do everything I can to do it. And I know that, and I can trust myself enough to do it.
With CJX, it's time to push Rainbow Six Esports to new strategic levels. Thanks to the new pick and ban system introduced with CJX, players have more control to respond to their opponent's tactics. R6 Esports follows the same track, but has its own twist on it. Each competitive match starts with both teams banning 2 operators from the opposing side simultaneously, with a reveal phase between each ban. The attacking team can only ban defenders, and the defending team can only ban attackers. At the end of the 3rd round, both teams will receive an additional ban, which means that a total of 6 operators will now be banned. Teams will now have an additional tool to counter opponents and shift the course of the match. Once the 6th round ends, all bans are reset. Teams switch sides, and the whole banning process starts over to get up to 6 operators banned in the second half as well. And if ever the match goes to overtime, both teams will carry over all of their previous bans, and they will be updated dynamically based on which side they are playing. This means that previously banned operators will stay banned from their opponent without being banned for themselves. With this new ban system, teams will have quicker reactions against opponents' strategies in every Rainbow Six Esports match. Get ready for a new level of strategy with CJX.
Hi, I'm Baby Shark, French young player for Wildcard. When I was young, I was like passionate by sharks. I was like, playing Black Ops 3 at the beginning when I was 10. When I started playing Rainbow Six with like some famous people like streamers, etc. Like they called me like the young player from the community. I was thinking about like Baby Shark, and like the music is funny, so then I changed to Baby Shark. My mother is like teacher, so it was hard to mix the school and the game. So the first goal was to get my graduates in France, and then after that I will be able to like do whatever I can. They were supporting me, like pushing me to get my dream, and then my dad was supporting me since the beginning. Ça va et toi?
Salut la famille! Bonjour! Allez, on défonce tout, let's go!
At the beginning of the year, like Wildcard came to me, and then they gave me a trial, and it went well. So now I'm there and happy to be a trio. I moved to from France, like Avignon, the southeast of France, to Houston, Texas. I knew I had to move if I was like getting picked by Wildcard. It was hard for my parents at the beginning, but they're really happy for me. Like all my friends, etc., are happy for me, so I'm happy to be there too. I'm trying to represent them as much as possible. The most important is the team. Since we are a young team, I think we're there to like take experience, mainly for me and like for 2 other players who are like it's their first offline tournaments, and me, that's not my first offline tournament, but like that's usually my first major tournaments. I went from T2 to like without playing like a professional league to like literally play an offline event, and that's like unbelievable for me. It's maybe one of the first time on stage it's happening. I'm just so proud of the work I've put in, and just have to focus on it. Just take pleasure when we are playing, and that's it.
So, what do we think is the best and worst maps?
The best map is Border.
Yeah, no, he says that because he's in East Airs one trick. he must have like 10 KD on East Airs and officials.
Just with smoke.
Smoke every round.
And I think the worst map I would say is Labs. I don't like Labs, bro. It's just a clubhouse, a smaller clubhouse.
I literally think it's the same thing. I think it's like played like clubhouse.
It's a smaller clubhouse.
Yep.
And clubhouse is already small, so.
Can you go more about Border? For example, like we like Border as well, but I would say as a map, I don't think it's that good because you're playing the exact same round every single round. It's a East or CC every round, you know.
To be honest, I'm kind of biased. Like tactically wise, it's not a really good map. I can agree with that. But I like to play the map. Like I think it's really a gun skill map. It's a really you have to be skilled to play the map.
My worst map is Border.
I could have guessed that.
Just before you said it's your best map, your favorite map. And my favorite map is Bank.
Ah, of course, BDS.
So Border, I think, like you
Bank is
said,
good.
it's boring. And it's a lot of gunfights, and I like gunfights. But for me, is nothing about like strategically most of the time.
Yeah,
and that's
true.
why, for me, it's not the Rainbow Six I like, you know. So that's why that's not a map I like. And Bank, it's for me one of the most strategic map. Sometimes can be boring, I think. I mean, every map we kinda do all the same thing, but I feel like on Bank you have a lot of like individual reaction on what the enemy team does and a lot of strategy. So that's why for me.
With West, I'll go with you as well, Bank. It's just not even anything about strategy-wise. I just feel like I've had my best games on Bank, so I just like it. And then West map, I don't even know, you know. I would probably put Sky up there, just really hard to attack, but it's still playable, I still like it. But I don't even have I like all the maps, to be honest. Cafe as well, but just because like we can't play Cafe. But I still don't think it's a bad map, but we just can't play Cafe.
I think best map is Cons. I just like the different way you like play it, and it's just kind of like you can attack it in so many different ways, like, and the pacing can always be changed, and like it has a lot of windows. Don't get me wrong, but that kind of helps the map because there's different ways to like entry into the building, and you can always rotate to a window late and cause like a whole new attack. And then the worst map, I hate Clubhouse because it just kind of got stale like over the years.
What about Labs, bro?
I mean, it's just kind of newer, but I do also hate Labs because I think it's just like like you said, a smaller Clubhouse that's played out the same. But it's just because it's newer, it's kind of like, I'm not like sick of it yet, but Clubhouse has been the same maps, played the same way. You can predict every attack based off like what walls they open in the first 20 seconds. Like, it's just the most boring map by far.
Your point about club, obviously, mine's always been club favourite because I'm a firm believer the better team wins on club. Maybe not now with the bans because it's like, you can make it like it just really easy. But I just thought like club-wise, strategically, it's just like,
strategically, it's the same map.
well,
It's
yeah,
never changed.
but it's like who's better at the basics, in my opinion.
Yeah, this is the basics.
That's the club. It's like who's better at the basics.
Well,
and it's like you're gonna punish teams that try to skip steps and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
That's why.
What's your worst map?
Chalet.
Chalet.
Only because it just feels like sometimes defending on that map feels like
you're ISO'd.
You're in a cell.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Have you seen WWE when they're all in the cage? That's what it feels, that's what it feels like on Chalet sometimes.
That's true.
Hi, I'm here with Joshua Mill, the game director for Rainbow Six Siege or Siege X, right? You are a true legend. I'm completely crazy that I get the chance to interview you. Do you see yourself as a legend? Because I see you.
No, I don't see myself as a legend. I'm just a guy. Honestly, I'm a nerd like any other developer who just loves what they do and has an incredible team behind the game. And that's it. Yeah, I'm no legend. I'm just a guy.
Well, we are here for Reload in Rio de Janeiro. So, do you like the trip to Rio? Do you love the vibe?
So that's how I was going to describe it. No, honestly, I love Brazil. I was here with Sao Paulo, and that was incredible. I don't love the flight out though, because we're up in Montreal, so it took a while, and it was a long one. But the city, the food, it's been awesome here. I managed to catch a bunch of stuff last time when I was here in Sao Paulo, but just arrived last night here in Rio, and already it's awesome.
It's also lovely to hear that you love our food. There's any food in specific that you like in Brazil?
It's going to be a really generic way of saying it, but the meat here is incredible. Yeah, okay.
I know that.
Okay, good answer. Because that wins me over. I'm a country boy from back in Canada, so meat and barbecue and stuff like that is our thing, but it's good here.
Yeah, I love also barbecue and, but right now you have the experience to see competitive players playing CJX for everybody to see. How do you feel about that?
Honestly, it's incredible to see it live, going out there with the Reload event going on right now. Luckily for us, they've had access to this build for a little bit, so I've seen some of the feedback coming in behind the scenes. But now seeing it live and seeing the community start to see this stuff and find the different things that are going on, it's really awesome. It's a lot of hard work coming together, and just seeing the action play out and how damn good it looks on stream has been fantastic. So.
And everyone around here is really having such a great moment. You just saw them just laughing and shouting, so yeah, it's really good. And also, do you have anything to say for the audience? That's your time to shine. Some words.
I wouldn't say it's my time to shine. I think it's Siege's time to shine. CJX is just around the corner. This is an incredible opportunity to see what we've been cooking, and yeah, tune into Reload. It's going to be sick.
Agreed.
Hi, I'm Loya, and I play for G2. Yeah, in this tournament in Rio, I really expect us to get in the finals, to show the world who we are again. We were not so good in the last tournaments, and I think we are missing this. We need to give everybody the joy of cheering for G2 again. When the fans ask me for more, in my head is because I need to give them more. I like this feeling, to be honest. I like to be asked a lot and give everything they want. I like to think the pressure is a gift, and it used to help me when I'm playing, when I'm on the tournaments.
Looking to crash the party. I think G2 wins. G2 for sure.
I decided to move to Serbia because when I joined G2, I obviously needed to move to Europe, and the other Brazilian in my team, Alemão, he was already living there. I was living in his apartment, not anymore, thank God. But I'm still in Serbia, and I think the biggest difference is the culture, the way people are here in Brazil. We usually talk a lot, we're so happy with each other. We talk to everybody, always a nice mood. In Serbia, people are more closed, don't show much their feelings. Yeah, it's hard, but maybe more because of the job. When I live there and I have this job, usually I'm just on my apartment. I don't go out, I don't go to much parties. It's also good because I can focus on my job, and when I miss my parents, when I miss my friends, and I come to tournaments like this, like we are now in Rio, and I see everybody again, it's just special moments. We were in my city for the past 10 days in Sao Paulo, and it was so good to see my friends, to go to the places I used to go when I used to live here. My family, right now they live in USA, but my dad's coming to the tournament. I really hope we are there so he can see me in the finals on the stage, and that's why I'm playing for it. That's why I'm here working every day to have these moments, because it's a perfect job.
stakes are higher. Never lose with a strong desire. Only way to go up, go higher. Any day I walk through fire. La 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 la, let it burn. La 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 la, let it burn. La 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 la, let it burn. Burn, baby, burn.
Walk through the fire.
I see the tears, I want it to rain. I put better than different conditions. I prefer to go through it in the rain. Crash in the plane. That's about the least of my concerns. I just get up and get back to business till I get the message. I'ma stand out, don't need a handout. Just need to stand up and get my hands dirty. Tomorrow, I promised I wanted it yesterday. That's why I'm showing up, man. Time on my hands in the mind of a minute. So stop at the pinnacle. I'm never finished. You trying to see something phenomenal? This is what I'ma do. Promise you, I'm gonna walk through fire.
Welcome to Reload, a bold new R6 esports format where every match is a mind game and every decision is a measure of confidence. 20 teams, one mission. Reload, survive, and conquer the finals. Teams choose who to challenge. Teams choose how many bullets to play for. And every choice has consequences. Phase 1 is called Reload to Survive. Across 5 rounds, teams do 2 things to set up their match. 1, pick their opponent. 2, decide how many bullets to reload. Bullets are points. Each team decides how many they're willing to win or lose in each match. Simple as that. Every team starts on equal footing with 6 bullets. For rounds 1 and 2, a maximum of 2 bullets can be reloaded. From rounds 3 to 5, teams can reload as many bullets as their opponent currently holds, up to 8. So how does that work in action? Here's how a match plays out. G2 challenges Fnatic. G2 chooses to play for 4 bullets. Fnatic plays for 3. This is the reloading mechanic. G2 wins, then 4 bullets go into their chamber. Lose, then they lose those 4. Same goes for Fnatic. Win or lose, it's their 3 on the line. Every round is a chance to grow your bullet count, or watch it disappear. After round 4, the top 4 teams in the bullet leaderboard qualify for Phase 2. After round 5, 4 more join them. 8 move forward. The rest, eliminated. Each team holds 3 one-time use cards. Use them wisely. Chicken card. Not feeling up for the challenge? Play this card to back out of the match like a true chicken. Extended Meg. Add 6 extra bullets to your reload. A bold boost if you're certain you'll dunk on your opponent. Dual card. Available only in round 3. Lost the match and you're out of bullets? This card gives you the chance to 1v1 to stay alive for the next round. Big moments at reload will earn bonus bullets. Win in a flawless 7-0 landslide, plus 2 bullets. Win with just 1 bullet in the chamber, plus 1. You're a survivor. Eliminate a team completely from the competition, plus 1 for being such a baddie. Then it's on to Phase 2, the Reload Finals. The classic single elimination format returns. No more bullets. Quarterfinals and semifinals are best of 3. The grand final? A best of 5 for all the glory, trophy, and a prize pool of $520,000. Every choice matters. Every bullet counts. Will your team reload with confidence or fall with nothing left in the chamber? This is Reload. Let the games begin.
All right. What do you guys think of the new ban system?
I definitely think it's good. Refreshing.
I really like it, bro. I think every map was like being played the same, and with the new bans, every game is like different. So
yeah,
I like it.
Attacking can definitely be a lot harder now, like especially if you're not prepared for.
Really? I actually would have said the other way around.
Really?
I actually think, because like on attack you have like so many like oppressing ops, like the shields, Ying, Grim, Glaz, all that kind of stuff. On defense you have like, it's not like crazy different. Like, there's just like classic operators. Like smoke on bank is like a classic.
I just think I was thinking more about around the art bridges. You know, like a lot of maps are about opening the walls and you being able to.
Yeah,
ban
I get
them.
that's definitely like club and stuff like that.
Yeah, if you're not like having the counter bans on the attack to ban the defenders, like imagine like just giving a scenario. You get Maverick banned and you have Bandit and Kate open. You're like on a clubhouse or on a night
Labs, yeah. Labs was bad back in the
I agree with you.
Yeah, they can be cooked.
I think it also like makes it so you have to have like a bigger bag. Like you have to understand how to play like with certain bans, and like you can't just crutch like certain operators compared to like how people used to. Like for instance, like your teammate Zach Spirits, he mained.
Oh, I know.
He mained Blitz and BB every time, so like he was able to just kind of no bag those. But like now because of that, you have to develop like a better understanding of like more operators.
Is he on Throw Watch for these events?
Spirits,
that's
I've scrimmed him, and I would say he learned something. He learned to crutch a new op.
That's fine, exactly. Pick your poison. You ban 2 shields.
That's all I'm saying. I just learned to crutch a new op. That's all I did.
That's nice info here.
Yeah, but now you got to guess with jockeys.
Now, I would add one thing you guys didn't talk about. I think Savage, you did a bit. It will be also a lot of mind game. I think.
Yes.
Like you said, if you just ban Bandit Cade and you just don't ban anything to annoy the opening bridge for the attacker, for example, the game can be really bad for you on one side. Or like if you ban Warden, for example, and any team is just playing Glass Ying for 3 rounds. That can be really annoying.
Especially on the long run. Imagine like you're running like the same operator bans for quite a few matches, and then just on the grand final you swap it up and the team is like not expecting it or didn't really do it at all. Like that could end the entire map, you know?
That's also why I kind of do and don't like it, because like Club, for example, it used to took like actual like brain power to go and get breaches off. Like on Labs 2, it would take like skill, and there's teams here, in my opinion, which can now just ban 2 Warden Arlops, takes 0 IQ, wall open.
Surely
back in the day, they'd be on the wall for like a minute. Like just scratching their head. Like,
but then if the
you punish them,
bans like Kaiden Bandits, like the default ban, and you ban Termite and Ace, like the ban that they did,
100%.
It goes to the trash, you know.
Yep. And you ban Felma Ace, baby blitz up.
It is about that. It's like
that's what it is.
You ban a few like a Warden, so to force them onto banning an Ingar Glass, and then you go and you just play the shields or you
that's what I think this event's going to be. I think the team that's going to go far are the teams that just abuse the bans the most.
And they are able to adapt on the spot.
I also think a big thing with like banning like Warden specifically, like on Obster you have to play like the site, like the floor above. You can't play the win con of like killing like planners or anything from a top. So you have to like learn like you have to have a new strat basically to like stop it.
Overall, I think it's really refreshing.
Yeah, for sure. Refreshing is like the best word to describe it. Especially because like maps like Clubhouse that were being played the exact same for years. It's like a whole new map almost.
But that was the favorite map of the Nave. That's why
it's You can't go wrong with Clubhouse. It's just classic. Just classic.
Yeah.
Ué, tá perdido? Tô mesmo. Então vem com a gente.
Yes, we will! W7 They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time!
Hello, I'm Han Cold, and I'm the IGL for M80. I thought about retiring before Manchester, honestly. I remember telling the old analysts from SSG, Luke, and then Forrest from old SSG, because they both live in Vegas. I told them, I was like, I don't know, like, I think this is gonna be my last season. And then we started winning everything from there. I wasn't too surprised of the result in Manchester, but I was just more so a little bit surprised that that would be the first team that I'd win something with. I mean, just because, I've been on a lot of good teams, a lot of quote-unquote super teams, and that team was just made up of a bunch of drop players, and, we just came together and made something special. Going from just a player on a team to IGLing a team, I feel really sparked the fun and the energy back for me. The transition to IGL mainly happened just because, on Beast Coast, it was, 5 players that got dropped basically, or 4 players and then a rookie. And I was the oldest, so I felt like I kind of needed to take responsibility for, for more of the team, and I kind of just transitioned into that. I would say it was more fun just because I was learning something new. I've been playing this game for almost 10 years now. I feel like I know everything about it, but IGLing kind of adds a third aspect to the game where I have to learn not just how to play it myself, but how to control a whole team. It's the most fun and the most stressful, yeah. But I'd say it's the most fulfilling when it works. I'd say the biggest difference is just mentally. Before, I felt like I would have maybe some issues with nerves or just overthinking, putting too much pressure on myself. But nowadays, I feel like it's kind of my job to stay level-headed and keep everyone on the team in the right end goal. Give 80% to yourself while you're playing, and then, the 20% you're trying to see what everyone else is doing, get them to do the right thing. I thought I'd be more emotional lifting the trophy, to be honest. I kind of felt like I needed more. I needed to lift the hammer. I felt like that major win, I don't know, it didn't satisfy me.
2 games in the book already here for day 4 on the B stream for Reload. 2 more to go. We've only got the 4 today, unfortunately, rather than the 5 like the A stream. Of course, there's that bye that transpired because of the results yesterday. Speaking of some of the results, of course, for today, it's been a whirlwind, if you will. I mean, Fear X started so strong in that previous match, 3-1 lead, and then 6 in a row for Falcons, and puts them in a really good position now going into tomorrow, where they've got 15 bullets up their sleeve. I think only 11 now for Fear X.
Yeah, Fear X got off to an okay start. Bit of luck went their way, and then unfortunately for them, Falcons really switched on and probably played the best that we have seen them at for this particular event. And I think to some extent, peaking at the right moment here at Relay is going to be critical, especially heading into day 5 if you don't qual today, and then of course into that single elim bracket.
Yeah, I think some of those bans really affecting Fear X. They didn't quite have all of their operators. You know how else you get all of your operators? If you're kind of new to Siege, you know what helps you out? It's Game Pass. Game Pass is something that will allow you in Siege X to get all those operators. You get a battle pass, you get a whole bunch of benefits. So there's really no incentive to not go and get it. I think Game Pass is good.
You think it's good?
It's great. I love it. Yeah. You can even get other games like the new Oblivion remaster or something.
Ooh.
Whatever it's called. I'm not an RPG fan.
I only play Rainbow Six Siege X.
Well, they're both on Game Pass. So you can't go wrong.
Okay.
Let's go into this one. BDS Loud. We haven't actually got to cover these 2 teams just yet so far at Reload. Yeah. Something a little different. BDS has been a little bit up and down. They had to face some of those top-tier Brazilian teams to begin. It was a 5-7 loss to FaZe, then a 1-7 loss to Furia. But they rebounded yesterday, taking down the new Kings of APAC in CAG 7-2. Very dominant performance, and maybe that might be the rejuvenation for this roster to kind of get their mojo. I was going to say back, but because the roster's still so new, I don't know if they've really ever had a mojo until that game.
That was exactly going to be my point. I think BDS are very much still trying to find their footing, and this type of event for them, I think, really has offered that opportunity. They showed great competitiveness in that opening day against FaZe. Didn't get the reward from that with 5-7 loss, but nonetheless a team that has promise and a bit of a buzz around it. And I think heading into this particular matchup, they're going to temper expectation a little bit, and the amount of balls they've reloaded, I think, in just the one probably does reflect that. But there's a world in which they could win it for sure.
Not a lot of their stats really leaving much to be desired. 12th for attack, 11th for defense. They actually only have the 1 plan as well, similar to Falcons that we kind of touched on previously. There's about 3 or 4 teams that are in that situation. One thing that is their strength is actually the entries. They're 5th in that with a whopping 59% entry win rate. So, I mean, that's something that you can kind of take into consideration as a strength for this BDS roster. The other thing as well is like, they played FaZe, they played Furia. Okay, let's see Loud now, another Brazilian team. We'll see how they go there, but Loud's been performing very, very well so far. 7-4 win over Falcons to begin back on day 1. They did lose to Secret, who actually just had a resounding win in the match on the A stream against M80, 7-1. Yeah. So a 5-7 loss to Secret now doesn't look as bad, and they dismantled Fnatic yesterday 7-2. Looked really, really strong. Of course, this is the roster from Raza Company at SI. They've been together for a little bit of time now, and they're just starting to really gel nicely, and they've been so good on the attack so far at Reload. They are number 1, 64% attacker win rate for Loud. Caveat to that though, guys, is they're only 12th for defense, so can they get both sides of the coin firing in this match to get the win over BDS?
Oh, without spoiling it just yet, I have a feeling they will have the potential to bolster that defensive win rate a little bit in this matchup. You guys will get a look at the map in a moment's time, but Dafo has been a standout for them at this event so far, ranked 5th overall, a 131 EPS, and the thing that also stands out to me is obviously going 34 and 15, which is freaking insane, but 2 plants on top of that as well, right? So showing good dynamic play in the late round on attack as well, and something that they can probably lean into, and it probably ties into that really strong attacking win rate for them. And much like their ability on the map that will be shown in a moment's time to bolster that defensive win rate, I don't know if we want to bring it up now, but an opportunity for them to also find success on attack. It's going to be challenging as we have a look at that veto. Skyscraper, I feel like I probably prefaced that pretty well, right? A map that is incredibly challenging to attack, and on defense, where Loud will be starting, the absolute perfect opportunity to get off to a good start, maybe go for that 5-1 half and really apply the heat to BDS.
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned before, BDS haven't really been an attacking threat so far at the tournament, so they're going to have to change that coming into a map like Skyscraper. That's not going to be easy. The test will be on them, and, you know, when we look at this BDS roster, one of the names that kind of catches my eye would very much be Robbie. Like, Robbie's the kind of player that when he was on Song back in Montreal, which actually you were there for that one, and he was absolutely on a heater, it was the entries. He was the #1 entry player in Montreal. Well, so far at Reload, he's been struggling in that department. He's only 2-6. So 2 entry successful fights and 6 unsuccessful ones. He's actually -7 overall, really struggling. 84th for EPS, which is probably not what you want to see when you're coming into a roster that's been just put together. You got some new pieces, but you are supposed to be this kind of like entry fragger. You're supposed to back up what you were able to do back in Montreal, and even in Boston, he kind of started to just kind of wilt away a little bit. So can Robbie find some of that form? Right now, it's actually Lasmo who's the performing entry player, 6-1. And that's a very, very good ratio. 28th in EPS, 111 EPS for Lasmo. So he's been the one that's been able to kind of cover for Robbie in that department. And again, overall as a team, they're 5th for entries at 59%. And with Robbie going only at 2-6 in that, there's more room for firepower on this BDS roster if he can get going. So he's one that I'm kind of looking to for this match on Skyscraper.
He's going to be critical on a map like Sky. You have to absolutely have at least 1, preferably 2, even some teams can extend to 3, right? Aggressive players on entry that are going to be the ones to throw bodies, find picks, and in some instances be willing and able to be that sacrifice. Skyscape is a pretty challenging map for the most part to, you know, spearhead an entry and then maybe transition into a lurk or whatever. A lot of the time you're fighting for that initial control, and you are probably then going to die as a result. Provided you have teammates though to back you up and then play off that space and create the execute, it's not too much of a problem. But I'm intrigued to see what that dynamic's going to be for BDS as a team that's still very much newly formed and looking to refine their player style again. Like, day 1 for them was pretty clean. Like, 5 rounds against FaZe is pretty crazy. Transitioning that though into this particular matchup is going to be interesting. I think as well, on top of that, the fact that they've only reloaded 1 bullet, I think mentally they'll be in a position where they can be a little bit more chilled today. This is an opportunity for them to just prepare more so for tomorrow, where they are going to have to go all in with that extended mag, right, and really pitch themselves as a team to qualify for the
definitely not a situation for them where for BDS they've got that added pressure in terms of being eliminated. Same kind of set for Loud though.
No, they've used their extended mag for this particular matchup. 12 on the line, I believe, and then you have 10 in the bank.
So that means they would be done. So all pressure on Loud in this game. If Loud lose to BDS, they will not get to play in front of their home crowd. If they win, on the other hand, they're going to look pretty good going into things from here. I do want to kind of continue with Loud very briefly because we've got some time. Dafo has been the 5th best player at the tournament so far. 131 EPS, 34-15, so a +19 KD ratio, leading the way for their roster. And in terms of the opening kill entries, it's Perez who's got an 8-3 record. He's 12th for EPS as well, 118. So you've got some absolute top performing players on this roster. And I mentioned the entry statistic as well for BDS. Talking about going even better than that is Loud. 2nd for entries at the tournament so far, 63% entry rate. So obviously they're starting defense, but when they do get to the second half on their own attack, that's something that is a strength for them. And 6th actually for Plants, a complete opposite parallel to BDS. So you got one team that's been struggling to get Plants down in the matches, and the other team that's been doing it quite nicely. That probably coincides with the fact that they are 1st in terms of attack and win rate. So for Loud, if they can actually get out to like a 4-2 or 5-1 lead on defense as we're kind of booting up the server, I kind of trust them on their attack as well. So for BDS, they're going to really have to get some attacking rounds. This first half on Skyscraper is going to be very telling if BDS can take this map away from Loud. But I mean, right now, if we were to have a kind of prediction, I'm very much backing in Loud to get the job done. And they're backing themselves in as well with the bullets they've reloaded.
Yeah, just due to the nature of the starting sides and it being Skyscraper, I don't think a 7-2, 7-3 is really that far from reality here for Loud. Unless BDS play even better maybe than they did day 1, then I don't see that being the case. Again, the added pressure onto Loud here in terms of this being an elimination match for them. If they are to find resistance, they could potentially capitulate, but I think at this point in time they're a team that can very much find confidence in previous results. At these international events now where they've had limited experience, they've shown promise. So we'll see what they can show us today. Kaid and Valk off the board for defense. Double shield, Monty Blitz for attack.
I mean, so far we've seen obviously quite enough of the ban system. The thing that's now starting to really catch my eye is I actually feel like it's affecting attackers a lot more than defenders. I feel like there's so many good defensive operators that you can cover a Valk, you can cover a Kaid. You can't really cover the loss of shields, for example. outside of a Blackbeard, if you want to employ that. You can't really cover as much a Capitao Yingban as well in terms of helping facilitate those attacking fights in towards a site. I mean, in a game as well, and I'm just kind of spitballing here before we get into the game, in a game that's already kind of been favoring defense over the last couple of years, is that going to even make it more difficult for attack?
Yeah, I think there were theories thrown that the game could circle back to being more defender-sided again. I think it's still early days in making that assumption as of right now. In fact, I'm actually quite intrigued to have a look at what the overall numbers are suggesting. So at the moment, it's 43% to attack and 57% to defense. I'll bring up Boston in a moment.
That's not a
to
large
compare,
change, I don't think. I would imagine it's always kind of been around that sort of 40-60 split. You begin, by the way, here on Skyscraper, where you kind of get those numbers from Boston as a comparison point with the old band system. Robbie on the glass, by the way, in this opening round, and I kind of like the lineup for BDS. They've certainly got the firepower, the entry power as well off of Virtue on the Ying. You only have, you got 4 smokes for the Glads to play off. Again, the entries have been a strength for BDS. Freck with an early flash towards Black Stairs. Pasetto will go and keep himself defended, but Lasmo coming right in behind. And by the way, that's P4 on an entry into Karaoke, and he will die. Can't get the plant down. Kit's in a bit of a bad spot. Watched by Robbie, who did find a kill on the Glaz. So a frantic start to begin in the opening round with BDS slightly ahead. 4v3, make that 2. And Robbie, with 2 opening kills, he needs that for his own confidence and for BDS's confidence on these attacking rounds. Perez does get the Glaz eventually. Robbie does fall. STK and Perez very much on site. Geisha, though, still being held by Perez. A decent map control. Virtue, well, little side swipe out on the rappel, and he does get the head of STK. Leaves Perez by himself and Geisha. That's full site control now for BDS. Guard break, nicely done onto Lasmo. Virtue and Freck should still be able to win this from here. They've got Karaoke control. Freck can watch from the hallway. As soon as Perez makes his move, Freck should be the one to be able to stop this, and the plant will be down successfully through Virtue.
Now needs to try and break the cross. Try and find the first, and then the pre-fire onto Virtue. Although could now find the first. Virtue exposed. One shot lands, but it's not enough to net the kill. Perez now still trying to fight forward.
Virtue's a little bit stuck, but luckily Freck always had the hallway being watched, so Virtue did not have to move. Good communication between the two. Well played from Virtue, good discipline. You know, always feel a little bit nervous when you're in that position. You're kind of stuck, you don't want to move, you don't want to make it a 1 versus 1, and that's an early attacking round for BDS on a map like Skyscraper. Good start, and it's the way that they did it as well. Backed in their pace, backed in the fact that they wanted to go quick. They felt like they had a good pinch towards Black Stairs, of which they did. Dealt with Pasetto very nicely, and they got the Amaru grappling hook in towards Karaoke, died to the Nitrocell. Didn't matter, they still had reinforcements, so really good start for BDS. And Loud's probably not going to be too happy with the way that round played out.
So circling back to the attack-defense win rate discussion. So far at Reload again, it's been a 43-57 split in favor of defense. Boston SI was a 45-55 split.
Okay.
So it's marginal at best at the moment. Yeah. Of course, we need to see a lot more data from Reload and best of threes, etc.
Yeah, I mean, considering it's a new system that we're only just seeing now, and teams
it also hasn't been min-maxed yet.
Yeah, and teams will kind of figure things out, especially with the defensive bans on certain sites, etc. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be... and the other thing as well, like when you're banning the attacking operators, a lot of the times it kind of flows across all sites. With defensive operators, sometimes it affects certain sites more than others, and so that's going to be something to consider.
Certain maps, certain sites, and then depending on the map frequency, play rate, it's going to change.
P4 with the Riora. We've seen it a couple of times so far at Reload, but to little effect. I wonder if we can get those gates to aid for BDS on their attack in the second round.
Running LMG as well, so... See how impactful that ends up eventuating to be. Virtue on the Amaru as well. So we could see BDS go for a play from down below, and that's where Virtue is currently stationed. Likely to try and bust up the hatch in towards A. So that means there'll be pressure on those close by to deny that particular set play. Pasetto is close by, behind the desk. Kiba's in play, and he was droned out. So now BDS will be looking to distract and disrupt and displace this position for their play to work. But they've definitely cooked something up here.
Are Loud ready for it though. Live playing the close angle. And this is where the gates can have their impact, at least even just to enable the entry positions here for BDS, even if it's temporary. Virtue through the hatch on the Amaru, looking to get the plant down inside of Office, and so far uncontested until the Nitro Cell, and so far rather similar to the opening round of Tia and Karaoke. Picked up by Lasmo. He too, though, also taken off it by the Nitro Cell, but he did able to stay alive a little longer until flushed out by Perez, and so far this has been defended very nicely from Loud. A set play from BDS that, for all consideration, wasn't bad, but Loud have just been there to respond.
Yeah, really good denial, but Perez eventually dealt with. That Nitro from Terrace did a good job initially and hit a shot onto the second with the pressure down below from STK. It makes things a little bit awkward for BDS. You go deep. Freck drops the diffuser.
Yeah, and suddenly, Robbie, who has started incredibly well in this match with 4 kills, needs to get 2 more. Diffuser recovered, but no smokes remaining. Deals with the shell of the Scopos, so not as much vision, and that should have been the kill. That was your opportunity to make it a 1v3, and the opportunity was not taken, but it was taken by Dafo, and Loud will respond, and that was a very good defensive round from Loud.
Yeah, Perez the MVP of that round. That was really the only blind spot that BDS had for that push. They had Samurai covered, the breach was pressured, Virtue had free clearance to get in towards the site, but preventing that plant denial from coming out, considering their positions, was very, very challenging. So he lobbed that Nitro at range. There was already line of sight in the wall, or he created it in the moment. We couldn't quite tell from what we were seeing, but Nitro land, diffuser on the ground, rotation from STK down below, made things very awkward for BDS. I mean, despite that, BDS still then found themselves with the man advantage, but not really the safe path to plant. Fret got put on an island, and then the 1v2 was unsuccessful.
2 rounds, 2 set plays as well from BDS. First one, Tea Room Karaoke. The second one on Office and Exhibition. We actually go back to Tea Room Karaoke because, of course, Loud did lose it in the opening round, so it's still available in the site selection. Slight change up for BDS, though, not just with the attacker repick that's happening at the moment, but of course from the original lineup that they brought in that first round. The Blackbeard, the Glaz.
5 seconds remaining.
This time it looks like a more conventional hit for BDS. Robbie on the Deimos.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
And probably a world of confidence for Robbie to start this well.
Then you're a better soldier than I thought.
There's always pressure when you kind of formulate a new team, new roster. You know, who performs well, who performs poor at the beginning is then more likely to probably maybe get replaced as you kind of consider how things are gelling. Robbie doing well here. Currently a 200 EPS to begin.
He's always been a fun player to watch.
Well, I think his strength has always just been his confidence on his entries, and he's got the skill to do it. And he's got a 2-0 start in terms of entries here on Skyscraper after only finding 2 out of 8 attempts prior to today. That's a very early logic bomb, by the way, by Virtue. And Frank will be the one to go down to the hands of Dafo, who has also started very well for a player that is currently 5th in the EPS rankings coming into this match. And we're looking to pump those numbers up once again. Contact here. Robbie unable to land.
Well, it's also back-to-back untraded deaths for Frack, so there's a disconnect at the moment from BDS. Last one was late round, this one early. Clearly trying to get value off the back of that logic bomb, but no one plays follow-up. Also weakens now the flank watch for BDS with the Nomad in the grave. So not an ideal
There's
start.
no map control either right now in this round.
And you're fighting from the back foot.
And you're fighting from the back foot. You're down a player. You haven't got map control. You've got no pressure towards the directive site for Tea Room Karaoke. And then you've only just kind of got Robbie making his way over now from the eastern side of the map.
It means that the win rate now for this round is absolutely plummeted. Right now, it's 25% or less.
You're going to have to hit some really good shots. Robbie on the flank does get rid of Dafo. He's the one that really became their win condition. He's got Lasmo for cover as well, so they double up together. And with the kill onto Dafo, that's a big figure off the board for Loud. Still time. There goes the second logic bomb, but it only affects 2 targets currently on Basetto and the STK. Robbie slowly making his way through makeup, and the brute forcing from BDS is working out. Talk about just walk into the site and kill your opponents. Sometimes it does work out. Basetto caught in the hallway. It leaves STK very low inside of Tea Room, and it looks like BDS are going to take the primary site once again here on the attack. And it all really opened up because of Robbie. Robbie, make that 8-2 to begin in the opening 3 rounds. He's back, and look at what it means. That's Robbie's map, bro. Skyscraper. Well, it is right now. He's making it. His map, out of 100 players at this tournament, coming into today, Robbie was the 84th rated player. That is a very low margin. 17-24, -7 KD, 2-6 entry, -4 entry. While he's 8-2 here and 2-0 on the entries, he is off to a hot start against Loud.
Bandit Ying off the board. Yeah, perhaps I should have plugged that into my calculator when I came up with the 25% number. Again, losing an early pick without map control on Skyscraper is often pretty devastating, but they're able to brute force that. Deimos didn't even really need to come into play for information. Instead, they worked terrace cross, got in towards Guige, caught Loud off guard. The crossover towards Throne was ineffective. Those in T didn't really offer enough support, and with that it broke down. Loud timeout. Sensing a bit of pressure now in this matchup. This is an elimination match for Loud. And they are currently trailing on Skyscraper defense. Rough start, but an opportunity with the new bans in play and the tactical timeout to reset and prepare for the next 3 of the half.
So Bandit banned out, and the Ying as well. All smiles for Robbie now, and no wonder. Having easily his best game at this tournament so far.
Attackers need to locate and
8-2. And yeah, he was the linchpin. He was the one that needed to activate for BDS in that round. They got stalled out early on. They were very late to rotate over towards the site. Loud had plenty of utility. I think at one point they still had 3 Nitrocells in the pocket. Geisha wasn't really opened up, but Robbie's push over from the eastern side through Terrace, finds a good pick, then into makeup, finds another pick. And sets the tone early for BDS. Now, they've only wagered the 1 bullet.
Yeah.
So you might wonder if that's like the right play or the wrong play. It's hard to really say until tomorrow. The good news is for BDS, if they lose this, they only go to 5. If they win this, they only go to 7. It just means that they're banking on being in a position.
Well, they'll go to 8 because it'll be an
limb. Yeah, 8. They're banking on being in a position where tomorrow they can actually be a low enough seed that they get to choose their opponent and then play their extended mag on top of it. And hope that that is enough as Perez just gets aggressive, foot on the throttle, and gets rid of Virtue. Or almost gets rid of Virtue.
It'll be a res.
And that should be, yeah, Virtue should get back up. And the significance of that is he's playing the Dockerbee, so you'll get those logic bombs for the round. Perez will be disappointed he couldn't finish off his great work. The spawn peak was successful, but doesn't net the kill.
Yeah, Virtue then for the remainder of the round will be on drone duty. Ensure that those logic bombs are allowed to replenish and that he can get value from that in the mid to late round. Dafo, though, will find Freck, who will once again die early on in the piece and once again be untraded. So for Freck, it's been a disaster start, but fortunately for him, Robbie is firing and the rest of the team in support. And so in some respects, this feels very similar to the previous round, a 4v5, no map control.
Well, unfortunately, there's not that much really that the Twitch was needed for. 1 BPC, proxy alarm. There's not a lot that you're really going to get in terms of value from the shock drones.
Well, it's just the gun factor.
The gun factor,
One less body to throw at the
exactly.
defense.
And Virtue's also very low. So again, for BDS, playing on the back foot in this 4th round. Logic Bomb does ring out from Virtue. The benefit of being able to get picked up after that spawn pick from Perez.
Who is currently being deathmarked by Robbie.
Well, this is where BDS can't go into their shells and just say, Robbie, walk in, kill them. And trust me, that can work. We just saw it in the previous round. When Robbie's hot, he's very difficult to stop. But you can't just give up this full map control. Slowly now, Lasmo and Virtue making their way into the building. Got to clear top floor, though, for Kitchen Barbecue. You cannot go horizontal here. Virtue making his way up behind Lasmo as they look to clear said top floor.
Well, Robbie's dead. And with that, BDS's hopes of winning this round likely down the drain as well. Good catch from Loud, who have played rather aggressive on this defensive round, and in doing so, will equalize.
Well, I mean, a lot of it comes back to 2 things. Virtue gets spawn peaked very low. You've got to then offset any kind of start that you want to make in the round. This should be a kill for Perez. And then Freck dying without a trade. And being 1-3, struggling a little bit to begin with. Same with P4. Right now, it's like if Robbie doesn't make things happen, BDS aren't going to make things happen. Flawless from Loud. Not much that they did wrong. Pretty much played that quite standard. Top floor hold for the tertiary site. A little bit of pressure across. Good spawn pick to begin. A bit active on the defense coming out of the tactical timeout. That's the response that you want if you're Loud. 2-2 scoreline. Feels like Daffo versus Robbie right now. Whoever can get more on top in this game is going to benefit for their team.
Could certainly be the case. Karaoke T to follow here, so second floor we go. Important to note as well, that being the tertiary site sets up Loud with a bit of a runway for the conclusion of this half with the primary sites unlocked.
Well, they can't win tier and karaoke apparently. That's the only concern.
Yeah.
They're going to try it again though here in the 5th round.
Yeah.
Which I'm a little bit surprised. I would have thought they maybe would have gone office and exhibition. It is available.
3rd attempt. I thought it was only the 2nd in the back of my mind.
No, 3rd attempt.
Absolutely correct.
So a little bit of concern though if you are BDS, because you got the first 2 opening kills through Robbie, then the next 2 opening kills have gone the way of Daffo. And as you mentioned before, both of them onto Freck.
5 seconds remaining.
And no opening kill in this match has been traded so far, and all 3 out of the 4 opening kills have actually been with 2+ minutes on the clock. So we've been seeing early engagements from both of these 2 teams, looking to make contact, looking to, you know, kind of feel each other out. That's the nature of Skyscraper. You're defending window, you're defending entry positions. It's pretty normal to see an early opening kill and then a bit of a fallback, peel back defense, get back to site. Sends in play for P4.
Yeah, sends Blackbeard in play, so expect backstairs to be the point of interest for the attack.
And remember, of course, the Warden can no longer see through the shield screens.
Yeah. Okay, funny. I had to look back. I literally pretty much haven't casted since that change. That's how long ago it was. Back in November 24.
How did Loud play this differently? Because the onus is on them this round, and it's Live that gets aggressive. P4 will not get any shield screens down from the ROU.
And that's a massive part of the puzzle here. If BDS were to eventually push it backstairs, I mean, based on current positioning, that may not have been the plan anyway, but still, that's an important tool lost and is only going to tank the attacking win rate for Sense even further at this event.
Aggressive play from Live works out, and that makes it 3 opening kills in a row now for Loud on the defense. Seems like that early tactical timeout may be paying dividends.
I mean, you have to. In this kind of circumstance on
It's
this
do or
map,
die.
you cannot allow BDS to get more than 2 attacking rounds, otherwise you're in a really awkward position. With your spot at the tournament on the line.
Robbie's on the move though. Oh no, that's not a good nade. The second one does at least get some distance on it. Little shaky here from Robbie. They feel like they've got a pinch. Freck has to get involved, but he cannot. He's actually blocked out by this gas canister, courtesy of Pasetto, who has 1 remaining. And at this point now for Loud, you've got a minute left on the clock, 5v4. You very much can now play site, keep gauge to control. You've got Nitro cells. This should be difficult for BDS. Even more so with Freck losing his life. Pressure onto Lasmo on the Blackbeard. Pulled the gun up, got the headshot. Virtue low. Shield up again for Lasmo, but expected maybe a swing from Blackstairs. With Robbie's death, this should and will be a Loud round win. Unless Virtue goes absolutely nuts. 1 of 4, 3 to go, but has about 3 HP. And for Loud, you've just got to give him the respect and kind of hold your positions. No need to go swinging or peeking, and in the end, Live was just holding the angle. So, Loud will take the lead for the first time here on Skyscraper.
Yeah, BDS looking to push it backstairs as kind of anticipated there in the round, but without the sends, it made it tricky. Freck, again, I feel like he's been put under a bit of a microscope in this matchup, but again, finding it challenging to head that entry. I think he still had flashes in pocket as well there, caught up close with shotgun. At least that time around he was traded, but even then, with the ground taken by the Blackbeard, without follow-up utility and the additional player to trade, it made it really difficult then to formulate much of it and execute in the end. So, clean from Loud. We'll actually go over to the bedroom bathroom for the final round of the half. So we're going to see all 4 played out. Loud not backing themselves to win exhibition office again.
Well, opposed to you now as we're in the final round of the half. Is 2 attacking rounds enough?
Yeah. 100%.
Got to remember that for BDS...
We've seen 1 be enough on this map. 2,
BDS
I think, is great.
11th at the tournament for defensive win rate. Loud first. So that can sort of overcome the map specific a little bit.
I mean, there is that caveat, right, that BDS's attack and win rate has not been amazing at this event, but
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
I mean, with that said, I think 2 is a good result for them.
So far, 208, 206, 216, 214 opening deaths. The other one being 139. So again, expecting an early confrontation between these two teams to close out this half. Just not enough. You've got to understand that it can't just be Robbie. Freck and P4 have got 1 kill between them. Lasmo and Virtue are kind of playing different roles, and probably Lasmo is the one that you want to be able to get going a little bit. 6 and 1 on the entry, but he hasn't really been able to get into engagements for these opening kills.
Drone up and running.
Bedroom and bathroom to close out the half. Of course, Loud will play above, defending towards Office and Exhibition, and Lasmo went for an entry this time, but he lost out to Perez, and he took Freck as well with him. Lovely double kill from Perez, and he's having a significant game. 10 and 3, just quietly putting together a very good performance, and that puts, once again, BDS on the back foot, 4 rounds running.
Perfect read. Stalls breach with the Zodo. Immediately responds to the soft exterior wall being opened. Lays down fire, finds 2. With that, it's pretty much round over.
Yellow ping intel must get the next kill, and probably quickly. Good kill from P4. Now, had the yellow ping information onto Perez. Plays it nicely. Becomes a 3v4 now with a little bit of time still remaining. Robbie still in the server, and Virtue still with 1 B canister for the Quad Hive launcher. They spot out Daffo over towards Shrine. Robbie just trying to get himself into some kind of angle to really watch this cross. Hopes to maybe force him out with the frag grenade, but that does not do so. And STK is there for cover.
Loud can just hold position at this point in time. BDS can commit somebody to hold the rotation back.
Two
in the meantime,
drones left as well. I mean, Loud have actually managed the drone economy of BDS very well.
Yeah. There's realistically only 2 players that can get to work on site. Effectively 2v2 on the objective, but tough to go in blind.
They got the first and only kill off of yellow ping intel. I don't know how much more information you're actually going to get now. They still haven't cleared out this shrine position either.
Yeah, they're just going to hold cross, but it leads to this weird standoff where BDS eventually need to make their
20
move.
seconds, guys. They give up map control to now try and hit site directly. Straight into a goo mine for P4. They lose Virtue. They're running out of time. They're having to just basically go for a Hail Mary. And it leaves Robbie by himself with no time remaining to find the remaining kills or get that kit down onto the floor. And so therefore, it will be Loud taking a 4-2 lead going into the second half.
Big from Loud. Consolidate their position. Perfectly timed tactical timeout, and then the response from the team snappy. BDS got out of the gates with a good start. It was a 2-1 lead at the conclusion of that karaoke round back on the 3rd round. And Loud, again, as mentioned, tactical timeout into that barbecue defense and really just rolled forward from there.
I mean, that round itself, it's just, you know, double kill on the entry there for Perez to deny, and then just stall out BDS, and then there's 20 seconds left, no map control, just send it in, go for that Hail Mary, which, how often does that realistically work? But, asterisk, that was the first half. Now we got a second half coming up, BDS going to defense, and a 4-2 half, as you said. I think it's very normal to see that on a map like Skyscraper, but Loud, coming into this game, I would have anticipated to have a better attack than, say, BDS, and puts them very much in a good position. Not only do I think they can obviously get the 2 attacks to at least force OT, but I genuinely think they could get to the 7.
So, once again, double shield, Monty Blitz. We saw that in the first round of bans back in the previous half. Kaid and Bandit, so electricity dealt with. Slight variation with the Valk exchanged out this time around. So that may free up a bit of info gathering for defense.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Always interesting to try and strike a balance for the defensive bands here on Sky. Loud clearly prioritizing opening those external breaches with a little more comfort, a little less reliant on EMPs. And to ultimately see how much of an impact that ends up having. And gaining that ever-important map control. Interesting lineup though to kick off things. Blackbeard, the only shield left standing outside of Fuse shield in play. I don't know if Dafo's actually going to play the shield himself as well. May well be the case. It's not like this is a site where it's particularly prevalent, the utility. In fact, we see a switch off both, so don't know why I even mentioned it in the end, but primary hard breach in play. Interestingly, the only hard breach available. No secondaries for Loud.
Yeah,
actually, no,
I mean,
Live will probably be running. Oh no, he's not running secondaries, my bad.
No,
so yeah, the only hard breach
To be
available.
fair, it's Team Room Karaoke, so provided you get Geisha opened up, you probably don't need it as much elsewhere.
Could make the office clear a bit more challenging, and they are stacking at BDS.
Yeah, but I mean, again, VIP, you're not going to have to deal with a Bandit or Kaye. This should be pretty much free for the Thermite.
I mean, maybe they sell the softball. They get singled freely, again with no electricity. Nothing you can do to deny that as defense.
There's really just no threat on the Thermite in opening up any of these walls unless someone goes for a run out. And Live is somewhat watching. Tails off though. So VIP opened up. Peseta makes his way over to makeup, and that's basically job done. And that's why you only really need the one hard breacher here.
Yeah, that wall muted, but impact amp from Dafo able to deal with that.
So far, Robbie has been good in his own entry departments.
Ooh, yeah. Ooh, you can't re-peek it now.
Yeah, I mean, this has got to try and, yeah, cross. Yep, nicely done.
Yeah, that's well played. Got bullied off the angle, but then didn't overcommit.
Yeah, he lost that, but keeps his life intact, and it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade between STK and Freck. We'll give Freck the...
Not self-induced, by the way.
Yeah,
that is a bug.
It is a bug. It's just a 1-for-1 trade. But we'll give him the opening kill. I think he needs it right now.
Yeah, he's had a rough one.
Just over a minute remaining, 4v4. Loud just circling outside of the map, not really looking to go for that sweep across. They've got makeup opened. They did end up opening VIP, but haven't really utilized that position on the map. And just now, Perez towards Shrine, making his way in through the window. Could look to put pressure on the mezzanine. Still a couple of drones remaining as well. Robbie holding towards Drum.
Well, Diffuse poshed it over towards Geish, so they need to try and clear Lasmo as quickly as possible, but proving to be a challenge.
And Virtue's just sitting comfortably over towards Blackstairs, no one close by, so he's still got 2 gas babes. He can also look to swing hallway later on if Loud don't send members over there. Lasmo pops the glasses, expecting that push to come through, but talk about coming through. Dafo makes his way in, not where BDS expected from. Fortunately, Virtue gets on the move and does get the trade and starts to become a bit of a mess here on towards the site. They lose Robbie. He held a good position. Perez with a double. He is having a huge game right now. Massive impact in that round from Perez. Loud left it to the last seconds of that round, but they kicked the second half off with a superb attacking round win.
I'm pretty sure that was the other stream. That those comments sounded a little bit too too British for this one. Who is on the other stream, by the way? Do you know?
That's a good question. Should be Cloud9 G2.
I was going to say, it sounded like Doki. Yeah, really good work from Dafo in that prior round in kicking things off with the karaoke swing. I was actually having a look across at our overhead, and some of the util players went in towards Geisha, especially the displaced Lasmo, really didn't land. There was a frag grenade that I think it went a little bit too deep, but that missed the mark, and it forced the play through karaoke to unlock that position, and it was successful. BDS then frantically tried to reposition in a bit more advanced positions, but Perez with some really nice clears, a player that's been super switched on in this matchup. 13 picks thus far. Able to cash in the early pressure from others on his team. So good signs in the opening round for Loud. Over to Kitchen BBQ for round 8.
5 seconds to go.
Yeah, I mean, concerns now, though, if you're BDS. You had a 2-1 lead. Since then, you've given up 4 rounds in a row, and you're losing a lot of the entry battles, too, which has been kind of your one wood. It's been your main strength so far at the tournament. Of course, your opponent is better at it than you, though.
I mean, it's officially for 3 opening kills in a row into the 1 in that last round, but considering that was a immediate trade, it's almost 4 the way of Loud, or 3.5. And many of those landing within the first minute as well.
So if Loud win this, they will go to 22 bullets, and they will go to the main stage.
Yep.
That will be top 4, so they will qualify tonight.
BDS, though, certainly with a chance tomorrow if they play well. Extended mag available.
Yeah. I mean, naturally, Loud just have more on the line here because if they did end up losing this, well, then they would be eliminated from the tournament. But
that's the nature of this format. You can
they've been in
win it all
control.
and you can lose it all in one game.
Perez has just been absolutely nuts in this. +9 on the KD. He's 186 EPS in this match.
What was his rating heading into the day? Because I feel like he wasn't on my radar. Oh, he was 12th, so 118 EPS.
Yep. Perez and Daffo have definitely been the best two players for Loud at the tournament so far, and actually that has continued in this match. 20 kills between them. Which, I mean, that's something that you could look to if there's a match in which Perez and or Daffo don't perform. Loud are going to lose a lot of their firepower, but I mean, you could say that for pretty much most teams, right? Logic Bomb called out by SDK. And on the move now is Live. SDK does go down to Freck. That's a good battle, and that's going to be an easy kill. 4 Live onto Robbie, who just wasn't ready for it. And Robbie, who started 8-2, is now 8-6.
Oh, with Damos still up now, it's going to be very difficult.
And when he
for
was
BDS.
8-2, we heard BDS say, this is Robbie's map. Well, right now, it's turning out to be Loud's map as they go 4-1 up in the 8th round, and they will go 6-2 up. That 3rd round, when BDS went 2-1 up, feels like a lifetime ago now. Because this team in green is getting very noisy, very loud here in Brazil, and they are 1 round away from securing a spot at the main stage.
I can't believe how hard I threw my predictions for this event. At the very last moment before I locked them in, I took Loud out and put G2 in. That might be one of the worst decisions I have ever made in my life.
Tactical timeout from BDS. But at this point, I don't know if there's much that could save them.
They look a little bit dejected at the moment. I mean, again, sometimes it's difficult to determine if it's focus or dejection, but I don't know. I think the way that they're struggling to deal with Loud at the moment, it's probably the latter.
Robbie was 8-2 after that 3rd round, and since then, not a single kill.
Jeez.
Now 8-6.
Yeah, that's rough. You need at least one,
and by the way,
for this map.
That's not like I'm not shaming Robbie by any means, but I said it at the time. Like if Robbie's not the one that's fragging, who's going to stand up for BDS?
You need firepower.
If his firepower has cooled off a little bit, and that's fine. He started super hot. No one else though has got going. I mean, Lasmo was actually the one that was the top-rated player coming into today for BDS. Where's he been? Virtue's playing his role. I don't think, you're not expecting Virtue to go in and be your entry fragger and be your top player.
Supportive.
So he's been playing his role on the support. Lasmo 3-8, P4 3-7, Freck 3-7. So it's very much that, that team performance right now for BDS that's letting them down. Robbie gave them a head start, but no one else could kind of follow.
Well, it certainly feels like a matter of when and not if Loud are able to win this match, and with that 22 bullets.
And this is going to be their strength going into main stage as well. I mean, this is the best attacking team of the tournament so far, and for them to come into this second half and straight off the rip go and find 2 attacking rounds on a map like Skyscraper, but doing it so convincingly and intriguingly enough in both cases where they didn't find the opening kill, because Freck got actually both opening kills. Actually onto SDK as well.
Loud are going to thrive in the live environment. Brazilian crowd.
Absolutely.
If they're versing a non-Brazilian team as well, it's going to be a very hostile environment. And if Loud continue their attacking success, imagine being on a defender-sided map and finding it difficult to get defensive rounds, the crowd against you, pressure mounting. It's not going to be a very pleasant experience for whoever's on the receiving end of that, regardless of how good that team may be. So there's a lot to get excited about if you're a Loud fan. Could be CAG.
Do BDS have the wherewithal to bring this one back? And this is also the mental aspect. You've only got the 1 bullet on the line, so for BDS, you only go down to 5. You can play tomorrow, play your extended mag, and then look to, rocket up the standings to make main stage. Oh, how does Daffo not win that one? Freck, very good headshot. I mean, credit to Freck because he was on the receiving end of a lot of these entries in the first half. He's turned that around, actually, with 3 in a row to begin the second half. But unfortunately, his team has not been able to capitalize on those.
Yeah, wins a clean duel there in through Drum.
It actually now means that throughout this entire match, BDS have been better at getting these opening kills than Loud, but they're 2-6 down. 5-4.
Probably a reflection of how green the team is late round.
Well, that's probably also
challenging.
a good indication because Perez does not give any care about the opening kill or death scenario. He'll happily just find the kills later in the round when they're more impactful. He goes to 15. He has dropped 15 here against BDS and make that 16 as Robbie really needed to win that battle. Loud are moments away from surely securing their spot in the main stage. 22 bullets. I don't imagine there's any world in which they could get displaced out of the top 4 with that amount. 3v3 though into the final minute.
Sato taking a look at damage, but survives. Double stack. A VIP clearance from P4 and Lasmo. P4 very low, but that enables Lasmo to go for the swing. Trade to come through though from Basetto, who falls as well.
Down to SDK. And P4's very low.
Winnable.
Nope. Apparently not. P4 able to hit the headshot. Ends up actually making a very solid swing peak, and BDS stay alive for a little longer.
Still a 3-round deficit. So BDS need to keep plugging away. Additional bans to come through. I am presuming, especially with the prevalence of the Blackbeard, that BDS are going to triple down here on shields. Blackbeard just making the one appearance, but Basetto using it pretty nicely in the prior round for a bit of space. Could be the Grim. Played every round. Oh, actually, and there it is in the end. So Grim played every single round by Dafo. Another impactful operator. And so dealt with. Mirror in response, we saw just on the one occasion for that exhibition defense from BDS. And so perhaps a little bit more site-specific to counteract that hold.
I mean, have we seen the mirror yet, though?
Yeah, just in that last round.
So just once.
Probably site-specific for exhibition.
I mean, obviously Loud have got a couple of rounds to play with. Whereas
Well, if you can weaken the exhibition hold, that's going to be what BDS most likely need to win out to push OT. So, I mean, maybe we're over-engineering it a little bit, but it could be a world in which they're just targeting that hold a little bit more. If they find the next few rounds a challenge, BDS elect to go back there for the 5-6 round, then they will have to shake up their hold.
So 3 rounds in a row needed here for BDS if they can force this one to overtime.
5 seconds left.
16 and 5 for Perez, 181 EPS. Absolutely dominating. Can BDS find a way to shut him down? Dafo now finds himself on the Deimos. He's been pretty much just as instrumental in this match so far. 127 EPS with 8-4. Just a bit hard for him to find the kills because Perez is the one that's claiming them all. Robbie, though, in a little slump now. Started 8-2, now 8-7. Others have started to slowly catch up for BDS, but no one's really hammering it home. They're all 4 and 5 kills apiece still. Big extension for BDS, though, in this round here in Karaoke, and there's a lot of presence and pressure over towards Office and Exhibition. Lasmo towards Drum, so it's a massive extension.
I was watching Robbie there in the overhead. He's over-peaking. Well, not over-peaking, but aggressively peaking exterior at the moment. He's still stationed close by.
I mean, this is better, though, for BDS. I wrote down in my notes on the 7th round, no aggression for BDS. Well, certainly getting all of the aggression now. Robbie, though, well, he's fortunate to be alive, but he's very unfortunate to not have found a sliver of a pixel to get the opening kill there for BDS, and he still remains on 8. And he, it's Freck that does get eliminated. Freck, once again, in yet another opening engagement. He has been in 6 now, and he goes 3-3 in that department. And SDK is low to match Robbie. And Dafo gets rid of Robbie. So Dafo coming to the forefront here to help Loud get over this final hurdle, finish off BDS, move on to the live portion of this event. Lasmo binds a huge kill onto Perez, shuts down the top fragger, keeps himself alive, although just by a small margin, and keeps this round interesting for a little longer.
Deimos hugely impactful in this round, and still 2 death marks available for Dafo. Only the Warden available to scan, and so Loud with 3 drones left may want to get a little bit more information.
I mean, honestly, I don't mind just kind of trying to find out where Lasmo is. You know he's very low.
And the one shot's going to take him down.
And he's getting hunted down by STK. Is Lasmo going to be ready for this? Does make a little bit of contact, and smart here from STK. Expected the flank, expected the help. Wonderful game sense, and it pays dividends, not just for him, but for his team. And Loud are going to hope that over in the main stage, that crowd will get right behind them and make a whole heap of noise to make this organization proud. Welcome to Siege, welcome to the main stage. It's time to get loud.
7-3 victory in the end. A great performance from a team that maybe are a little bit of a dark horse at this event. I'm sure a well-respected roster considering some of their recent performances, but one that might do quite a bit of damage at this event if given the opportunity.
Well, where to here for BDS? They will play again tomorrow, that's for sure. BDS are not out, but they're going to be low on bullets, 5 remaining. They do still have an extended magazine they will have to use tomorrow, of course. Anyone who does still have one will definitely use it tomorrow, but by no means is this, you know, the worst case scenario for BDS. You got to remember, if you are low on bullets, you get to pick your opposition tomorrow. So they will be able to pick the team that they feel most confident in being able to take down, match their bullets, plus an extended mag. Basically, if BDS win tomorrow, it's still very likely they can make top 8.
Yeah, totally not devastating for BDS. They took on a very strong team. They showed good resilience on attack. BDS got 2 rounds on Skyscraper. That's great. Unfortunately, their defense couldn't hold up, but they were taking on the best attacking team at the tournament. So if there's any time to have it tested, go back to the VOD, look back and improve for tomorrow, this was the match, this was the opposition.
Yeah, we saw Robbie there on your screens. He started 8-2, finished I think 8-8. He'll be very disappointed that he couldn't quite keep that good time, that good feeling going, because coming into this match, that was sort of like one of the highlighted players was, can Robbie be Robbie that we know, that we've seen, an absolute superstar back in Montreal, but unfortunately couldn't quite match it the entire time. And shout out Perez and Daffo, because coming into this game, they were the 2 highest rated players for Loud, and they continue to be that in this too. So going into the main stage, they're 2 players to watch, and Loud themselves as a team are certainly to watch. They've got a lot of respect now from a lot of people, and proving that that SI run as Raza Company was by no means a fluke. We got one more game after the break. Don't go too far.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
My name is Seth. I'm 25 years old. I'm a coach for Space Station Gaming. Kind of going back to, you know, while I was playing American football, obviously to play the position I played, the coaches took it very serious. So they're like, you know, got to get you to this weight. By the time I was like 17 years old, senior, so I got to around 270 or so. That ended, and with that, you know, obviously no more 2-a-day workouts, so there was no morning lifts and then nighttime practices, and kind of just stopped working out in a way, kept eating the same. So I blew up to like pretty big, about 330 or so. And I eventually, you know, I was playing, didn't really think much about it, just consumed the game, you know, 12 hours a day, just grinding it. And then eventually I got the position to coach. Charles came to me and they're like, hey, I want you to come out here and coach our team. And looked at those players, they were really young guys, and I was like, if I want to be an example for these guys, you know, I've got to get myself in good physical, mental shape, and that's what kind of sparked the whole idea of like, I got to do this now. Starting out doing something like that, right? First of all, having a reason, like a why, is the most important thing, and then after that, setting a specific, measurable goal that's realistic. Write down and talk about, here's the plan, how we're going to do this, and then just stick to that plan every day. You know, you get small wins as you go, and then keep the goals progressing after that. I think as a coach, you know, a lot of people in esports and think that I'm the best. I don't think that, you know, I'm better than anybody, but I do think I have a decent understanding of what good leadership looks like, and I think the number one component to that is being an example. So being the best example you can be, and then modeling what you want your players to be like, is the most important thing. And I think that you have to maintain that mindset of, I want to be elite in everything that I'm doing, so that way they strive to be elite in everything they're doing. And then as you achieve each thing, you make sure you're looking at like, okay, I achieved this, here's the next step. Having that discipline is probably the hardest thing to do. Knowing that I'm in control enough of myself that if I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it, is very liberating. I think that brings a lot of joy. And it honestly decreases a lot of anxiety too. Because if I tell you or I tell somebody else, like, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do everything I can to do it. And I know that, and I can trust myself enough to do it.
With SiegeX, it's time to push Rainbow Six Esports to new strategic levels. Thanks to the new pick and ban system introduced with SiegeX, players have more control to respond to their opponent's tactics. R6 Esports follows the same track, but has its own twist on it. Each competitive match starts with both teams banning 2 operators from the opposing side simultaneously, with a reveal phase between each ban. The attacking team can only ban defenders, and the defending team can only ban attackers. At the end of the 3rd round, both teams will receive an additional ban, which means that a total of 6 operators will now be banned. Teams will now have an additional tool to counter opponents and shift the course of the match. Once the 6th round ends, all bans are reset. Teams switch sides, and the whole banning process starts over to get up to 6 operators banned in the second half as well. And if ever the match goes to overtime, both teams will carry over all of their previous bans, and they will be updated dynamically based on which side they are playing. This means that previously banned operators will stay banned from their opponent without being banned for themselves. With this new ban system, teams will have quicker reactions against opponents' strategies in every Rainbow Six Esports match. Get ready for a new level of strategy with SiegeX.
Hi, I'm Baby Shark, French young player for Wildcard. When I was young, I was like passionate by sharks. I was like, playing Black Ops 3 at the beginning when I was 10. When I started playing Rainbow Six with like some famous people like streamers, etc. Like they called me like the young player from the community. I was thinking about like Baby Shark, and like the music is funny, so then I changed to Baby Shark. My mother is like teacher, so it was hard to mix the school and the game. So the first goal was to get my graduates in France, and then after that I will be able to like do whatever I can. They were supporting me, like pushing me to get my dream, and then my dad was supporting me since the beginning.
Ça va et toi?
Salut la famille! Bonjour! Allez, on dépose tout, let's go!
At the beginning of the year, like Wildcard came to me, and then they gave me a trial, and it went well. So now I'm there and happy to be at Trio. I moved to from France, like Avignon, the southeast of France, to Houston, Texas. I knew I had to move if I was like getting picked by Wildcard. It was hard for my parents at the beginning, but they're really happy for me. Like all my friends, etc., are happy for me, so I'm happy to be there too. I'm trying to represent them as much as possible. The most important is the team. Since we are a young team, I think we're there to like take experience, mainly for me and like for 2 other players who are like, it's their first offline tournaments, and me, that's not my first offline tournament, but like that's usually my first major tournaments. I went from T2 to like without playing like in a professional league to like literally play an offline event, and that's like unbelievable for me. It's maybe one of the first time on stage it's happening. I'm just so proud of the work I've put in, and just have to focus on it. Just take pleasure when we are playing, and that's it.
So, what do we think is the best and worst maps?
The best map is Border.
Yeah, no, he says that because he's in East Airs one trick. he must have like 10 KD on East Airs and officials.
Just with smoke.
Smoke every round.
And I think the worst map I would say is Labs. I don't like Labs, bro. It's just a clubhouse, a smaller clubhouse.
I literally think it's the same thing. I think it's like played like clubhouse.
It's a smaller clubhouse.
Yep.
And clubhouse is already small, so.
Can you go more about Border? For example, like we like Border as well, but I would say as a map, I don't think it's that good because you're playing the exact same round every single round. It's a east or CC every round, you know.
To be honest, I'm kind of biased. Like tactically wise, it's not a really good map. I can agree with that. But I like to play the map. Like I think it's really a gun skill map. It's a really you have to be skilled to play the map.
My worst map is Border.
I could have guessed that.
Just before you said it's your best map, your favorite map. And my favorite map is Bank.
Ah, of course, BDS.
So Border, I think, like you
Bank is
said, it's boring. And it's a lot of gunfights, and I like gunfights. But for me, is nothing about like strategically most of the time.
Yeah,
and that's why, for me, it's not the Rainbow Six I like, you know. So that's why that's not a map I like. And Bank, it's for me one of the most strategic map. Sometimes can be boring, I think. I mean, every map we kinda do all the same thing, but I feel like on Bank you have a lot of like individual reaction on what the enemy team does and a lot of strategy. So that's why for me.
With West, I'll go with you as well, Bank. It's just not even anything about strategy-wise. I just feel like I've had my best games on Bank, so I just like it. And then West map, I don't even know, you know. I would probably put Sky up there, just really hard to attack, but it's still playable, I still like it. But I don't even have I like all the maps, to be honest. Cafe as well, but just because like we can't play Cafe. But I still don't think it's a bad map, but we just can't play Cafe.
I think best map is Cons. I just like the different way you like play it, and it's just kind of like you can attack it in so many different ways, like, and the pacing can always be changed, and like it has a lot of windows. Don't get me wrong, but that kind of helps the map because there's different ways to like entry into the building, and you can always rotate to a window late and cause like a whole new attack. And then the worst map, I hate Clubhouse because it just kind of got stale like over the years.
What about Labs, bro?
I mean, it's just kind of newer, but I do also hate Labs because I think it's just like like you said, a smaller Clubhouse that's played out the same. But it's just because it's newer, it's kind of like, I'm not like sick of it yet, but Clubhouse has been the same maps, played the same way. You can predict every attack based off like what walls they open in the first 20 seconds. Like, it's just the most boring map by far.
Your point about club, obviously, mine's always been club favourite because I'm a firm believer the better team wins on club. Maybe not now with the bans because it's like, you can make it like it just really easy. But I just thought like club-wise, strategically, it's just like,
strategically, it's the same map.
Well,
it's
yeah, but it's like who's better at the basics, in my opinion.
Yeah, this is the basics.
Yeah, the club is like who's better at the basics. Well, and it's like you're going to punish teams that try to skip steps and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
That's why.
What's your worst map?
Chalet.
Chalet?
Only because it just feels like, sometimes defending on that map feels like
you're ISO'd.
You're in a cell.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Have you seen WWE when they're all in the cage? That's what it feels, that's what it feels like on Chalet sometimes.
That's true.
Hi, I'm here with Joshua Mill, the game director for Rainbow Six Siege or Siege X, right? You are a true legend. I'm completely crazy that I get the chance to interview you. Do you see yourself as a legend? Because I see you.
No, I don't see myself as a legend. I'm just a guy. I mean, honestly, I'm a nerd like any other developer who just loves what they do and has an incredible team behind the game. And that's it. Yeah, I'm no legend. I'm just a guy.
Well, we are here for Reload in Rio de Janeiro. So, do you like the trip to Rio? Do you love the vibe?
So that's how I was going to describe it. No, honestly, like I love Brazil. I was here with Sao Paulo, and that was incredible. I don't love the flight out though, because we're up in Montreal, so it took a while and it was a long one. But no, the city, the food, like it's been awesome here. I managed to catch a bunch of stuff last time when I was here in Sao Paulo, but just arrived last night here in Rio, and already it's awesome.
It's also lovely to hear that you love our food. There's any food in specific that you like in Brazil?
It's going to be a really generic way of saying it, but the meat here is incredible. Yeah, okay.
I know that.
Okay, good answer. Because I mean, that wins me over. Like, I'm a country boy from back in Canada, so meat and barbecue and stuff like that is our thing, but whew, it's good here.
Yeah, I love also barbecue and, But right now, you have the experience to see competitive players playing CJX for everybody to see. How do you feel about that?
Honestly, it's incredible to see it live, like going out there with the Reload event going on right now. Luckily for us, like they've had access to this build for a little bit, so I've seen some of the feedback coming in behind the scenes. But now seeing it live and seeing like the community start to see this stuff and find the different things that are going on, it's really awesome. Like it's a lot of hard work coming together, and just seeing the action play out and like how damn good it looks on stream has been fantastic. So.
And everyone around here is really having such a great moment. You just saw them just, laughing and shouting. So, yeah, it's really good. And also, do you have anything to say for the audience? That's your time to shine. Some words.
I wouldn't say it's my time to shine. I think it's Siege's time to shine. CJX is just around the corner. This is an incredible opportunity to see what we've been cooking. And, yeah, tune in to Reload. It's going to be sick.
Agreed.
Hi, I'm Loya, and I play for G2. Yeah, in this tournament in Rio, I really expect us to get in the finals, to show the world who we are again. We were not so good in the last tournaments, and I think we are missing this. We need to give everybody the joy of cheering for G2 again. When the fans ask me for more, in my head it's because I need to give them more. I like this feeling, to be honest. I like to be asked a lot and give everything they want. I like to think the pressure is a gift, and it used to help me when I'm playing, when I'm on the tournaments.
Looking to crash the party. I think G2 wins. G2 will be here.
I decided to move to Serbia because when I joined G2, I obviously needed to move to Europe, and the other Brazilian in my team, Alemão, he was already living there. I was living in his apartment, not anymore, thank God. But I'm still in Serbia, and I think the biggest difference is the culture, the way people are here in Brazil. We usually talk a lot, we're so happy with each other, we talk to everybody, always a nice mood. In Serbia, people are more close, don't show much their feelings. Yeah, it's hard, but maybe more because of the job. Like when I live there and I have this job, usually I'm just on my apartment. I don't go out, I don't go to much parties. It's also good because I can focus on my job, and when I miss my parents, when I miss my friends, and I come to tournaments like this, like we are now in Rio, and I see everybody again, it's just special moments. We were in my city for the past 10 days in São Paulo, and it was so good to see my friends, to go to the places I used to go when I used to live here. My family, right now they live in USA, but my dad's coming to the tournament. I really hope we are there so he can see me in the finals on the stage, and that's why I'm playing for it. That's why I'm here working every day to have these moments, because it's the perfect job.
Any day I walk through the fire, go hard when the stakes are higher, never lose with a strong desire. Only way to go up, go higher.
Welcome to Reload, a bold new R6 esports format where every match is a mind game and every decision is a measure of confidence. 20 teams, one mission. Reload, survive, and conquer the finals. Teams choose who to challenge. Teams choose how many bullets to play for. And every choice has consequences. Phase 1 is called Reload to Survive. Across 5 rounds, teams do 2 things to set up their match. 1, pick their opponent. 2, decide how many bullets to reload. Bullets are points. Each team decides how many they're willing to win or lose in each match. Simple as that. Every team starts on equal footing, with 6 bullets. For rounds 1 and 2, a maximum of 2 bullets can be reloaded. From rounds 3 to 5, teams can reload as many bullets as their opponent currently holds, up to 8. So how does that work in action? Here's how a match plays out. G2 challenges Fnatic. G2 chooses to play for 4 bullets. Fnatic plays for 3. This is the reloading mechanic. G2 wins, then 4 bullets go into their chamber. Lose, then they lose those 4. Same goes for Fnatic. Win or lose, it's their 3 on the line. Every round is a chance to grow your bullet count, or watch it disappear. After round 4, the top 4 teams in the bullet leaderboard qualify for Phase 2. After round 5, 4 more join them. 8 move forward. The rest, eliminated. Each team holds 3 one-time use cards. Use them wisely. Chicken card. Not feeling up for the challenge? Play this card to back out of the match like a true chicken. Extended Meg. Add 6 extra bullets to your reload. A bold boost if you're certain you'll dunk on your opponent. Dual card. Available only in round 3. Lost the match and you're out of bullets? This card gives you the chance to 1v1 to stay alive for the next round. Big moments at reload will earn bonus bullets. Win in a flawless 7-0 landslide, plus 2 bullets. Win with just 1 bullet in the chamber, plus 1. You're a survivor. Eliminate a team completely from the competition, plus 1 for being such a baddie. Then it's on to Phase 2, the Reload Finals. The classic single elimination format returns. No more bullets. Quarterfinals and semifinals are best of 3. The grand final? A best of 5 for all the glory, trophy, and a prize pool of $520,000. Every choice matters. Every bullet counts. Will your team reload with confidence or fall with nothing left in the chamber? This is Reload. Let the games begin.
All right. What do you guys think of the new ban system?
I definitely think it's good. Refreshing.
I really like it, bro. I think every map was like being played the same, and with the new bans, every game is like different. So
yeah,
I like it.
Attacking can definitely be a lot harder now, like especially if you're not prepared for it.
Really? I actually would have said the other way around.
Really?
Yeah. I actually think, because like on attack you have like so many like oppressing ops, like the shields, Ying, Grim, Glaz, all that kind of stuff. On defense you have like, it's not like crazy defense. Like there's just like classic operators. Like smoke on bank is like a classic.
I was just thinking. I was thinking more about around the art bridges. You know, like a lot of maps are about opening the walls and you being able to.
Yeah,
ban
I get
them.
that's definitely like club and stuff like that.
Yeah, if you're not like having the counter bans on the attack to ban the defenders, like imagine just giving a scenario. You get Maverick banned and you have Bandit and Kate open. You're like on a clubhouse or on a night
Labs, Labs was bad back in the
I agree with you.
Yeah, they can be cooked.
I think it also like makes it so you have to have like a bigger bag. Like you have to understand how to play like with certain bans, and like you can't just crutch like certain operators compared to like how people used to. Like for instance, like your teammate Zach, Spirits, he mained.
I know.
He mained Blitz, and BB every time, so like he was able to just kind of no bag those. But like now because of that, you have to develop like a better understanding of like more operators.
Is he on Fraud Watch for these events?
Spirits.
That's
I've scrimmed him, and I would say he learned something. He learned to crutch a new op.
That's fine, exactly. Pick your poison. You ban 2 shields.
That's all I'm saying. I just learned to crutch a new op. That's all I did.
That's nice info here.
Yeah, but now you got to guess with jockeys.
Now, I would add one thing you guys didn't talk about. I think Savage, you did a bit. It will be also a lot of mind game, I think.
Yes.
Like you said, if you just ban Bandit Cade and you just don't ban anything to anoint the opening bridge for the attacker, for example, the game can be really bad for you on one side. Or like if you ban Warden, for example, and any team is just playing Glass D'ing for 3 rounds. That can be really annoying.
Especially on the long run. Imagine like you're running like the same operator bans for quite a few matches, and then just on the grand final you swap it up, and the team is like not expecting it or didn't really do it at all. Like that could end the entire map, you know.
That's also why I kind of do and don't like it, because like Club, for example, it used to took like actual like brain power to go and get breaches off. Like on Labs 2, it would take like skill, and there's teams here, in my opinion, which can now just ban 2 Warden Arlops, takes 0 IQ, wall open.
Surely
back in the day, they'd be on the wall for like a minute. Like just scratching their head. Like,
but then if the
then you
team
punish them.
bans like Kaiden bandits, like the default ban, and you ban Termite and Ace, like the ban that they did,
100%.
It goes to the trash, you know.
Yep. And you ban Felma Ace, baby blitz up.
It is about that. It's like
that's what it is.
You ban a few like a Warden, so to force them onto banning an Ingar Glass, and then you go and you just play the shields or you
That's what I think this event's going to be. I think the team that's going to go far are the teams that just abuse the bans the most.
And they are able to adapt on the spot.
I also think a big thing with like banning like Warden specifically, like on Opster you have to play like the site, like the floor above. You can't play the win con of like killing like planners or anything from the top. So you have to like learn like you have to have a new strat basically to like stop it.
Overall, I think it's really refreshing.
Yeah, for sure. Refreshing is like the best word to describe it. Especially because like maps like Clubhouse that were being played the exact same for years. It's like a whole new map almost.
Yeah, but that was the favorite map of the Nave.
That's what it is. You can't go wrong with Clubhouse. It's just classic. Just classic.
Yeah.
Ué, tá perdido? Tô mesmo. Então vem com a gente.
Yes, we will! W7s! They themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
Hello, I'm Han Cold, and I'm the IGL for M80. I thought about retiring before Manchester, honestly. I remember telling the old analysts from SSG, Luke, and then Forrest from old SSG, because they both live in Vegas. I told them, I was like, I don't know, like, I think this is gonna be my last season. And then we started winning everything from there. I wasn't too surprised of the result in Manchester, but I was just more so a little bit surprised that that would be the first team that I'd win something with. I mean, just because, I've been on a lot of good teams, a lot of quote-unquote super teams, and that team was just made up of a bunch of drop players, and, we just came together and made something special. Going from just a player on a team to IGLing a team, I feel like really sparked the fun and the energy back for me. The transition to IGL mainly happened just because, on Beast Coast, it was, 5 players that got dropped basically, or 4 players and then a rookie. And I was the oldest, so I felt like I kind of needed to take responsibility for, for more of the team, and I kind of just transitioned into that. I would say it was more fun just because I was learning something new. I've been playing this game for almost 10 years now. I feel like I know everything about it, but IGLing kind of adds a third aspect to the game where I have to learn not just how to play it myself, but how to control a whole team. It's the most fun and the most stressful, yeah. But I'd say it's the most fulfilling when it works. I'd say the biggest difference is just mentally. Before, I feel like I would have maybe some issues with nerves or just overthinking, putting too much pressure on myself, but nowadays, I feel like it's kind of my job to stay level-headed and keep everyone on the team in the right end goal. Give 80% to yourself while you're playing, and then, the 20% you're trying to see what everyone else is doing, get them to do the right thing. I thought I'd be more emotional lifting the trophy, to be honest. I kind of felt like I needed more. I needed to lift the hammer. I felt like that major win, I don't know, it didn't satisfy me.
It's our final game of the day here for the B stream. SSG taking on Wildcard for what promises to be yet another potential elimination game for SSG, not for Wildcard, and we'll kind of get into all that nitty gritty. Massive win that we just had as well previously, guys. It's been a good day so far. We've had some upsets, but we've also had some return to form for certain teams. Loud, of course, beating out BDS. We had Falcons taking down FearX as well just previously. So starting to see some of the big boys get rolling, and for Loud, they're pretty much through.
Yeah, Loud with a massive addition to their bullet count, and I think I kind of alluded to it on Cast, but I think there's a very real possibility Loud can go very deep at this event. Home crowd advantage, best attacking team at the event, so certainly one to keep our eye on.
Move forward, SSG taking on Wildcard, an all-NA showdown to close out the B stream here. For Space Station, it's win or go home. They have to win this match, otherwise they will be out of bullets. Of course, they went all in yesterday against FearX. They lost that 3-7. The match before that, they also lost 3-7 to Dark Zero. Their only win at the tournament so far against G2, and that was a 7-4 back on day one. And it's been, I was going to say rather mid for SSG so far. They're 15th for attacking win rate. They're 15th for defensive win rate. They're first, though, for plans somehow. I don't quite know how that ends up working out. And they're actually 6th for entries. So some of their statistics are basically saying they're doing quite well. They just can't finish the job.
Yeah, a couple of those numbers stand out as being really intriguing. I mean, that plant one right at the very top, right? Perhaps finding it difficult in the post. One thing as well to note is the only reason that they're still here today is off the back of Ashen winning that 1v1 duel that they lost against FearX. Then he was able to survive. I mean, Ashen was a very intriguing pick considering that at this event, he's not been performing to the best of his ability, but he stood up in that 1v1.
98th for EPS. Poor old Ashen. It's been a rough go of things. A 62 EPS number. He's 1025, so minus 15 on the KD. And unfortunately, he's 0-6 on the entry. So he really couldn't get much worse. And then he goes and wins a 1v1. Like you said, redeems himself and now gets another chance today. So maybe it's all turning around for him. To bring the spotlight up a little bit, though, Newers and J90 have been really, really good for SSG. Newers, of course, the MVP back on day one. 111 EPS, 106 EPS for J90. So they're kind of getting things going. They're very much trying their hardest here for SSG, and they're going to be the ones to kind of say, hey, if we're going to get this win against Wildcard, it's those two that we're looking to keep the good times going for them, and hoping that, you know, someone like an Ashen can kind of step up and help them out.
Yeah, I've been really impressed by Newers and his adaptability so far at this event. J90 has really been slowly chipping away and having impact as well in these matches. He hasn't necessarily been like the massive one clip farming or doing anything insane, but he's just been rock solid for the team and been a bit of a shining light considering how tough the event has been.
Their opponents from not too far away, it's Wildcard, and they've been really good this event so far in certain areas and maybe not so much in other areas. In fact, so much so they are 18th for attacker win rate at a lowly 30%. That's been the low light. They also only got one plant. We've had a couple of one plant teams so far on the B stream today. 10th for entries, 50%, so middle of the pack. Their strength, though, defense, 77% defensive win rate for Wildcard. They've been a very difficult team to break down, push through, get sight, win those attacking rounds for the opposition. 3rd for defensive win rate. And some of their players, though, are really, really high when it comes to EPS. They've got 3 inside of the top 11. Kansan, Dash, and Baby Shark are actually performing incredibly well in terms of the numbers. A 132 EPS for Kansan, he's in 4th, and a 128 EPS for Dash, who's in 6th, and he's also 7-4 on the entry. So, I mean, those three have been performing incredibly well. That kind of just leaves Bay and Spiker around the sort of low to mid 80s for EPS, rounding out the roster. 7-1 back on day one against Scars. A 3-7 result, though, against Falcons on day 2. Did kind of put them in a bad spot, but they, similar to SSG, beat down on G2. That was yesterday's 7-3 result. So, puts them in a position here where for today, I'd say both teams come into this probably equal in measure as we go to the map for this best of one. Again, for SSG, must win this on Nighthaven Labs.
Yeah, I'm finding it quite a challenge to frame this matchup because if you were to just look at the standings and ignore results, bullet counts, etc., 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 it kind of paints the picture that Wildcard have just been this insane team and they've made the mishmash work, whereas SSG are really struggling. But it really isn't quite as bad as it looks for SSG, nor is it quite as amazing as it looks for Wildcard. I think both teams are fairly positioned as mid-pack at the moment, so this is going to be a very intriguing matchup. For me, it's the stakes. Going into this match, SSG under a ton of pressure to perform. It's their last opportunity. It's a must-win match. Wildcard are kind of just trying to set a bit of a platform for tomorrow. A loss not devastating. A win would be helpful to have a bit more of a cushion.
But not that rewarding, and not as much as if Wildcard had have played their extended mag. They have not. They still have it available for tomorrow. And that's the kind of crazy thing that we kind of want to touch on very briefly as we get into this match, is Wildcard, if they win, they will go to 13 points. 2 for their reloaded magazine, and then of course 1 extra for eliminating SSG. But we kind of worked out the numbers. If they had have played their extended mag, which would have given them an extra 6 bullets, that would have been, so 8 plus 10, 18 plus 1 for eliminating would have been 19. Well, you know who's already qualified on 19? It's CAG. Who's got a better round differential? It's Wildcard. There is a world in which if Wildcard had won this game, they could have actually qualified today, but by playing it safe, they cannot qualify today.
I mean, it should be noted, of course, that the bullets and the cards are not played in reflection to the games before. It's
No,
not like, it's
no,
not
no,
like
no.
you can
It's
sit
all set at the start of the day.
Exactly. You go blind. You can't just like see the games that are early in the day and gain an advantage in that sense. So maybe there was an element of Wildcard being a little bit more conservative.
No, absolutely. And I'm just bringing it to notion in just kind of context of everything that's been happening today, is that, yeah, Wildcard, had they done it, that's what could have been the result. And again, that just comes down to that risk versus reward, because if they had played it today, yes, they maybe could have qualified, but then you lose this game, you go into day 5, you don't have it. So at the very least for Wildcard, they're just kind of playing it safe. For SSG, they can get up to a total of 10 bullets at the conclusion of this match if they do end up winning it. And again, they do not have their extended mag. They went all in yesterday against VRX, lost that, had to win the 1v1. That's why they're on 2 bullets. And we head into Nighthaven Labs, our final match of the day for the B stream. Don't fret, though, of course, there's 2 matches still to be played out on the A stream, so lots more Siege action for today. SSG attacking into Labs, which 35% attacking win rate team, playing into Labs. I'm not expecting a whole lot from SSG in this particular half, but with Wildcard's low attacking win rate, I'm expecting this to be incredibly defender-sided both sides of the coin. This could even be an OT game.
Yeah, 53 rounds of Labs thus far at the event, 43% in favor of attack. Certainly not the most defender-sided on the board. Trades early, 4v4. Bay, though, to get things on top as J90 responds. So a couple of isolated fights above, below 3v3. There's another one to your right, Bay, I think. Okay, I'm maybe misreading the outlines there. Certainly not the case. Okay, getting a little bit ahead of myself.
Well, intriguingly enough, it's Newers and J90, the top performing players for SSG, still up, plus Ashen, as I said, kind of in our little pre-match discussion. And if he can start to rise here, that could be a huge addition, a huge boon for these 2 players that are still up. Bay, Spiker, Dash very low. Kind of goes back to what I was also saying in the pre-match discussion. Bay and Spiker on the lower side. It's Kansan, Dash, and Baby Shark who have been performing incredibly well for Wildcard at this event. They are out of it for this round. Still lots of time to be played, because that was a rather swift entry from SSG, which has probably netted them a small win. Dash is low. You disrupt the defense. You deal with the Warden. And you got smokes and flashes as well, so now those will not be anywhere near as hindered. J90 collects the diffuser, has a little peek as well for good measure. And a little stalemate does brew here in the middle portion of round 1.
Good value from Twitch. Allows the lurk now with a couple of those Fenrir mines dealt with. Play it down, that's Dash. Spike the last one up. Responds, though.
Did Dash get downed by the shock drone? I didn't see it on the top down to my left here, but I just noticed he was down and I didn't hear anything else. Confirmed, he did get taken down by the shock drone. So Spiker in a 1 versus 1 with Ashen. Still 50 seconds remaining. And Spiker's going to go for the revive onto Dash, so he will be brought back up.
Ooh,
Ashen makes his way straight through the smoke, though. Wanted to try and capitalize on that opportunity, but a little too slow on the rush, and now spots him. Over towards server is Spiker. Has the higher HP in comparison to Dash, and Spiker swings, wins. A strange old round. Not often you see someone downed by a shock drone, but hey, we'll take it. If you're Wildcard, you still win the round. And I imagine this could very well be the kind of game we hear some solid trash talk.
I'd be disappointed if we didn't. Yeah, certainly not every day of the week you see a Twitch down in the big old 2025. Nice attempt there from Ashen, but unable to get that one across the line. Spike at a whole pillar. Well played. There was that drop down rotating. He did peek before that trade opportunity would have arisen from top blue, but didn't miss his shot. Diffuser in an awkward position there from SSG. Early tempo of the round was intriguing. 2 separate fights, 2 trades immediately, so both teams pretty switched on to kick things off. Tertiary site immediately in play as we kick things off here. Over towards control and cargo. Intrigued to see the dynamic between these two. Probably have a decent read of one another. Probably been a decent amount of scoring locally, I would imagine.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Big attacker switch here from SSG.
Yeah,
bringing
massive
the blitz
change
into
up.
the foray.
5 seconds remaining.
Ashing onto the blitz.
Attacker's objective is to locate.
Would have been a really good start though for SSG to take top floor here on Nighthaven Labs. Get that early attacking round, take out one of the primary sites, but not to be. Was close. It's all about that mental state though as well for a team that's facing elimination. You know, SSG have kind of got that more pressure on their shoulders in comparison to Wildcard. Don't have as much to lose, don't have as much to gain, a little bit more freedom in that.
Yeah, control storage and intriguing site. A couple of different approaches are available. Can go rather direct with the blitz. Can also use that for a bit of a map clear, vert down. The retake is quite challenging for defense if you are able to maintain that control. Hard breach initially up top from Fault. Can be used to flush out IT. Currently the 2-3 split from defense, so Bay and Baby Shark up above.
Oh, big kill onto Newers. Taking out the top player for SSG this early into the round certainly helps out the defense. Bay aggressive towards Rafters. Expecting one, maybe main breach, but J90 will hold the doorway. What a shot though on the angle from Bay to hit that headshot. Lurking though on the Nook is Bender, and he finds another one onto Spiker. Makes it a 3v3. Oh, that's an opportunity. Fulls were fortunate to be alive. So that certainly was a good opportunity for Bay. Benja caught in the back, shot out by Baby Shark, and almost a chance to take out Ashen. Or to take out Faults, I should say. Ashen, over towards first floor. Needs to get involved on the blitz, but he got caught in the back.
We're
and
still
now
playing.
makes it a 1v3. We are still playing, we are still alive, and unfortunately production doesn't have much hope for Faults.
I mean, probably not the worst pre-fire on the transition I've ever seen.
It would be quite funny if Faults ends up winning this now.
He's not winning this.
Faults is
I'll be
so
on the next
low.
flight home if Faults wins.
Oh, be careful. You've already made one incorrect call earlier, but Kansan saves you the trip. Wildcard, 2-0 start.
Yeah, losing Newers there really hurting the attack. I was keeping a keen eye on the players in the grave for Wildcard, and they were flicking a wealth of information from BPCs, but more importantly, Vault cameras. And
wow, that's an early tactical timeout by Space Station Gaming. I've seen enough after the opening 2 rounds. Can hear the next team's getting ready in the background. I believe we've got, I think it's Fnatic versus FaZe over on the A stream.
Okay.
Which Fnatic have gone all in.
What was their bullet count?
6.
That. I mean, you've kind of got to at that point.
Yeah,
right?
you've got to.
Otherwise, you could be at risk of being in the bottom 4.
Yeah.
Maybe. Oh, maybe not, actually. But it'd be awkward to get back up for day 5. Yeah, I mean, in that previous round again, IQ off the board, Volk bolstered. Benja did get value from Nook and being able to lurk around and maybe skirt some of that info gathering, but eventually caught a bad timing, taken down. Rest of the team on defense for Wildcard, able to clean up. Yeah, early attack from SSG. Looking to refocus. Probably a couple of things that Redeemer's seen that he hasn't been too much of a fan of.
So we head to basement for the 3rd round. Final round before the next bands come through. Yeah, and again, to be honest,
Call out, not Redeemer.
we're expecting this to be defend-decided. So, I mean, Wildcard getting these rounds early on isn't really changing the complexion of this match all that much. It's really up to SSG. It's still 2. 1 at minimum, but 2 is really the goal. That's the target. So I think the early tactical timeout is fine because this is the half that you really need to get those rounds won on the attack. Set yourself up nicely, go into the second half, and then try and get a good roll going. Ashen onto the Blackbeard. I like the Dockerby here as well, expecting that roam from Wildcard. Saw it employed in the previous round. They'll do so once again here with basement. You want to definitely contest up above, hold some lurk positions and angles, make it difficult for the attack to kind of sweep through the map.
So somewhat of a roam employed from Wildcard, and it's already been broken down. So improvement for SSG. Newers gets himself in on the action, finds his first for the map.
Yeah, and first time SSG finally been able to get an opening kill. Third attempt, and third time's the charm. Gets Nuas on the board as well. That's what you want.
Still a roam in play, though.
Yeah, base top floor.
And with 5 attackers up, they can't be overly reliant on sitting drones, of course, so...
Oh, here we go. Oh, never mind. Bay opts to push back. Benjamaster is close by in electrical. Thought maybe there was an opportunity for Bay to catch him off guard. Benja, though, the way he's positioned, is almost expecting this roam to come through electrical. Oh, a chance through the floorboards for Nuas. Through the hatch.
That's a nasty angle.
Through the floorboards, and gets a bit of damage onto Dash. Benja still over towards electrical, by the way. Is Bay just circling over towards command. Ashen taking incredibly low on the black pit is not ideal, though, if you want him to be your front man later in the round. And the logic bomb just pushes Bay back from that roam on the defense and into the arms of Benja, who was waiting oh so patiently for like the last 30-40 seconds, and finally nets his reward, which is that kill onto the roaming Bay. Do lose Benja, but so far SSG are up here in the third round. Need to get this one, need to capitalize.
Well, Kansan could go big here. Has the fall-off option as well. Warehouse hatch is open. Really just depends how far forward he wants to push. And Jane, I know, has he spotted? Has he heard Kansan on that drone?
Yeah, watching the flank drone, 40 seconds left. Wildcard will start to anticipate that SSG need to make their way downstairs towards the site in basement, of which still Kansan in storage could provide an avenue on the flank later in the round. Nitrocell thrown out, but it's not going to be able to hit anything. At least nothing of value. Gotta remember, Ashen's still very low. A little shot to the toe will dismantle that Blackbeard. Kansan from above.
Ooh, I like
but they've
this.
lost Ashen, so suddenly the on-site presence now is weakened. J9O looking to deal with Kansan over towards storage, and Ashen can get the plant down inside of assembly, leaving only Kansan remaining. And he will fall at the hands of J9O. Solid win for SSG. And Ashen just letting them know.
Oh, was that Ashen? I've come to forget what his voice sounds like because I feel like every time we've casted them at this event, he's been a little quieter than usual. But a better response there from SSG. Loved the temperament from Benja top floor and catching Bay. And then the push above from J9O towards the late round in order to consolidate that round and not give Kansan an opportunity to clutch up on the vert. So some good reads, good calls. Pretty patient. Again, mid to late round was great. The drone work was really good in identifying where a couple of those loose roamers were at, and had the systems in place to deal with that. Top floor in play then. Round number 4. Additional bands in play. Fenrir Thermite. And that does mean triple hard breach off the board. SSG to deal with that. Habana in play. Secondary hard breach still available on multiple operators though in metal.
Yeah, but this is going to be difficult to open up when you've still got the Kaid available. And Bandit if you really want to. Already on a map that's very difficult for attacking teams. Now even more difficult for Wildcard. 3 hard breaches. Sorry, for SSG. 3 hard breaches not available. They will of course bring the Habana. And they'll have to deal with the Kaid Electric Claw. The old manual way. They don't opt to bring the Thatcher. Got mute jammers as well for what it's worth. So far a solid start to this match. Again, all on the line for SSG. You lose, you're out. For Wildcard, yeah, maybe it's a low risk, low reward factor, but I think they'd also take a little bit of pride in knocking SSG out of this tournament.
So, how do SSG go about breaking down the IT wall? Triple hard breach in play. It may be a little compromised on this particular occasion. Impact Emps in the pocket of J9O. Faults on that primary hard breach.
Yeah, I mean, secondary Emps available. X-Karas go out. And so far, they're working with this pretty comfortably.
Oh no.
Oh no, never mind. I've gone too soon. It has activated once again, and so...
And no impact Emps
now
now
you're
in
going to have
play.
to do it the manual way. Now you're going to take down below and clear it from below.
Yeah, they have the drone to facilitate that, so Asher can call it clear. Perhaps he'll be the one tasked with the clear. itself. Maybe Vert elsewhere. We'll wait and see. But not the best of starts for SSG. Could also like blue.
Second floor.
To be fair, Wildcard aren't really contesting down below, so it should be pretty easy.
I mean, it looks like a full pivot. I think IT Wall might just be completely off the cards now. They'll go to their backup plan.
Still over a minute remaining. Don't have to kind of rush this, though.
Freak in here.
But you know what? I don't mind a con meeting side here. I feel like more teams should do it. And so far, that's what SSG are going to have to do. Dash double kill. Nitrocell, though, on the faults, and J90 shuts that push down. Benja will make his way in, hoping to catch someone through con. And it doesn't work so far. Ashen will fall elsewhere on the buck. Noahs has slipped in towards Electrical. They're just praying that maybe they can find a couple of kills, but no. Only the one, and it's 4 for Dash now in this round. And he gonna find himself the ace? No, Noahs will shut that down, but it's Wildcard that are gonna be the real winners in this round and should look to make this a 3-1 start against SSG.
Double stack IT nets the final pick. Massive from Dash in that round. Groundwork was an issue for SSG, struggling to open up that exterior wall. They put the backup plan into action. But the pivot from Wildcard on point. Massive Nitro, able to Rio off con. Fallback was pretty safe for the most part. A team that continues to look confident here in Rio. And SSG now a little bit stunned. Attack half though. We know rounds can come at a premium, so very much an opportunity to at least claim a second and keep the match competitive.
I mean, at the end of the day, they've got 2 opportunities to get 1. That's the way you're going to look at it if you're SSG. And with command server now done, you don't have to worry as much regarding the loss of your hard breaches. That's the one site that's really affected by the target bans here for Wildcard. So in reality, that's kind of the one that Wildcard have said, we really want to win that site. We're going to make it very difficult for you to win that site. And now it comes down to that roam game again, deployed by Wildcard. Saw it earlier in the half. But to mixed results, kind of a 1-1 in that little battle. Round 2, of course, Bay was very strong over towards Rafters and was able to win the roam for Wildcard. But then in the 3rd round, SSG had a really good clear.
Well, Newers has been a shining light for SSG. He needs to continue to keep the ball rolling here and offer some...
Yeah, but it shouldn't just be down to Newers.
No, it shouldn't, but...
Reloading.
5 death marks available for faults early in the piece, so good drone work early from SSG.
Going live.
Some early horizontal pressure as well on offer from Benja through cafeteria.
Yeah, double stack up top though for Wildcard. So, I mean, SSG really do need to roam clear properly. Otherwise, if they try and half-arse it, they're going to get punished later in the round. And then you got lurk positions as well, like storage and cargo. I mean, Wildcard are really utilizing the vast majority of this map right now on the defense. And SSG are going to probably have a little bit of influence here from Fultz on with those death marks, like you said. He needs to be the one to help really clear out a lot of these roamers. J90 as well on the Dockerbee with the logic bombs. And Ashen as well on the Blackbeard to kind of go through a lot of these doorways and clear out positions on the Blackbeard. So it's a full team effort this round for SSG. 5 options, 5 targets with the death mark and opting to put it onto the Zami of Bay. He'll drop Rafters and look to make his way maybe back towards the site. The logic bomb will ring as well. But it's Baby Shark. I mean, despite the pressure there from SSG, well use of the death mark and the logic bomb, but it's Wildcard to get the opening pick. And not for the first time either. 4 of the 5 rounds now. It's Wildcard that have been able to find these opening engagements.
Double nade bot blue. And that ground can now be chipped away at by SSG. Vertical control now in their hands, but finding picks and finding pressure from these positions may pose
They still
challenge.
haven't cleared Spiker though out of storage, and never mind, I literally just called it and he's dropped.
Kansas down below as well, so he'll double stack with Bay. It has been cut off by SSG.
Baby Shark does actually hold in storage, low on health. Ashen thinking about entry, 40 seconds left, and SSG need to pick up their pacing.
Not going to be fun with Legion on the board.
No, absolutely not. Can't step on that Goo Mine whatsoever, and Dash with a really well-timed swing down the corridor, and SSG never looked likely in this 5th round. Flawless. Well, I don't need to translate that. What are you guys doing? I did it anyway. To be fair, well, I mean, like...
Wait, was that was from our stream, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we saw the early horizontal pressure from Benja. We saw decent groundwork, hard bridge, top floor. Didn't really translate into whole much, mainly due to strong rotate and peel from Wildcard. They were happy to drop down. They weren't afraid to experiment on the bot floor a little bit as well, and just continue to be difficult to cut off. And by the time SSG had fallen off to then maybe cut off positions from down below, Wildcard didn't present those opportunities. They weren't under a ton of pressure to force rotation. It left a warehouse stack, really one of the last few options and win cons available, and Dash was clued in on that. And the spray down made it very much an impossible round from there for SSG.
Well, this is the big round now.
Yeah.
You don't want to go 5-1 down, facing elimination, having to be essentially flawless on your own defensive, which is certainly a capability for SSG, but it just adds that extra layer of pressure that you certainly don't want already in an elimination game.
Did you have SSG in your final 8?
I did not.
I did.
But I had Liquid.
Another potentially poor selection.
I had Liquid.
Okay.
And to be fair, had they won today, they would have been in there, but...
Yeah.
And that was the funny nature of that game for Team Liquid against CAG, was whoever kind of won that gets top 4, qualifies. But if Liquid had lost, then obviously, as they did, they are eliminated. So far, it's been a really good showing from Wildcard, not really to any surprise. They are 3rd best rated at the tournament for defense, and they're playing on one of the stronger defensive sided maps in Nighthaven Labs. That's all kind of going to script. Volts unable to really have impact in this match so far. 0-4, maybe can do something with those Capital bolts.
Well, the flames are early, so SSG need to get value from this.
Well, he is early, though. He is very early into Animus already. Does have the diffuser for what it's worth, and now making the move, but it's top floor. It's Ashen, and Volts is dead.
Huh?
Solo push with the Capital, Kit on the floor, and indeed, and a chance surely for Ashen to confirm this kill onto the Vigil in Baby Shark, and they will get top floor, but it's the Kit that's in a bad spot towards Animus.
Dash is on the prowl as well. SSG need to be very,
it's a very
cautious.
disjointed attack from SSG, but it's somehow working.
Well, they've got to restrict Dash here.
They've got to get this kill, and J&I know wins the battle. A strange old round, but if SSG make it work, they will get their 2 attacking rounds that they would have been sought after. Logic Bomb to try and maybe locate a rough idea as to where Kansan and Spiker are located. And it shouldn't be too difficult now to actually retrieve that kit. Yeah, Benja can just drop, grab it, never mind. Dead, Spiker watching it, so it's a dangerous territory. It's not just a free pickup. It has, though, been finally picked up by Newers and can get into a plant position, of which Spiker and Kansan clearly cannot look to deny, but they do get the kill onto J9.
no.
And Ashen will go down on the blitz. How have they put themselves in this position? SSG were in such a commanding position this round. Down to the new man in Newers, the MVP from day 1 in a 1v2 post-plant scenario. There is a Nitrocell available for Kansan. A little bit lower on HP. Newers is certainly stuck, and he puts away the DMR, and Spiker has the quad, and Wildcard have ripped that round out of the hands of SSG.
Massive from Wildcard, and with that, putting Space Station Gaming's position at the event under immense pressure.
That could quite literally be the round that sends Space Station home. It was a 4v2 post-plant.
Well, that was what you talked about pre-match. SSG, were they the #1 team for plants at this event?
SSG are 1st for plants at this event, but they are 15th for attacker win rate.
Yeah, that's weird. I want to know what their post-plant win rate is. That's, yeah, devastating. That round should have been theirs. I mean, the beginning was very strange with the solo Faults push, but outside of that,
I mean, what was Faults doing at the start?
Yeah, the roam clear was great. Every other part of that up until the plant was amazing. But then they fumble at that final hurdle. They stumble. They fall over. Now they have to pick themselves back up in the face of a 4-round deficit to stay at the event. This is backs against the wall stuff for SSG.
And the mental aspect, you've already used your tactical timeout. You don't have that little time to reset outside of the fact that we've just switched halves. You go into the ban phase. You have, like, you know, a solid 30, 40 seconds to calm yourselves down. But 1-5 with the threat of elimination for SSG. My goodness. It's going to take something very special from these players to bring this match back.
Attackers have located a bomb.
It's Wildcard. I mean, look, to be fair, they're not the greatest attacking team. They're 18th at the tournament, 30% attacker win rate. I'm not anticipating them to be super amazing on the attack here, but you've got that buffer of the 5 rounds. You only need 1 to get to OT. So, and they, again, are already kind of playing with house money. They're not in a situation where they're getting eliminated or getting a huge amount of bullets. The pressure is all with SSG. It's a one-sided pressure game.
As army, if you want, I can let you use my formula. It might help
New
you
is
get
potentially
over
posturing for a spawn peek here. Warehouse entrance, impacts in pocket, but thinks better of it. How risky will SSG get here? How desperate will they get? New is still lurking. Warehouse, by the way. Impacts, runs out, gets the kill.
Oh, wow.
Back
Okay,
inside.
that's a good way to start your defensive half, though. Be active, be aggressive, but you don't want to be overly aggressive, and Nuez knows when to fall back. Gets the pick. He's the only one that's really providing options here for SSG. So they look to open up IT. It will be successful. Nicely executed by Wildcard on that counterpoint, but they have lost Baby Shark and that Blackbeard. I mean, it goes without saying, this is a must-win round for SSG. You don't want to go 6-1 down. Have to get a couple on the board here.
Good start. IT wall opened up, however, so a point of pressure that needs to be monitored. Wildcard not shying away from a duel over towards this part of the map. Spiker to delay the clear on the mine, allows that push to just be a fraction closer to maybe catch somebody in warehouse. And there it is. Perfectly timed by Wildcard. Rewarded, and it is the danger man of Newers as well taken down.
That's the big one, isn't it? It's Newers. If it's Faltz or Ashen, it probably doesn't really matter all that much, to be completely frank. But yeah, Newers is the one that's going to get SSG out of this hole. Makes it a 4 versus 4. Who's going to be the one to stand up? And Ashen does fall again.
Ashen tries to retake that ground. He gets taken off the board. Benja's under a ton of pressure here. Benja needs to step up. He's had a good round so far, holding server, close IT. Alongside J9O, these two really need to lock down this site.
And no Nitrocell available for Benja. He's going to have to do it with gun in hand on the ward. And 60 seconds still for Wildcard to play with. Okay, Faltz is on the board. That's 1, and it's a big one. On to Dash, and Faltz will find his second. We'll talk about timing and willing to stand up to the occasion. Faltz has done his job. He's found 2, and Benja as well. Over towards IT, gets rid of Bang.
Well, they're both
and
trapped.
SSG,
They're both trapped.
in a 2 versus 1, surely can look to take down Spiker. Yellow ping information onto the warden. You look away for a moment, and he will punish you. SSG find their second round.
I thought for a split second, Wildcard again were going to be able to pull off a very difficult position, but SSG, to their credit, Faltz steps up massive towards the mid to late round. Benja aggresses a little bit and perhaps put his team in a strange position with them both cut off late round, but
it's still
to make
such
it work.
a nerve-wracking round, though, for SSG, the way that they won it. Not super convincing. There's certainly a lot that they've got to get, work on. And Dash giving it to Ashen in the chat. But 2 huge kills from Faltz. I mean, it's not about the KD at that point. It's just the impact in the round. And when the round looked like maybe it was going to slip away again, he was able to have a huge influence. So you go down a basement now. You've won your primary site up above. And remember, the next time you do go to command server, provided we get that far, I imagine SSG will obviously ban out another hard breacher. That's going to be even harder to then take.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
And the Montang employed here for Dash. And that can be, honestly, a very strong operator when it comes to lab. I look to get first floor control, utilize the boogie auto breaches from the Ram. You've got the Deimos to clear out any roamers, of which there's a couple. 2 on the top floor right now for SSG, so they're backing themselves in to play the roam game, although Ashen has dropped and will look to reposition. Nils will stay in server for now. Of course, playing the Bandit. Shockwire batteries are down, so he can kind of lose his life and not lose a lot of utility. Yeah, IT has actually been reinforced and electrified as well to kind of just deny a little bit of the roam entry for Wildcard and looking to clear this out quickly. We'll slow them down slightly. But they've already got decent first floor presence over towards cafeteria anyway, so Wildcard are going to get entry regardless.
Yeah, we haven't seen the Monty picked at all in this match. Bit of blitz from Ashen, but I'm intrigued to see how much control and pressure Dash will be able to achieve in this particular round. He'll be vital for the horizontal pinch. Baby Shark will maybe look to work a bit of vert as well with the auto breaches. Dash, meanwhile, already immediately looking to pressure over towards Exo. They could just be a threat, be some perceived pressure at the very least.
I think
that needs to be
putting
monitored.
pressure towards sites the best thing Wildcard can do here with the Montang. Try and force SSG to bring that roam back early, and somewhat working. They give up full top floor, only holding storage. Nuas with the opening kill, massive onto the Montang with that Nitro, huge for Nuas. And that's a big linchpin for the attack of Wildcard now off the board. They don't have the Monty to play behind.
And it means that SSG now can almost fully put their attention on contesting the vert, preventing that control, and they don't have to be as worried about Exo unlocking and then having to retake.
Nuas has got all 3 of the opening kills for SSG. In fact, every opening kill in this match so far has converted into a round win. 50 seconds remaining. Still a Nitro cell for Benja as well. They are well positioned in this 8th round. Baby Shark trying to find an angle. Blocked off by the Keeper barrier. Wildcard running out of time. Benja's got a wonderful angle here as well towards storage. They've really denied this storage position perfectly.
Wildcard are cooked. I mean, there's so much vert watching in towards side, and contesting that above is such a challenge. Unless Bay can pull off something pretty wild here and maybe catch a timing above, but even then.
Yeah, they've got the numbers now. They can play the trade game if they want towards the site, although Bay did get the trade onto Nuas. Fultz is there for remonstration onto Baby Shark, and it's down to Bay in a 1v3. No time remaining. Does have the kit, but there should be a 3rd round on the board for SSG. And it starts to just get things rolling for them. And there's Ashen.
Well, you've got to get desperate at this point. You're spotting the tournament's on the line. You may as well bring out the shit talk now.
Raise as well there from Ashen. He's like, geez, I hope that's getting in their heads. But I mean, Wildcard are chilling. Like, Wildcard are chilling.
Yeah. Again, there's less pressure on them in
them.
this match. And they look composed.
So 3-5 though. Again, we kind of said this was going to be you know, defensive onslaught for both teams, and so far that's the case. Only 1 attacking round has been successful so far. And after this round, it's going to be even more difficult for Wildcard because they're going to lose another hard breach.
Yeah, more than likely.
So if SSG win this on the tertiary, go 4-5 up, they'll go command server, there'll be 3 hard breaches off the board for Wildcard. If you give that over, it's 5-5, and then suddenly SSG have got the finish line within sight. There is a world back into this from a 5-1 deficit, facing elimination, staring down that barrel of defeat. Just got to believe, 1 round at a time mentality, and Nuas is leading the charge for the Cavalry.
Interestingly enough, Dash to double down on the Monty selection here for the 9th round. Found very limited control in the prior round. A well-timed Nitro from Nuas was able to find that pick, and so we'll see if it has much to offer in this round. Whilst that little monologue was taking place, Benja taking some damage in the early portion of the round. Can only assume it was an attempted spawn pick. No damage exchange though, and so Wildcard can begin preparations for the IT wall to help create avenues towards vertical, and then pressure those on site. Wall not posing too many problems, just the bandit batteries which were destroyed from down below by Bay. Wall to open up promptly in response. Warehouse to follow as well.
Yeah, and storage control was won successfully both times by Wildcard in the first half. SSG will need to match that. Final exothermic charge here from Kansan. And when you kind of look at the numbers for Wildcard, everyone's pretty much playing quite well. There's no sort of weak link in the chain. 90 seconds though, the timer factor for Wildcard. And Fultz just getting this yokai in a decent position to gain some information.
Yeah, very much centric on the side itself and surrounding areas as opposed to maybe lurking one up above, but understandably so considering the position of these defenders.
Big kill from Baby Shark does give Wildcard a slight advantage. Not yourself from Benja, not able to find anything. Logic Bomb rings out. Dash makes his entry over towards Blue. Notice there's a lone deployable shield left behind as they look to take top floor control. SSG have actually given up full top floor control, Gus.
Yeah, clearly investing a little bit of utility. Ashen almost caught.
Yeah, Ashen just peeking the doorway and almost losing his life for it. Does have a Nitro Cell. He's one that needs to keep himself alive on the Warden with the Nitro. 40 seconds left. Wildcard are certainly going to start to pick up the pace now.
Wildcard with vert control, but not a lot of vertical tools, so don't know if they'll be able to gain much from those positions. Faults to tuck himself in the corner.
SSG are anticipating a control here. They're positioned for this. A swing through the doorway. Benja goes full swing though, out to the middle of it, and they've lost Nuas too. All the numbers now with Wildcard, and it seems like they are going to be able to take this tertiary site. Ashen by himself. Well, he was yelling outside of the server. Now it's Wildcard's turn. And they have got match point, and that is SSG on the verge of elimination.
Baby Shark's been very fun to watch at this event so far. Kansan asking, play the plant from below you bots. Or maybe not questioning, maybe giving them a couple of tips.
I mean, the positioning at the end there for SSG, the wide swinging through the doorways, there's a lot of question marks in that round. And to me, it just felt like a pressure thing. They gave up full top floor control. They had no flank option, so you don't have someone that can maybe look to disrupt that. Three match points, and the Thermite has been banned out by SSG, which is certainly going to aid them on command server. The Bandit, though, in response, so no Bandit, no Kaid.
That's going to alleviate a lot of pressure here. Faults will be solely relied upon by the team to deny those walls, mute jammers, generally speaking, at least in comparison to Kaid and Bandit juggles. Will not be near as effective, provided Wildcard, and I'm very much assuming they will bring the correct utility to deal with that in the form of impact amps.
10 seconds remaining.
SSG they've had opportunities, but equally Wildcard have put them under quite a bit of pressure in numerous rounds, and SSG have capitulated. Ashen 1 and 7.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a
looking to try and get himself
Ashen
in the match, and it's been a very, very tough tournament.
The two players below Ashen is Choppy from Scars, Uno from G2, and then it's Ashen. And with the 1-7 performance here, he may actually go below them.
Yeah.
Swapping mags.
Still, this one's not over yet. Command server's got to be winnable. Make that 4-6, and then you give yourself one last rotation through the defensive sites.
You're playing command server into a triple hard breach ban, and you have Azami on the board, which bolsters the backline and makes a lot more playable positions on this side. Like, this is near perfect conditions for the defense on this side. Sure, you don't have the Kaid and the Bandit, and I understand that that does complicate things a little bit, but...
The mute jammers are helping.
Interestingly, no impact amps actually in the end here from the attack. We'll see if that causes problems. Dash maybe looking for the Habana trick instead.
Only one drone has been taken out so far, so really good drone economy from Wildcard on their attacks.
Going live.
And it seems as if this wall is going to be opened up. So, sensing a con hit from Wildcard. They've got holes towards IT if they want to use them later on, but not really enough to put too much pressure on SSG.
Clean trick on the wall, by the way. Habana top down and then the Rotero to follow, so efficient there from Wildcard.
Spiker actually has made entry over towards Rafters, so he's got presence over towards the garage side of the map, and there's no one to contest him there. So they've got a good pinch forming. I mean, Wildcard are actually getting in a really good position to hit the site from multiple different avenues. Are SSG aware of Spiker's position? Well, this one just about may be done as Bay finds the double onto Ashen and J90. They've still got Spiker in a good position as well for Wildcard. SSG are surrounded. Weltering under the pressure. And now as they've lost Benja, they've basically lost their position here at reload. Nua's in fault in a 2 versus 5, and Nua's cannot stand up, and it's flawless from Wildcard. Oh my goodness. Calm down, lads. That was an absolute beatdown. 7-3, Wildcard ascending Space Station Gaming to the nearest airport.
2 bullets reloaded for Wildcard heading into this game. That puts them on 12, sending SSG home +1. So 13 for them. Certainly not enough to qualify them at this point in time, but it sets themselves up in an intriguing position for the action tomorrow. Playing some good Siege this afternoon. How much of that is a read on SSG? How much will translate to tomorrow? It remains to be seen. But nonetheless, a good day at the office for these boys.
I mean, super impressive team performance from Wildcard. Again, not a lot on the line in this match, and it begs the question, and something that maybe later on the A stream when they kind of do the drafting, should Wildcard have used their extended mag? Because had they done so, they actually would have qualified top 4, but they didn't opt to use it against SSG, and it means that Wildcard will have to play again tomorrow, but for SSG, their time at reload is done.
Yeah. Again, I had them in my top 8 for this event. I thought SSG, a team whose storyline I think really has been just chipping away and chipping away and chipping away at international opportunities and looking to take that next big step. It feels like they've maybe taken a bit of a leap backwards at this event.
Pumped with that one, and rightfully so.
I mean, yeah, he's got a grin on his face. Again, the stakes not massive in this matchup, but I think they'll be pleased at the fashion in which they were able to win this game. They put SSG under a ton of pressure on both halves, and were able to actually capitalize upon the opportunities that they continue to present for themselves, which is always important.
I think Wildcard coming into this tournament probably didn't have a lot of favorites in terms of the expectations, but they've been able to honestly do a really good job to put themselves in a good position for day 5. I wonder if they'll be kicking themselves now that they didn't use the extended mag, but that's obviously with hindsight, right? So you and at the end of the day, you don't know going into today what the other teams are doing until the very beginning of the day.
They didn't know exactly what that threshold was going to be. They also probably expected a little bit more from SSG and wanted to play it safe.
It's safer for them to have used it tomorrow, so I understand their thinking. For SSG, obviously they had no choice. It was, go win or go home. But where to for SSG from here? They started the tournament so well. I was really hyped for them on day 1. I thought, geez, they played incredibly well. Nua's got the MVP. Huge addition to this roster, and I felt like that maybe he could have been a missing piece, but in the end, just it kind of faded out pretty quickly after day 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's never fair to attribute a performance at an event on a single player, but it has to be highlighted. Ashen, unfortunately, as you kind of preface, may go down as the worst performing player at this event, which is insane to think about. Ironically, the player that kept them in the event by winning the 1 versus 1 as well. So pretty mind-blowing from that perspective. Hopefully these boys can reset for NAL.
We are done for the B stream here. We're going to throw you over to the A stream. It's FaZe versus Fnatic.